In this video, we will build WhatsApp clone for Android and iOS. This app has it all. Phone number authentication, one-to-one and group chat with contacts only, where you can share text, images, GIFs, audio, video and communicate through video call. You can even reply to messages, and when messages are seen by other users, they are marked as seen. When the user goes offline or online, it's updated real time. There's automatic scrolling whenever there's a new message. Other than this app also consists of status feature, which is only seen by the user's contacts and disappears after 24 hours. We will be using Flutter, Firebase, Riverpod 2.0 and Agora to build this app. The Flutter version we'll be using throughout this tutorial can be found using the following command, flutter -- version, and we are on 3.0.4 channel and the version we are using is Dart 2.17.5. You can follow along with the slightly lower version as well. However, if you want to upgrade the version, simply run flutter upgrade command and it should upgrade it for you. I'm already on the latest version. Having that, I'd like to mention that this video is a sequel to WhatsApp UI video I already created. Check it out if you want to know more about building responsive UI. Link will be mentioned in the description and in the card on the right side. If you're just interested in code so that you can follow along with this tutorial, go to this link. It will be mentioned in the description below. First, you want to make sure that you're on the main branch, so click over here. If you're on any other branch like theme setup, you can just click over here on the main branch and come over here. There are two ways of installing this. You can either use Git if you have it, otherwise you can just download the zip file. If you want, you can just click over here and the zip file will be installed. Then you have to extract it and place it in the suitable folder you want. But if you want to do the Git way, you can just copy this, write git clone and write -- branch main and then pass in the URL. This will clone the main branch on this URL. If you just pass in this URL, it will consider the default branch, which is the theme setup branch. We don't want that. So I'll just click enter and it has it. Now I've installed it in Riverpod. I just want to come back here and put it on the desktop. After that, we can just go to the desktop in the WhatsApp UI Flutter and then open it in VS Code. After opening it in VS Code, you can see some packages are missing and out of date. We want to get the packages. If you want, you can see the release note for the Dart code that has been updated. I've already gone through them, so I don't want that. After that, you can just go to the lib folder in the main.dart file and first of all open up the iOS simulator or the Android emulator, whatever you want. I'm just going to open this up. After it's loaded up, you can just click on debug or run whatever you want, or just go up here and run without debugging, whatever you like. Let's wait for it to launch to see if it's perfectly running or not. Alright, so our app has launched and we have this over here. It's working pretty well. Yep, this is all we had and this is what we created, and if we clicked over here, we would go over here in the chat screen. All of this is the data that is present in this info.dart file. I'll walk you through this, don't worry about it. But before that, if you're wondering why this is running and not giving any error because it's WhatsApp -Flutter -UI and you can't name those folders in Flutter, the reason for it is if you go in the pubspec.yaml file, you can see that the package name over here is WhatsApp_UI. And that's why when we are importing anything over here, this is still valid and it's not giving us any error. But if you want, you can just rename this, close your current folder in VS Code and again start it. It won't be a problem. Anyways, after that, I would like to give you a run through of the application we have till now in terms of code. So we have the my app class where we have removed the banner, we have the title and the theme data we have overridden with the basic scaffold background color that we have. This background color is coming from colors.dart file and we have a list of colors over here. After that, we have a responsive layout, and this responsive layout pretty much just checks with the use of layout builder if the max width is greater than 938, which is just a constant size that we've given to render the web screen layout. So if it's greater than that, we'll return the web screen layout, otherwise the mobile screen layout. And here we have passed in, if you go to the main.dart file again, You can see we have passed mobile layout screen and web layout screen. We won't be handling web layout screen in this tutorial because many of the packages that we're going to use in future are not going to be compatible with both web, Android, iOS, macOS, all of that. So we are going to ignore web layout screen. If you want, if you're watching it in future, you can anyways use the web screen layout, but I won't be handling that in this tutorial. Then we go to the mobile layout screen where we have a tab controller which displays these 3 tabs. We have not passed any tab view or anything, so whenever we change the tabs, we can't see any changes happening, which we will implement in this tutorial. Then we have a scaffold, the app bar which displays this part. Then we have a body that shows this contact list. So if we go to that contact list, there's just a padding from the top, and then there's a list view builder showing all the details from our info.dart file that I've already showed it to you earlier. Great. Now after that, whenever we click on any of the screen, we have the chat screen showing up. So we can go to this mobile chat screen and we have the title, the actions button. So this is the title, which is a name, then the action button including all of these 3. And then we have all the messages that are showing up. So this is the expanded chat list that is going to show all the messages. And finally, we have a text field that will show this bottom bar. And the widgets folder consists of all the widgets that we can need. That is chat list, which used to show this chat list. And here you can see we have a my message card and a sender message card. If you want, you can just implement both of this in a single message card where you can check if it's me or if it's the other user. But I've implemented 2 widgets for that. Here we're basically telling that if it's my card, then we want to show it in the right side. So we have align.center-right. Then we have some constraints so that it is very flexible on the web screen and on the mobile screen. Then we have a card and all of that stuff. So we have a text, below that we have the timestamp, and after that we have a seen message feature. And similarly we have for sender message card, no difference at all except that the alignment is on the left side and the color has been changed over here. Then we have all of these web based components that we are not going to need. We are going to delete it later on in the tutorial, but for now let's just keep it so that it doesn't break our code and we don't have to make any changes as of now. So having understood this, the next step is to install the necessary dependencies for Firebase in our application and get started with Firebase right now. So to add Firebase in your project, what you need to do is go to this website, console.firebase.google.com, click on add project here, enter the project name. It can be anything of your desire. So I'm just going to put in WhatsApp backend and just remove this. Yep. Now click on continue. We are going to ignore Google Analytics for this project. If you want, you can just continue it, but it doesn't matter for us. Then click on create and it will create the project for you. After the project is ready, click on continue. After that, we have this. So here you can see we have a specific platform for Flutter that has been introduced in Google I/O. So if you click over here, it will tell you how to add Firebase to your Flutter app, and it's very easy. You need to install the Firebase CLI and then run Firebase login. So let's see how to install Firebase CLI. So the Firebase CLI can be installed using npm, which is the node package manager. If you have it installed, you can use this. Otherwise, you can just use this standalone binary for Windows. I'm on Mac, so I'm going to use the npm again because I have the npm installed in my system. Just to check if you have npm installed or not, you can just open up your terminal and here write node-v, not b, sorry, node-v, and I have it 18.1.0. So come over here, and if you click on npm, you can see we need to install Node.js. So you can just open link in new tab and install Node.js if you haven't already. If you have lower version as well, it doesn't matter. You can just use this npm of node version, node version, and then just copy this, which is npm install Firebase tools. So you just paste it down here. Npm install this dependency. It is similar to pub add and whatever dependency name you have in Flutter. but this -G stands for global. That means it will be globally activated in our system. Dart has this too, which we will see in a later step. Click on enter, and here you can see we are getting this kind of error, permission denied. You will get this on Mac or Linux. So just go at the end, start, and just write sudo npm install -G Firebase tools. Click on enter, enter your password for the system, and then click on enter. So this is done, and after this, as we saw earlier, if we just scroll up, you can see after installing this, we need to continue to log in and test the CLI. So to do that, let's go up, and here we had seen something like Firebase login command that is to be used. So come back here and type Firebase login. Here you can see I'm already logged in as possession emailer, which is the email I'm using currently. But if you're not logged in, it will take you to a new tab in your browser, and there you have to log in, and it will just, after you've confirmed everything, it will just log you in. After that, let's go to the desktop, and after that in this folder. So we have CD, WhatsApp, Flutter UI, and now here we need to make some commands. So let's see what we need to do. Close this tab, and here we have completed the first step. Now the second step is to run this line, which is dart pub global activate flutterfire CLI. As I told, equivalent of npm install -G is this in Flutter. So we're just going to take this, add it here, and let it install it. Here we have it. Now you can see pub installs executables into home, which is not in your path. You can fix that by adding this into your shell's config file. Otherwise, we can just use this line. So I'm simply going to copy this line, paste it here, and there we have it. After this, I'm going to copy this to clipboard and run the following command, which it says. You can even run the command flutterfire configure and it won't matter. Click enter. What this basically does is selects a project. If you just write flutterfire configure, it will show you a list of projects which you can select from. And we are not going to build an app for web, so let's not select it. And we have Android and iOS only. If you're building in future, if you want to build it for macOS and web, kindly do so by pressing space and space just to select it. I'm going to deselect it again and then press enter. And here we get a question now. The files android/build.gradle and android/app.build.gradle will be updated to apply Firebase configuration and Gradle build plugins. Do you want to continue? Yes, we do want to continue because we don't want to manually go in this build.gradle file in android/app and make some changes over here. Ask Firebase to do that. Click on enter, and here we have it. Android and iOS app have been configured. Great. So now having that, we have a Firebase options.dart file. You can see that, and we're already getting an error over here because it's importing from Firebase core package, which we need to install. So to install it, you can press Command Shift P if you're on Mac or Control Shift P if you're on Windows. Click on dart add dependency or just manually type it dart add dependency. And then we need to add a dependency, which is Firebase core. Now already since we are here, let's add another plugins that we'll need. For example, again click on dart add dependency and then add Firebase _ auth. Let's put a comma so that we can add multiple dependencies. Then we need cloud _ Firestore and Firebase _ storage. These are all the Firebase plugins that we will require in this tutorial. Great. Now you can see that the error is gone. That's great. Now over here we again need to go to our console, click on next, and we don't need to add all of this stuff. We need to add, but we already know this, how to do this. So let's continue to the console and add that line. So we need to go to the main.dart file and here make the main function asynchronous, because we're going to use await firebase.initialize app. So we can just use async. What this line basically does is, this is widgets flutter binding, which is you can consider glue. As you can see, if you just hover over this is the glue that binds the framework to the Flutter engine. If you want to know more about it, I'm going to create a video series on Flutter internals where you can check everything about all of this stuff. But basically, it is just confirming that the Flutter engine has been initialized, because we want to make an asynchronous call over here, which is await Firebase dot initialize app, and in that initialize app we need to pass in the options, which is Firebase options, and you can just pass in default Firebase options dot current platform, not the instance but a static Firebase options thing. Then we can click on save, and here we have it. After this, make sure to terminate your app and then restart it again, because we added some dependencies in pubspec.yaml file. Whenever we change any dependencies in pubspec.yaml file, we need to restart it. And you can see we're already getting an error for iOS. So what we need to do is go to the pod file and here uncomment this line to say we need it 11. Let's go with 11. You can even put it in 10. But let's put it 11. It doesn't matter for now. Click on the close the pod file, and after that go to cd iOS and then run pod install. We are getting this error over here. This error mainly comes in on M1 Macs. If you're not an M1 Mac, I don't think this error will come in for you. But if it does, I'll tell you what to do on other Intel Mac or anything that you have. So now what you need to do here is run this following line: sudo arch-86-64 gem install ffi, and then click on enter. Then just use password of your system. So this command installs one gem for us. So after that we need to run another command, which is arch-86_64 pod install, and then click on enter. And we are getting this error because I typed in pod install with a single L. We need to pass in double L. In case you're wondering what is happening, don't worry, I'll mention these commands in the description below. You can copy it from there and put it in your terminal. And again we're getting this error. So what we can do next is use this command, which is arch-86-64 pod install with --repo update, and then click on enter. And now let's see what we get. So finally our pod installation is complete now. For the Intel users, if any of these commands don't work for you, what you can try is this command, pod install --repo update. But already the previous command worked for me, so I'm not going to run it. Great. So now you can just come back to the root project and clear off the terminal. Close it for now, and let's start the app again. Alright, so our app has launched, and if we come over here, you can see the app is working well. So I think the Firebase configuration for iOS is done. Let's configure it for Android. So I'll close this app execution, open up Pixel 5 emulator. Here it is Pixel 5. So I'll just run the app and run it without debugging again. So our build Gradle has failed here. So the fix is also mentioned. Simply we have to go to the build.gradle file, and here just scroll up in the compile SDK version, set this to 31 instead of 30. Because one of our plugins depends on that. So now we have to fix that and start the debugging session. Again, our build Gradle has failed, and the other reason is if we come back to the build.gradle file, here you'll see that the minimum SDK version is 16 and it should be 19. So let's fix that, and let's go in the main.dart file and run it without debugging again. So our build has failed again, and the reason for it is mentioned over here. So to fix it, we need to go to the build.gradle file, but not this one, which is Android/app. We need to go to the Android part, and here you can see that the Kotlin version is 1.3.5. The reason for that is we've cloned the repository, and when I created this project, the Kotlin version was 1.3.5 that we had used in this project. So now to update it, we need to set it to the highest version that is possible, which can be found on this link that they have mentioned it over here. So let's click on this link. It will open it in the browser, and here we have it. The version is 1.7.0. So let's copy that and paste it over here. And now let's try to run it and see if it works. So our build has failed again, and now to fix that, what we need to do is mentioned over here. It says that the Gradle version is 6.7.1 or newer that is required, but ours is 6.7. So to fix that, what we need to do is come to this Gradle wrapper.properties, and here we have the distribution URL where we need to pass in 6.7, which is passed over. We need to change that to 6.7.1 because it says Gradle 6.7.1 or newer. If you want, you can find out the newer version and use that. But I'm going to go with 6.7.1. Now in the main.dot file, I'm going to run it without debugging, and hopefully this time is a charm. So I think this is a final error that we can get. We need to go to the build.gradle file here in the Android/app part. And here we need to enable multidex, which I forgot to enable. So we have to pass in multidex enabled, set to true. And we can go to the main.dot file and run it without debugging. So finally our app has launched after so many errors, but I hope you understood what I meant by those errors. So now if I just close this browser tab, here we have it. This is our application and it is working well for us. Alright, so what I've done is stop my Android app execution and opened it up on iOS simulator where I'm going to work. Now the next thing we want to do is create the landing page. So how is the landing page going to look like? Here I have a screenshot of it. First of all, we want the text. Then we want this image, which we will get from the link I'll be giving you. Then this text, and finally this button. So let's create it. I'll shift this over here so that we have it side by side. Now, what is the folder structure you're going to be like? We're not going to continue with this same folder structure. It's not very scalable. So what I'm going to do is in the lib folder, create a features folder. And in this features folder, we're going to have various features in our app that are there. For example, auth, call, chat, group, the contact selecting part, the status, all of that is going to be in this features folder. And they're going to act as independent individual folders. So first feature that we need is a landing feature. So in this landing feature, all we need is a screens folder. So let's create a screens folder and we're going to call this screen landing _ screen dot. We're obviously going to have multiple features, and in that feature we're going to have multiple subfolders. For example, in authentication, we're going to have screens, then we are going to have controller and repository. When we reach there, I'll explain what each folder mean. But for now, the screens folder is basically the screen, the scaffold part of our application. So we're going to import the material package and we're going to use a stateless widget. And we're going to call this landing screen. And in the build function, we're going to return a scaffold. Now in this scaffold, we're going to have a body, and the body is going to be of the safe area so that it doesn't interfere with the notches of our application. For example, this part, as you can see, our text is over here, not over here. So we have to put safe area, which means that a text will come somewhere over here. And then we need to put in some margin from the top so that we can come down over here. Great. So now in the safe area, we're going to have a child. And obviously, since there are too many elements in a column format, we're going to use column and we're going to pass in children. Now in the children, the first thing that we need, as I mentioned, is the size box so that we can leave some margin from the top. So we're going to have constant size box and we're going to pass in the height as 50, which is a constant value so that we leave the space. Finally, we need a constant text so that it says welcome to WhatsApp. So we're going to have welcome to WhatsApp. Let's put the A capital. And then we have a style. We want this text to be big, so we can call this as a font size of 33, which I've tried and tested. So you can just pass in 20, see if you like it, 30, see if you like it, that way. Then we want a font weight, and the font weight is going to be W600 because it's bolded, right? You can see over here. Now just to see what we have till now, we have to go to the main.dart file, and in here, instead of returning this, we're going to return the landing page. So we have landing screen. So here we have it, welcome to WhatsApp. But this is very side aligned, right? So to fix that, what we're going to do is in the column, we're going to pass in cross-axis alignment. Since it's a column, cross-axis alignment means in a row format. If it was main axis alignment, that would mean that we want it in the main axis, like in a column format. So the cross-axis alignment will be cross-axis alignment.center, and then we'll save it. Now after this, what we need is this image. So to get this image, you have to go to this link. It will be mentioned in the description below. As of now, it's private, but when I release this, it will be public. So you can go there in the lib folder, not in the lib folder, sorry, in the assets folder, you can find this bg.png that you can download. I'll click right click and save image to download. You can click here and download it, whatever you feel like doing. Then in the finder, I'll go to downloads, background.png, and I'll minimize this Android tab. In the assets, pass in this background.png. After this, we have to go to the pubspec.yaml file just to register our image to our Flutter application. So here I'm going to uncomment this, write in assets bg.png. After this, we can go back to our main.dart file, stop our app execution, start it again, and we're not going to wait for it because we know that it has been registered. Let's have that confidence in ourselves. And now let's go and create a sized box. Now the next sized box is again going to be leaving some space. So like this, we want some space over here. But now this space, we can't give it a constant value because we know if we give it a constant value and the device size is very small, then it can just make our app look very shabby. So just to avoid that, we're going to use media query. So we have final size is equal to media query. Let's get this dot of context dot size. After this, we will take this size variable, also create a sized box over here, and it's not going to be constant. Note that I've not passed in constant over here because this is not going to be constant. We're using media query that makes it a non-constant value. So we're going to pass in size dot height divided by 9. And here we need to pass in a argument of height. We won't be able to see anything. So now just to see something, we will pass in image.asset, pass in the name, which is assets/background.png. After that, we need to pass in the height, which is 340, and the width, that will be 340. Otherwise, it will be too small according to the dimensions of the image that are present over here. Let's minimize the IS folder too. Now let's see what we're getting. We're not seeing anything at all, and the reason for that is mentioned. We are getting an error over here, and if you're getting any kind of error like this, what you need to do is simply run flutter clean. This will clean all the Xcode workspace and all of the stuff that's needed, all the magic. Then we will run flutter pub get and then run it without debugging. While the app is being launched, I just saw an error over here. The asset file, this does not exist, and the reason is that I did not correctly type it. It's assets/background.png. So that's what we need to run. And now we have to stop our app execution again and start it again. Alright, so after 9 minutes of waiting, our app is finally here. As you can see, it's launched. Now we just need to change its color. So to change its color, let's pass in the color property, which will be the tab color. So the tab color is the color that I've used for the indicated tab colors in the contact screen that we had. So the same color we've used over here. After this, we need to add this text after a bit of spacing. So now for the spacing, again, we're going to use media query since it's a bigger height. What I prefer to do is whenever there's a bigger height, I just pass in media query. If it's a small height, I just pass in a constant value. So I'll just pass in size box, which will be of the height, let's say size.height divided by 9 again, just to keep it equal. I'll remove the comma from here so that it doesn't format it to a different thing. I like it this way for a sized box. Great. Now we need to add this text. So let's just copy this text because I don't think I'm going to remember it. Copy it. And now in the text, I'm just going to pass in the constant text saying this. Let's get them all to the same line. Yep, there we have it. Now I'm going to save this much, also format it. So here we have it, read a privacy policy. Now we just need to first change the color, and then we need to make sure that we add a bit of padding. So now what we need to do is pass in the style property, which will be taking care of our color. So we have text style, and we'll pass in the color, which will be colors.gray. So now we'll go to our colors.art file, where we are going to create a variable for gray color, which will be colors.gray. So that in case we want to change the theme of our application, we can just change this color, gray color, to display anything else, because gray color on white color wouldn't look that well. So here we have the gray color. After that, we need to save it, and yep, there we have it. Now let's add a bit of padding. So I'm going to press Ctrl Shift R to get the refactoring options. Alternatively, you can just right click, and then you will have the refactor option. You can click over here and then wrap it with a widget. And instead of widget, we have wrap with padding, which we will click and pass in the constant over here. Remove the constant from here, and it looks good. Now let's add a bit of more padding. So we have 15 as the padding, and yep, here we have it. Looks good. But as you can see, this part over here, the accept terms and service, this is on the left side. We want it in the center. So to do that, what we are going to pass in is the text align property. So let's have text align and pass in text align dot center, and yep, we have it. After that, we will leave a bit of more spacing. So let's have constant size box and leave a height of 10. After that, we need a custom button, which will display this agree and continue. And we don't have any custom button as of now, so we will have to create this widget. Now, we can create this widget in the landing page, because this custom widget will be used in landing screen, but this custom button will be used anywhere else in our application where we need a button. So what we can do is, in the lib folder, create another folder called common. This common will share all the common things that are required in our application. For example, any enum, any repository that will contain API to our Firebase, or any utility files, any provider, all of that. So here we're going to have widgets, and in that widgets we're going to pass in the custom button dot. Here we will import the material dart package. Then we will introduce a stateless widget called custom button. Then we need to return an elevated button, where the child is going to be a text. And now we want the text. The text is going to be imported from the constructor. So let's have final string text. After that, see this bulb icon, you can click on generate constructor, pass in the text over here. Then we need a style, because this will make sure that the color is the white color. We don't want the white color, we want the black color. So we will have constant text style and pass in the color as, we can pass in colors.black, but otherwise we can just use constant black color is equal to colors.black. Now let's come back over here and pass in the black color. Great. Now we need the onPressed functionality. So let's have onPressed function. And now we need this from the constructor as well. So we have final void callback. And what this void callback is essentially this function. This is void callback. So we can just pass in void callback and have onPressed. Let's require this. So we have required this dot onPressed, and pass in the onPressed over here. After this, I think this should be enough. So let's take this custom button, go to the landing screen, pass it in, import it, and now what is the text going to be? So the text is going to be agree and continue. And in the onPressed, we just need to navigate to a new screen. As of now, let's put it empty. So here we have it. Now the color is not changed, so let's change the color and the size of our widget. So now in the custom button, what we can do is pass in the style, which will be elevated button dot style from, pass in the primary color, which will be the tab color, which is green. The green color comes in. Now we need to increase its size, so we'll pass in the minimum size as a constant size with a width of double dot infinity. That means whatever space it has, it will take that space. and the height is 50. And yep, here we have it. Now we've marked this as double dot infinity and not added any padding. That's because we're going to reuse this widget everywhere. Now to reuse it, we need to make sure that other screens can use it efficiently. So if I just put a padding, they can't increase their size manually, right? But we can decrease the size, and that decreasing can be done in the landing screen by adding a sized box or a padding widget, whatever you prefer. I think I'll go with sized box because I can then specify the width, which will be size.width into 0.75. That means 3/4 of the screen it occupies, and from the side it will leave some space because we have added in the column cross-axis alignment.center. So I'll come back over here, and there we have it. Looks great enough. Now what we need to do is whenever we click over here, we go to the input screen for the phone number. So for that, we're going to go in the features tab again, and here create a new folder called Auth, because this is the new feature of Auth where we're going to have a login screen, an OTP screen, and the user information screen where the user can enter their WhatsApp details like their name and their profile photo. So here we're going to have multiple folders. First one is the screens, as we have seen in the landing screen itself. Then it's going to be repository. What this repository will do is it will contain the code to Firebase Firestore and Firebase Authentication console. So all of the backend stuff that we're going to do is going to be in this repository tab. Another thing that we're going to have is controller, and this controller is going to get some data from the screens to this controller. So basically the screen data or whatever data we have in screens will go to this controller. Then this controller will do any input formatting that it wants to do and then send the data to this repository class. I hope that's understood. If not, don't worry. When you move ahead, you'll understand what the purpose of this is. So for now, we're going to create a login screen because we want to work on that, right? Here I'm going to import material dart, then create a stateful widget. Why we are creating stateful widget? Because we're going to use text input controller or text editing controller so that we get the dispose method. So I'm going to name this login screen. Make sure to add a constant over here because we have a constant constructor over here. Now we need, we'll create the text editing controller later on, but let's analyze the design that we need to create for the login screen. So this is how a login screen is going to look like. First, we have an enter your phone number thing, then this secondary text, then a dialog box to show that you can pick your country. Then whenever we click on it, we get a list of countries that we can pick from, and then finally enter the phone number. And there's a hidden element over here which will show the country code after we pick the country. So that we need to work on. So first thing, we will add this, and as you can see, there's this icon right here. Now this icon comes in whenever we use the app bar. So obviously this is going to be an app bar widget. So let's work on that. I'm going to return a scaffold, then add an app bar. And this app bar is going to have a title of, let's see what we have here, enter your phone number. So let's have constant text, enter your phone number. Yep. Now just to visualize it, we need to connect this to our agree and continue button, which is on this landing screen. So for that, we're going to use routes. Now we can use normal routing that we already have in this application, or we can use named routes. I'm going to go ahead with named routes because the app can get very big and you can even add your own features. So I think named route is a better thing for that. So here in the main.dart file, we're going to have an onGenerateRoute property where we are going to get settings, and then we need to pass it to a function that we will create. So for the function, we're going to create it in the lib folder itself, not in any subfolder. So we will have router.dart, and let's name this. So we have route dynamic, and then we're going to generate a route. So let's have generate route, and we're going to get route settings from here, which will be called route settings, let's say, or simply settings because we don't have any other thing that is going to be called settings. Now we will use switch and case for this because we're going to have multiple arguments for that. If else, if all of that nested things you can use, but instead of using is equal to every time, just use switch in case. It will be much more easier. So we have settings dot name. Then in the case, first thing we have the login screen. So let's create a route for login screen, which will be called static constant route name. And we're going to call this /login screen. I'm defining this route string in the login screen class itself so that it's easier for us to use it whenever we want. For example, in the router.dart and in the push named function that we're going to use later on. So let's simply go here and have login screen.route name. Now here we need to return a screen. So to return a screen, we're simply going to return a material page route. Similar to the push function that we have. For example, if I just go over here just to search throughout my project about where the push is. So here it is, navigator.authContext.push. You can see we are using this material page route. That is exactly what we are using here. The difference is later on when we register this, we don't have to always use this material page route and instead just use push named later on and just pass in login screen.route name, something like this. So it's like a one-time registration thing, and that's what we are doing right here. So here in the builder, we're going to get a context which we don't necessarily need. So you can even pass this as underscore, but let's just use context in case we need it somewhere. And here we're going to return the login screen. So we have constant login screen. And now still it's giving us an error, and if you think why this error is coming up right here as well, this is because of an extension I've installed which you can find in the extensions tab called error lens, and here you have it. After adding this, you can see all the errors right beside this, or any warnings which will be in the blue color, which you can later on see in our application because we're going to make tons of changes. Now after this case, we want a default case. So this default will be executed when none of the cases that we add match. So here we're going to simply return a material page route again and builder, but this time we're not going to return any screen because we're going to use a scaffold. Obviously you can transpose this into a different function of its own just to design the login screen, but I'm not going to do that. I'm simply going to create it here because this will be returned when there is an error in our application, because none of our screens are going to return a login screen other than the ones that we register here. So if this comes up, there is an error. So we're going to use body, and here in the body, I'm going to create a very simple widget which will come in the common tab. So here in the widgets, we have error dot. Now I'm naming it error over here, but let's just import material dot. But here I'm going to name it as a error screen. The reason for that is an error class already exists in Flutter. So if we use that, you might get confused and import the wrong package, and we don't want that. So let's just name it error screen. And this is not really a screen, but it's just a centered text. So here we are going to have final string error and generate a constructor for it, then return a centered text called error. Simply, it's not even a screen. We know I know I've named it wrong. You can even name it error widget, but this sounds correct. And the reason for that is like putting this in common widget. We're going to use it everywhere. For example, when we use Riverpod, we're going to use a stream provider. If you're coming for provider, you know what a stream provider is. If you don't worry, I'll go through it. But the basic point of this is whenever we use stream provider, there is an option to handle errors. To handle the errors, we are going to use this widget only, because every time we don't want a super fancy thing. We just want a centered text saying that this is the error that you faced. So that's exactly what I want. So in the body, I'm just going to have an error screen, pass in the error, and I think the error can be named this page does not exist, in case you want to shorten this. and parseInt doesn't exist, you can see this gives an error. To avoid that, what you want to do is before this inverted comma, just put a backslash. So this knows that you want to put this as a single inverted comma that doesn't close, but as a single inverted comma that joins two words. So yep, this solves that error. Now let's go to the main.dart file and pass in the generate route function. Make sure to import it. Here we have it. And as I was saying, this is the blue warning lines that you see. This is all because of error lens. Obviously, I'm not going to remove all of these warnings for now because we know we need mobile layout screen when persisting the state in our application. But here we have router.dart. So yes, we have it. Now let's go to our landing screen so that we can attach a login screen to a landing screen. So right at the top, I'm going to create a function called void navigate to login screen. And I'm going to need a build context since we're not in a stateful widget, because I want to use navigator dot push named, which requires a build context. And then to pass in the route name, it's pretty simple. Login screen dot route name. Oops, route name. Yeah. Now you can take this login screen, go down to the agree and continue button, and pass in navigate to login screen, passing in the context. Please don't do this, otherwise it will give you an error, but do it like this so that we store the address of the function. Great. Now if I come back over here and click on agree and continue, you can see this showing up, but the app bar is pretty different. To fix this app bar, what we need to do is go to the main.dart file and make some tweaks in our theme. So here I'm going to pass in an app bar theme, which is going to be a constant app bar theme. So this theme basically defines the whole theme of our application. So I've passed in the scaffold background color, which was in an earlier video, which was the part 1 WhatsApp UI video. That changed the whole background color in the scaffold of every screen that we ever entered. So right now we created this new scaffold and it had a different color, even this. So that's what we're going to do with theme. Every time we add an app bar, this is the theme that is to be followed until and unless you yourself go in the scaffold and change the app bar's theme, right? So now in the app bar theme, what we need to do? Well, change the color obviously. So we just pass in the color as app bar color. Where is this app bar color coming from? You guessed it right, in colors.dart file. Here we have it. So let's come back to our login screen and let's see how our app is looking. Looks pretty good. Still the issue is that it's very up and we don't want that. So in the title, we are going to pass in elevation as 0. And this looks good, but the color isn't matching, right? We changed the app bar's theme, but that was for other, you can say other screens, because later on when we go to the other screens, you'll have this app bar showing up. For example, let me show you a demo. This is the create group screen. So in this create group screen, you can see this is the app bar that we're using. Instead of manually putting the colors, we can just define a global app bar theme. But here it doesn't match it because what we want looks like this, and the background color over here and the background color of this app bar are the same. So to avoid that, we are going to set a color over here, just overriding the global theme. So we have background color as background color, again coming from colors.dart file. After saving it, you can see both of these colors match and it looks like this. Now we need to pass in this text and this whole column thing. So let's define this column. We will have in the body a column which will have children, and the first child we're going to have is a constant text saying WhatsApp will need to verify your phone number, and save that. We have it. Now we need to center it. Obviously we will use cross-axis alignment just like the previous case. So we have cross-axis alignment.center. It doesn't change anything, but when we add more elements, you can see that it will change. Don't worry about it. After this, we will need a constant sized box of height 10. Then a text button saying that we need to pick a country. So let's have a text button. The reason we are not using custom button is because it uses elevated button. We want a text button. That's why. Now in the onPress, we will just put an empty function for now. Later on, we will change it. And the child is going to be a text saying pick country. And yep, I think that's good enough. Also put a constant text. Let's come back here. Looks pretty good. Now finally we need a phone number, but as I said, there's a hidden element over here which you can't see in the screenshot. But basically whenever we click on this pick country, it will display a list of countries, and based on that it will show us the country code. So let's create that after leaving some space. So let's copy this, paste it down, and let's leave a space of 5. Then a row. The row will have children, and the first is the country code. Let's put something static for now. Later on, when we add the country selecting part, we can change it. So we have plus 91. Then we need a sized box so that we separate some width. So we have width 10. Then we need a sized box again for width size dot width into 0.7. Now you might be really confused what I'm doing here. Basically, I've used the country code, then left some space because this is a row. It will do it in the width direction, and then we want a size box of size.width into 0.7. Like the previous screen, size is media query.of context.size. So let's copy that from the landing screen. Come back here, put it in the build function, and yep. Now we have size.width into 0.7 so that it occupies 0.7% of the screen. And we want a text field over here. So we will have text field. The controller obviously is going to be a phone number controller. So let's define it up at the top. So we have final phone controller equal to text editing controller. Also, before I forget it, let's dispose it off. So we have phone controller dot dispose. Let's come down, add phone controller over here. Then we need a decoration which will be constant input decoration, and the hint text is going to be phone number, and it's all going to be lowercase because that's how WhatsApp is. It's not capitalized by one letter from the start. It's like this. So I'm adding like that. And now, yep, we have it. Phone number like this, but this doesn't look very good because there is some padding that is needed from the left. So let's add padding. And as a matter of fact, we need it even year, and year. So let's wrap our entire column with the padding widget. So I'm pressing Ctrl+Shift+R, the refactoring option, and wrapping it with a padding option. Now here we will have constant edges in sets.all 15. Save it. It looks good enough, but let's try 18. And here it is. Looks good. Now after this, we want a button to be here. There are two ways of handling this. Well, first is to wrap all of this in one column and then this as a separate widget in the parent column, so that we can then use main axis alignment dot space between. But I'm going to go the easier way. Obviously you all can figure out a way of doing it. Basically what I'm telling is wrap this in a column, then use this in a parent column, and then in the parent column use main axis alignment dot space between. Y'all will be able to do it. I'm going to go the easier way. Basically after this row, I'm going to leave a space of size.height into 0.6, and here we need to mention the height. So we have height as size.height into 0.6. Then we need a custom button. So again we have to wrap it with a size box so that we can specify a width. So we have width as 90, and the child is going to be the custom button make sure to import it correctly. And then we need to pass in an onPress. For now, it's going to be an empty function and the text is going to be next. Yep. So here we have it. Looks good. If you want to tweak any of these settings or just use the column way that I mentioned, y'all can go ahead and absolutely do it. But for now, I think this part is done. The next part is to click on this and show the country dialog box. So to pick the country, obviously we will use a package. So this is a package that we're going to use, country_picker, and it was published 2 months ago. So we are going to use this. You can obviously check out other country picker plugins that are available on pub.dev. Just simply search here and it will give you the result. I'm going to go ahead with this. So let's copy this, pass it in our .add dependency, terminate our app execution, and after the Flutter pub get is run, we can run our application. So let's create a function to pick up the country, and it's going to be very simple. So we're going to have void pick country, and here we're going to use this plugin. Now, just for your future reference, how are we going to pick the countries, right? So here, if you scroll down, you can see that first of all import this library, and then this is the dialog that we need to use. Show country picker, just like show dialog box, all of show snack bar. I mean, that is a function that we create, but the show function that we need to use, pass in the context, show phone code, that is optional, and on select. So whenever it is selected, what do you want to do? So obviously we're going to use that. Here we are just going to type in show country picker, pass in the context. Since we are in the stateful widget, we already have access to context. Then we need an on select, and in this on select we're going to have country, which is a class that is created by this country picker plugin itself. So we're going to name this as _country because we're going to have one global variable called country. So let's create that. We have country, which will be nullable because initially this country is going to be null, because later on we're going to check if the country is null, then we don't need to show any of this country code, and if it's not null, then we need to show the country code, right? So whenever a country is selected, what we need to do is country equal to _country, and obviously we need to use set state. So let's have set state and pass this in. Why are we using set state? Because we set our global variable country to this country. Now to show the country code, because it's no longer null, we want to tell our build function to run again. That is what set state is going to do. So here scroll down, and in the children we're going to check if using the collections. So if country is not equal to null, then add this text. And what is the text going to be? Well, it's going to be plus, because we want to show +91 +254 plus whatever your country code is. That's what I mean. So here plus, and then obviously dollar, because we want to interpolate the string, use a string value with this plus. So here we're going to have country dot phone code, and this country can be nullable because that's what our global variable is. So I'm using exclamation mark, and we are sure that this country is not going to be null because we have used a condition that if country is not null, then we need to show this phone code, right? Now after saving this, let's see what we get. I'll click on agree and continue again. Pick a country. We're not seeing anything at all, and the reason for that is we have not bound this function pick country to this text button. So let's pass this in the pick country, and we're not doing something like this, which should work because we don't have to pass in any arguments, so we can just do this. So coming back here, click on pick country. Here it is. It matched the theme of our application and showed us a black country picker. So here in the search I can put in India, And yep, we have +91 showing up. If I'm from United States, I can click here and we have +1. If I'm from, let's say, Angola, I can click here and we have 244. Sorry if I missed your country, you can try it on your own. So after having this, what we need to do is whenever we click on next, we want an OTP to be sent to the number that is displayed over here. So let's do that. So for authentication, we have to make certain changes in our console and in our Android part of the application. So what we need to do is go in the authentication tab and it will create a project shortcut here. Then we need to click on get started. And here we are in the sign in method tab. Here we need to enable phone authentication. So we can click on enable. And if you want, you can follow along, but I'm already familiar with what I need to do. And actually we have completed all the steps except one, that is for the Android part. So yep. And if you want, you can add phone numbers for testing, including your own and the verification code. But if you don't want to do it, don't worry. Just click on save here. We have the phone part. So coming back to the users tab, and now as I said, we need to mention something. So in the project settings, we need to mention the SHA-1 key, which is required whenever we use Google sign-in or phone number sign-in, or for Firebase deep linking stuff, which we're not covering in this clone. So scroll down and here we see the Android application. Here we need to add the SHA fingerprint. So to get the SHA-1 key, you can visit the Stack Overflow website. I'll mention this link in the description below. And for debug mode, we need to use this. For release mode, this. We are in the debug mode, so we are going to copy this, put it in the terminal and click on enter. If this doesn't work for you, what you can do is scroll down and look at other answers, and that should give you the answer. Until you get the right one, keep scrolling. But I already got my SHA-1 fingerprint, so I'm just going to copy that, paste this in and click on save. And as you can see, I'm getting an error over here. This error is because I already have a project that is running with the same package name and with the same SHA-1 key. That's why it's giving me this error. Now to resolve it, what I can do is delete that project or continue to work in that project. So what I'm going to do is delete that project entirely and come back here. So here it is. I've deleted it. Now I'll come back to my WhatsApp thing and put my SHA-1 key. I think again it will give this error because it takes time to refresh. If not, then it's great. I'll click on save. Yep, it is giving me this error. So let's wait for some time until it resolves this issue. And by chance, if you're facing this kind of issue, I would recommend you to change the app package name using this plugin or the rename plugin, whatever plugin you find useful and easy to follow along. You can just install this plugin as a dev dependency, I guess, in your application, and then follow along with this documentation and change the package name to whatever you want. For this, it's in the build.gradle file. It's com.example.whatsapp UI. You can change it according to your preference. Since I already had a project with this, I got this error. So yeah, just follow along. Now I'll try to add the fingerprint again, and successfully it got saved in the SHA-1 fingerprint certificates. If it's still not working for you, just try to refresh or start this console again and try it again. Great. Now after having this, we need to install Google services.json file. It will come in my downloads folder. Where we want to save it is in this Android/app part, and replace this Google services.json file with our own. So click on Finder. In the downloads, I can find Google services 3.json. So I can just drag it in this part. I can delete the existing Google services.json file. And here I'm going to rename this to Google services.json file. Great. Having this, I'm going to restart my application and then try to run the authentication part. And we are not able to debug here because this is for the build.gradle file. We have to come to the .dart file and then run it without debugging so that it identifies that we are running a Flutter file. Alright, so our app has connected pretty fast, and I'll close this downloads folder. Now we need to work on this authentication part. So for that, as I mentioned, we're going to work in the repository. So we'll create a new class called auth underscore repository.dart file. Here create auth repository. What do we need to do here? Well, let's create our function first. But before that, we need to get instances of Firebase auth and Firestore. So what we're going to do is accept it from constructor. If you're wondering why we are accepting it from constructor, it's because it will make our unit testing quite easier in our application. Now, we are not going to add unit testing, or I'm not going to cover it in our application this time, but I'm going to start a unit testing and a Flutter app testing series very soon. So you can follow along with that by watching that tutorial and adding unit test in your application. I'm not sure how much testable the code is going to be that we write here, but these are the basic steps because this will help in dependency injection. I'll explain more of that in those Flutter app testing series and other videos that are going to come up soon. So here we want auth, then we want a Firebase Firestore variable, and we are going to accept that from the constructor. So we have to create a constructor. After that, we are going to create some functions. So the first function that we're going to have is a sign in with phone function. So let's call it void sign in with phone. Obviously, we're going to require the phone number as an input. So let's have phone number. And this is going to be asynchronous. We need a try catch block because we're going to send some HTTP calls, which is in the back of this Firebase thing that we're going to use. So we're going to have try and catch block. And here we're going to use snack bar, but obviously I don't think I've created this function here. So we need to create that in the utility file. Now this utility file is going to live inside this common folder. So we have utils, and let's call this file as utils.dart. Here we are going to create a function called show snack bar. We're going to require a build context, and see that I've created a named argument for this because we're going to use the snack bar everywhere, so we don't want to get confused. And here we're going to require string content. And here we need to write that enormous code of scaffold messenger.auth context.show snack bar. And here we need to pass in snack bar, which will have a content, which will simply be a text of content. This is all the boilerplate code that is required to make a snack bar. We'll come back in the auth repository. In the catch block, we will have show snack bar. We'll pass in the context, but for context, we need a build context right in the parameter. And then a content. Content is going to be e.toString, or if you want, you can just write on Firebase auth exception. And that will get this e as a Firebase auth exception message. So you can simply use e.message. Both of these things work. Now in the try block, we are going to have await auth.verify phone number. We need to pass in the phone number which we got from the input. Then we need verification completed. So whenever the user verifies it, we want to make sure that the user signs in with their credentials. So here we are going to have phone auth credential and pass in the credential as a parameter name, which will again be an asynchronous function because we are going to call await auth.signin with credential. Now if you're wondering how I know all of this, it's just because of the Firebase or documentation that you can find online. All of this is mentioned there. But what I've done basically is this will verify the phone number on Android and iOS. If you're configuring for web, I would recommend you to check out the video on Flutter Firebase authentication that I've created. It will be mentioned in the top right card and in the description below. You'll understand how all of this works. But to briefly explain this, this is the verify phone number, which will basically take the input as phone number and then send the OTP. And then after the OTP matches with the OTP that the user has entered, we are going to send auth.signin with credential. That means we are sign in. This is basically like sign in with email and password. So that means we can sign in. Now we have verification failed in case the user has failed it. So we are just going to throw an exception saying e.message, because this is of the type Firebase auth exception. Just like the catch block that we had, we are having something like this over here. Then we are going to have code sent, which will be string verification ID. So that means that the OTP that Firebase had created, and then the resend token. This will be asynchronous function again. And then what we need to do? Well, whenever Firebase sends an OTP, we need to go to the OTP screen, right? So we need to create this OTP screen. We can create that in the auth folder itself. So we have OTP underscore screen dot. Let's import a material package, create a stateful widget, because again, we are going to have text editing controller here. So we have constant OTP screen. We're going to have a scaffold that is going to be returned and a static constant string route name. And this route name is going to be /OTP screen. Great. Now after having this, we are going to go in the router.dart, copy this login screen, paste it over here, and we are going to have OTP screen dot route name. And here we are again going to return an OTP screen. So in the auth repository, what we can do is navigator dot push named and pass in the route name as OTP screen. Let's see if I got it correct. OTP screen dot route name. And finally, we need code auto retrieval timeout, for which we are going to receive a verification ID, and we can just keep it as an empty function. It won't matter for us. But this basically means that auto resolution has timed out. So yeah. So this is our function, but you might see some missing logic over here. Basically, what has happened is after this verify phone number is done, after the user inputs the correct phone number, all of this is done, the code is sent. Now after the code is sent, we are going to the OTP screen. Now after we go to the OTP screen, how are we going to get access to this OTP that Firebase sends to us, and how do we match it with the OTP that the user enters, right? So that is the logic that's missing. Now if we come back to the OTP screen, we need to add some thing in the constructor, which is final string verification ID. Imported from the constructor. This verification ID is the verification ID that Firebase sends to our application. And from this OTP screen, we are going to make sure that whatever OTP that user enters and whatever OTP that Firebase has are matched together, so that we can verify the OTP using Firebase method itself, right? So in the auth repository, we are going to pass it through arguments. Now to get access to argument, we obviously need to pass in the verification ID. So we can go to the router.dart file. So we have router.dart, and here we are going to have final verification ID as setting dot argument, and which will be treated as a string because this is an object. It can be a string as well. So here we are just going to take this constant out because we are going to pass in a verification ID that is coming from the arguments. And now all of this is set. So let's see if we get the OTP, because till now we should get the OTP. The user will not be registered to the Firebase console. We should get the OTPs. Everything is correct. So I'm just going to pass in India over here, and then in the phone number, and then pass in my phone number, and then click on next. Nothing happens, and the reason for that is we have not bound that function. Now to bound that function is a whole procedure in itself. Let's look at it. So why is this folder structure going to be complicated? Well, I already told you that we're going to follow a bit of complex pattern in the folder structure, but it's going to be very scalable. So what we are going to do is this UI screens part, the UI files are directly going to talk with the controller. This controller is going to be Auth Controller that we need to create. Before creating that, we need to install some dependency, which is a state management tool, but we'll get to it. So these screens will talk to this controller. This controller is going to talk with the repository. These screens cannot directly talk to this repository because in case we want to add some formatting or anything, we need to do that in the controller to keep our screens, very plain and simple, and not add much of business logic there, because it's always advisable to keep your business logic away from your UI code. Both should be pretty separate, and that would be a very good thing. That's what we are trying to achieve. So for that, the pattern is going to be a bit complex, because in there we are also going to add a bit of a dependency injection. Now, what is dependency injection? It is a technique that will make the class, for example, we have this auth repository class, independent of these dependencies. For example, you could see we have imported these through constructors. We ideally should have done, just created a class, for example, final auth1, because I've taken auth here. Auth1 is equal to Firebase auth.instance. And it should have worked. We could have used auth1 instead, but we did not do that because we are trying to make this class independent of its dependencies. We are not depending on these for our work. You can consider it like that. It will basically help in the solid principles if you're familiar with that. I'm not going to dive into that. We don't have much time for that. So for this dependency injection, state management, there is only one solution for us, which is Riverpod. And I mean, by one solution, I mean there are many more solutions. You can obviously check them out like Git, but I like Riverpod the most. It's pretty easy to use, and it's basically a rewrite of the provider package. If you're familiar with that, Riverpod should be pretty easy for you. And if you don't have any knowledge about provider, a link will be mentioned in the description to check out to learn provider pretty quickly. So if you want to know more about Riverpod, because obviously we won't be able to cover everything that's there in Riverpod, you can check out their documentation by clicking here. And yep, you can read everything over here. And if you want to go to their official website, it will be riverpod.dev. Yep. And there are multiple versions of it, like Hooks Riverpod, which allows you to use Riverpod with Flutter Hooks package. And if you want, you can just use the Flutter Riverpod package that we are going to use. You can check this out, Flutter Riverpod. This is the one that we're going to use. This Riverpod is for dependency management in Dart applications, but this is for Flutter, and this provides us with specific widgets in Flutter using these state management tools that will really help us grow our app very quickly. Alright, so just copy this, and actually not copy this because this is of the version 1.0.4 and it is the latest stable version. We're going to use the pre-release version because I'm pretty sure it's going to be out very soon, Flutter Riverpod 2.0. You can use this. Usually Flutter Riverpod packages are very stable on the pre-release version, especially for people like us. So we don't have to worry much about it. We can just go in the side and install it in pubspec.yaml. So go to your pubspec.yaml and add it. After adding it, go to the auth repository, and now we need to make sure that we provide this auth repository to the auth controller class. We haven't created the auth controller class, but we are going to create it soon. But for auth repository, we need to make sure that we provide this instance of the class to our auth controller, and Riverpod is pretty good with that. It will just help us do that easily. So we have final auth repository provider, and you need to make sure that you add this line globally. It should not be there in any class. It should not be there in any function. You have to provide it globally. For people who are scared of global variables, I understand, but you don't need to worry about it. It's immutable. So you just need to do provider and then it will get some ref. I'll explain it to you what ref means. If you just hover over this, you can see it is of the type provider ref. We're going to use provider ref somewhere else in our application and probably of multiple times. So I'll explain it to you. And if you want to know a very small explanation about it, provider ref basically allows us to interact with other providers. For example, we have this auth repository provider, and then we are going to have an auth controller provider. So if we want that auth controller provider to access this auth repository provider, we need to pass in and use this provider ref, because it will enable us to call this auth repository provider in our application or in our provider. If you got very confused with that, when we see the example, you'll get very clear with it. Now we just need to pass in this auth repository over here and then pass in Firebase auth dot instance and Firebase Firestore dot instance. Now our class does not depend on Firebase Firestore or any of that. It accepts it from the constructor. And we have also provided the instance of this auth repository class to our to any of the things that we want to use. For example, this auth controller that we are going to create. So let's create it. Auth controller.dart file. What is the task of this auth controller? Again, just call the auth repository file, and if there's any input formatting required, just do that. So now we will create the class auth controller. Then we require auth repository over here, and again we are not using anything like auth repository is equal to auth repository. Reason I've already mentioned to you before. If you already forgot it, don't worry, it's normal. Basically, we need this class to be independent of the dependencies. Even auth repository is a dependency because you can see it's another class dependent, right? So yep, we just take this from the constructor, and when we use the provider global variable, even for this we obviously have to create it because we need to use this auth controller class in login screen. To use it in the login screen, we have to make sure that this auth controller's instance is available to that login screen. So now let's generate the constructor and now create a function called sign in with phone. So let's say sign in with phone. We will require a build context and a phone number, exactly what the sign in with phone number requires. If you want to do any input formatting, you can obviously go ahead and do so, but I'm not going to do any of that. All I want to do is auth repository dot sign in with phone, pass in the context, the phone number, and we're done. Great. Now we need to provide this auth controller to our screen, so we have to use the provider. That's a good way to remember it if you want to. So we will just use final auth controller provider, which is equal to provider ref, and then we need to use obviously the auth repository so that we can use return the auth controller, right? So if you just take a look at it, we need to return auth controller's instance, right? So here we are going to do return auth controller, but now we need to pass in auth repository. Where are we going to get the auth repository from? We cannot do this, right? I mean, auth repository and then pass in auth Firestore. We have done a way for that. We have found a way to avoid that thing. And what is that thing? Obviously, we will get this auth repository provider in our application. So what we're going to do is final auth repository, because it's an instance of that class, and we will use ref. As I mentioned, this is provider ref. It allows us to interact with other providers. So we will use ref dot watch. What is watch? If you are coming from provider, it's basically provider dot of context dot and whatever you want. For example, if this is auth repository, then it will do auth repository, and yep, that's exactly what ref.watch is. So we are just going to do that. So we have ref.watch and pass in auth repository provider, which is the global variable. So we are accessing it from our application. And again, this provider is going to be global. All the providers in our application are going to be global, and they have to be global. Make sure it's a rule in Riverpod. Even this Auth Controller class is there. Outside of that is our Auth Controller provider. Alright. Now we have the instance of this auth repository, so we can copy that, paste it here, and done. We are done. That's how simple it was. And if you didn't understand it properly, we are going to use that folder structure and all of this in our application. So this is just the auth feature. When we go to other features like chatting, group, landing, status, all of that, we're again going to use similar things. So chill out. So we have Auth Controller. Alright. Now we go to the login screen, and we need to make sure that we use this Auth Controller that we have. So whenever the user enters their phone number. So whenever the user clicks on this next button after using phone number and country, we need to make sure that we go and call this Auth Controller, which will in turn call the auth repositories function, which is this, and we communicate with Firebase. So we are going to create a function for that. Let's call this void send phone number, because we are not actually verifying the phone number, right? So it's good to have good variable and descriptive functions name. So we are sending the phone number to the OTP screen. So that's what I'm going to call it. And here we need to get access to our phone number. So here we have string phone number is equal to phone number controller, phone controller dot text dot trim. And why are we trimming it? Just to check if country is not equal to null and phone number is not empty. So if country is null, that means that the user has not selected any country, and if phone number is empty, that means that the user has not entered anything, and we need to trim it, because if the user just enters a space, then it will just go and validate it. That doesn't make sense, right? So we are just doing if country is not null, that means that the user has selected a country, and phone number is not empty, that means the user has typed a number. Then we need to use ref.read. Now where is this ref coming from? Exactly, where do we get the ref from? For that, we have to make this whole class, this whole stateful widget, into a consumer. Now again, if you're coming from Riverpod, you already know what a consumer is. To access ref in our application, which is going to be of the type widget ref. Now what is widget ref? We'll get to it. But basically what we need to do is everywhere where there's stateful widget, we need to change it. So we need to, you can just, if you're on Mac, just use option button and click over here, and just type in consumer stateful widget. And then click command full stop and import the Flutter Riverpod library. With this, we will have access to ref. If you scroll down, you can see ref is now defined, and it is of the type widget ref. If you hover over this, you can already see an object that allows widgets to interact with providers. What was provider ref? Yep, you got it right. Provider ref was used to interact provider with provider, and widget ref, it makes widget interact with provider. Provider ref interacts provider with provider, and widget ref makes widget interact with provider by making this ref accessible to us. Now with this ref, we already get so many functions. You can just take a look at this. We're going to use some of this like read, watch, and listen. So here we're going to have ref dot, and what do we need to do? We need to read. Why do we need to read, and what is read? If you're coming from provider, it's provider dot of context listen set to false. So that is read. You can actually use all of that in provider also. Instead of doing this, you can just do context dot read and you have access to that instead of writing that whole boilerplate code. But yep, there we have it. So we need to read this because it's just a one-time thing. We don't need to continuously take a look at it and see if there is any changes over there in the auth controller provider. We just need to call the function. So we are just going to use auth controller provider dot sign with phone. We pass in the context since we are in a stateful widget. It is consumer stateful widget, but basically you can, if you just come over here, it's a consumer stateful widget that extends a stateful widget. That means it has all the properties of stateful widget, except some that have been overridden or some that have been added. So we have everything in our hand, and we use ref.read.signin with phone number. Having that, we are done. But is that all that we want? Because phone number is going to be phone number controller's text. So user can type in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And that's all that we have. But for Firebase to log in, we need to pass in a number like +1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We don't need to pass in this. Otherwise it will fail. The authentication part will fail and Firebase auth will give us error. We need to add this country code, and that country code is dependent on whatever country the user is picking. So for that, what we need to do is make this a string, put a $sign so that the string knows that this is a variable that we are using, and then pass in plus and then the country code. So plus $country dot phone code, and we are putting in null operator because our global variable is nullable, and here we have already checked country is not equal to null. So what we have done is this will give us the country code. So plus, let's say 91, and then phone number, which will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And there we have it. We have completed everything. I should hope so. So let's run our application. But before running our application, there's very big important step that we forgot. And that is in the main.dart file, we need to wrap our my app widget over here. We are running the app with my app widget. We need to wrap this with a provider scope widget. Now, what is this provider scope? Provider scope widget is provided by Riverpod that keeps track, or you can say it consists of the state of the application. So whatever data you're saving in provider or in any other provider that we're going to create, if you're familiar with provider, like the provider plugin, you already know that there are multiple types of provider. For example, stream provider, future provider, the normal provider, and in Riverpod you also have state notifier provider. We're going to use that excessively. So for that, to save all of that, we are wrapping our whole app widget with provider scope. So we put in a const over here, and yeah, that's our task, and we completed that. So if you don't do this, it will obviously give you errors and it will not work well. Now let's run our application. And while the application is running, I'll take some time to talk to you about Riverpod. If you scroll down, you can see that it is a state management library that catches programming errors at compile time rather than at runtime. What does this mean? If you make any errors related to provider or any other Riverpod things, it will make sure that it gives you errors like this missing error. For example, if you have this missing error, you can see it's already giving us an error. This is a compile time error. And runtime error is anything that you see over here that doesn't work. So it will give you programming error at compile time rather than at runtime, which is a great time saver. You don't have to wait for your app to compile, and you can just see the nuances in your code and fix them up. And it will ensure that the code is testable. Yep, we have it. As I've already mentioned, it helps in dependency injection, which is a big deal. Then we have removes nesting for listening or combining objects. For example, if you're familiar with provider, we need to use proxy provider to listen to other providers, and it's all kind of very terrible in my opinion. So instead of doing that, we can just use Riverpod. If you scroll down more, you can see basic examples of counter provider and all of that, which will be very helpful to you if you're just beginning out. But if you have understood till now, it's going to be a piece of cake for you. Just follow along. Alright, now that our app has launched, let's click on agree and continue and enter a phone number. So let's say 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. I'll click on next. Nothing is happening as it should. Nothing should happen because in our login screen we have added this condition, and also we have not bound this function to our next button. Let's quickly save this, and now let's try to click on next. Still nothing happens. Great. If you want, you can just show a snack bar over here. For example, else show snack bar, and the content is going to be fill out all the fields. Now if we click on next, fill out all the fields. Now let's pick a country. I'm going to go ahead with India. And here I'm going to disable this screen so that you don't see my phone number. After that, click on next. And here you can see we are getting an error in iOS part. And the reason for that is we have not added the custom URL scheme in our application. To add that, what we need to do is, first of all, minimize this Android folder, go to iOS, open it in Xcode. So for this, we have two steps that are missing. First step is to go to this project settings and here scroll down, go to the iOS part we configured for Android, and we will check for Android as well. But I think we did not do anything for iOS. We need to first of all download Google Service Info.plist file. After having that, we need to go in the Finder, in the downloads, take this Google Service Info and just paste it in over here and click on finish. Here also I need to rename it. So here just name it as Google Service Info.plist file, and yep, but it should be in runner/runner file. Make sure to do that. After that, what we need to do is go to this Google Service Info. We have reversed client ID. We need to take this, copy it, go to runner main part, then in info, click on this URL type, click on this plus button, and then add this URL. So you will just paste it in and click on enter. After that, yep, we have it saved. Now we can close this Xcode, come back here, and if you go in the info.plist file here and scroll down, you can see now we have a different looking thing. And if you see this git status, that means this part has been changed, and this was changed when we used Xcode and added that plus icon and all of that. So it added this URL scheme to our application which was missing. Now we are good to go. So let's stop the app execution and start it again. Alright, so our app has launched, and if we come back here, let's close this Finder, click on agree and continue, pick a country, let's say India. I'm going to enter my phone number, so again I'll shut the screen. After that, click on next, and here it is, human verification, and there we have it. We are on the OTP screen. We are not even getting any error, and if you see, we are actually on the OTP screen. So that means it has worked. If I just check my phone number, I should have gotten an OTP, and yes I do, and it's already here. If it's not there in your phone, you might have to check your spam folder because we are still sending it from an insecure URL. Now we need to design the OTP screen, and after that we need to verify that OTP which the user has entered. Let's do that. So designing the OTP screen should be fairly simple. If we just come over here in the simulator screen, we have this app bar similar to the previous screen. Then we need to add this small text and then this text field with this hint of pin code, and we're done. We are going to auto retrieve the SMS, or we are going to add the SMS and then check if the length is 6. Then we are going to automatically detect this OTP and verify it with our server. We don't need the next button for that. Now in the app bar, we are going to have a simple app bar just like the previous screen. So let's just go to the login screen and copy this app bar. So here we go and paste it over here. Import the background color obviously. And now let's see the text that we need. Verifying your number. So let's write it. Verifying your number. Then we need to save that and let's see what we get. Yep, looks good. Now we need to add the body. Body is going to be very simple. Since there are multiple elements, we need a column. After the column, we need children. And then we need a constant sized box that says height 20. Leave constant over here. After that, we need a constant text that says this line. So let's just copy it and paste it over here. After that, we need a size box. And then we are going to say width going to be 50% of the entire screen size. So what is 50% of entire screen size? Basically, you can see that this text field is basically occupying the 50% thing of the whole text field. If we just put in the text field, it will take in the maximum amount of space it's given. And we don't want that. We want it to be constrained to this specific height. So we need it width. But now what is the width going to depend on? The screen's width, right? So we are going to use media query for that. So we'll have final size equal to media query dot of context dot size, not width, dot size. And we will take the size property and pass in size dot width into 0.5. After that, we need the child as the text field and we want it to be decorated. Now what is the decoration going to be like? We just want this hint text to be shown. So let's have the decoration as input decoration and obviously it's going to be constant. So we have input decoration and pass in the hint text. Hint text is going to consist of this, which is basically hyphens separated by a space. So we just put in this and make sure it's 6 because OTP is going to be of the 6 length. Then we need to pass in hint style, which will be text style, and we need to specify a font size, which is 30, so that it looks big enough, just like it's not, any hyphens, but looks like we need to enter OTP. Now there are multiple problems here. First problem is the alignment. So we'll just wrap this column with a center widget, save it, and this is all in center. We need to center this hint text. So what we can do is after adding a comma here, we will add a text align property, which will be text align.center because we want the text to be aligned in the center, including the hint text and the text that we enter. For example, if I add 8 over here, you see. After that, we want to set a keyboard type because we want user to only input the number. So yep, because OTP is always going to be number, right? And then finally an onChange method. What is this onChange for? Basically, as I said, we are not going to have any next button. So every time a user enters some digit like this, we want to make sure that we verify that the length is equal to 6. So if the length of the string that we have entered till now is 6, is it 6? No, it's 3. If it's 6, then we are going to verify this OTP by creating a method and call to Firebase auth again. So that is what the onChange is going to be. Here it's going to return a value because what has changed? What is now the total string value? So that's what we need. So for now it's going to be empty and we have designed the OTP screen. Now the next step is to add the verify OTP thing. So we are going to first create a method for that in the auth repository. So here in the auth repository, we need to create another file or another function, I must say. So we are going to call this void verify OTP. What this will do is basically it will take in the OTP that was generated that we passed in the login screen to the OTP screen in the constructor, the verification ID. We're going to take that and the input of the user, what the user has entered, their OTP, and then use the method of this sign in with credential and we're going to sign the user in. That's exactly what we want to do. So here what we need is three things. Well, first of all, build context. That's very important to display errors. Then we need verification ID, which is the verification ID that is passed through the constructor. And finally, the user's OTP. So that means user OTP. Great. Now we need to create this function, obviously asynchronous try and catch block. And here we need to pass in our on Firebase auth exception. So let's add that. Then we need to show a snack bar. So let's copy it. Go down and add the snack bar. Now in the try block, we need to create this phone auth credential. If you see, we need this to sign in so that it gets registered on the console. If you just go to the Firebase database, in the authentication console, you can see that there are no users. In spite of us passing the phone number and getting the OTP, there are no users here. And that's because we have not used this function auth.signin with credential. To get registered, he needs to sign in with credential. Now we need to get this credential. What is this credential going to be? If you're using email password authentication, that credential is going to be automatically signed in when you use sign in with email and password. That will automatically be created behind the scenes and all of that stuff will be done. But with this, we are basically telling that we have our own credentials with us through which we need to sign in. And these credentials can be anything. If you're using Google authentication, it will be Google auth credential, and Facebook auth credential. All of that is provided by their plugins. For phone authentication, it's provided by phone auth itself. So we have phone auth credential, which will be equal to phone auth provider dot credential, and then we need to pass in the verification ID and the SMS code, which will be user OTP. Sweet. And there we have it. We are done. We've signed in the user. Now we just need to make sure that we go to the other screen. So what we need to do is navigator dot push named, and let's say push named and remove until, and then we need to pass in the route name. Now the route name is going to be a bit different. For now, what we can pass in is a very simple widget. So let's say user information screen, which will be in the auth screen itself. So let's say user underscore information underscore screen dot import material dot create a stateless widget. As of now, we'll call this user information screen. Obviously, we're going to change this to stateful widget. We need that. We will name this static constant string route name equal to / user information. Also, we will just replace this with a scaffold, not a container. Otherwise, the black screen will come in. Go to the router dot to register this. So let's just copy this, paste it here, and have user information screen dot route name. Here we need to pass in the user information screen. So let's pass that in, and it doesn't require any constructor as of now. Later on, we can obviously change it. And here we are. And this doesn't require any verification ID or anything at all. So yeah, there it is. We're safe. Now we just need to pass in this new route name. So that will be login screen dot, no, sorry, not login screen, user information screen dot route name. We're already familiar with the drill. So I paste through this, and we should connect this to our controller. So let's go in the auth controller, create a function. So we have void sign in with phone. Similar to that, we are going to have verify OTP. So we have verify OTP. We need the build context, the string as verification ID, and then finally the user OTP. And here we are going to use the method of verify OTP. We need to pass in the build context, verification ID, and user OTP. We're done. Simple enough. Let's put trailing comma so that it formats, and here we have it. Having this in place, let's go. We have already provided all of this, so we don't need to worry about anything else. We can go to the OTP screen and here add our logic. So here the logic is going to be pretty simple. So let's create a function for this. And as I think of it, I don't think we need a stateful widget anymore because we're not using any text editing controller. even though we're using text field, we don't need to use text editing controller, and that's because we've used onChanged over here. We don't require the text editing controller. So we can just remove all of this. So from here, you can click on Shift and delete everything till here. We are getting this error over here. Don't worry. We'll just convert this to stateless widget and we are done. Simple. Now we're going to create a function for this called void verify OTP, and this will get access to build context first of all, and then the user entered OTP, right? Because we don't have the text editing controller, we're going to get that from this onChanged itself. And now we're going to call that Auth Controller provider, and for that we need widget ref. So first of all, you know the drill. Convert the stateless widget to a consumer widget. In case of stateful widget, we added consumer stateful widget. If we just go to the login screen, you will see we've used consumer stateful widget. But in stateless widget, what we need to use is a consumer widget. So use consumer widget, again resolve the error by importing Flutter Riverpod, and there we have it. Now you see this build function gives us error. Earlier it did not give us any error, but this build function now gives us an error because so whenever we use consumer widget, we will get this error because in the build function we need to add this widget ref. Just like build context is not available in stateless widget throughout the methods. For example, if we use context, we won't get access to it if we just remove this parameter, right? Because context is not there, state is not created, no context is there in stateless widget. But in stateful widget, if you go, for example, if you go in the login screen, you can see we can use context over here. There is a context. Similar to that, we have the widget ref. So we want widget ref over here. And as we know, widget ref communicates from the widget to the providers. So from the widgets, you can just communicate with any provider. So now we also want access to widget ref. So let's add them here. Yeah. Now we can take this widget ref dot read again and pass in auth controller provider and call verify OTP. We need to pass in the build context, the verification ID, the user OTP, all of that through the parameters. Again, just to explain, because of this consumer widget, we got widget ref here. If you convert this back to stateless widget, obviously this widget ref will go. But since we are extending to a consumer widget, we are getting widget ref over here. I hope that was very clear. Now we can just take this verify OTP function and scroll down. In the onChange, we can check if val.length is equal to 6. So only when the value's length, so whatever value we type in over here, reaches 6, then we need to verify the OTP. So let's call this verify OTP. So if this is 5 value.length, we won't call this verify OTP function because we don't want to waste our Firebase authentication calls by just, waiting for it, verifying the OTP again and again when we already know that this is not going to be correct. Then we can just trim this value and send it over because spaces anyway don't matter. So after this value reaches 6, this will verify OTP. For example, I type 1, nothing is going to happen. I'll just open up my terminal and just to demonstrate it to you, I can just print this here. For example, verifying OTP, and I can copy this outside of this function saying this function was run. Let's save this much, and here I'm going to say 2, this function was run. You can see 3, this function was run, and it's 2 times. 4, 5, 6. And you can see verifying OTP and this function was run, because when we run this function, we are verifying the OTP as well as printing that this function was run. We're not in an else block. So yeah, I think this is working. So now let's try to enter the real thing. So I'm going to refresh my application because it's been a time and the OTP is always going to refresh itself. And yep, here we are. We have sent an SMS with a code. So I'm going to use my phone just to see. Yep, I've received the OTP. So I'm going to pass in the OTP, which is 960654. Let's wait a bit. And we are directed to the new screen. And if we try to go back, you can see I'm not able to go back because we have used push named and remove until route. So we cannot go back to the screen, but we have verified the OTP. That's why we are here. Earlier we tried wrong OTPs and it didn't work for us. So as you can see, our phone authentication is complete. Now let's design the user information screen that we have. So let me open up my screen brush and I'll show you how the design is going to look like. So here we are going to have our profile photo. From here we can select. After that, we're going to have a text form field over here where the user has to enter their number. And beside that, we need a tick mark. That's the 4 components that we need and all that is there. So let's close all the files and after that, create a screen, and we actually have a screen, user information screen. Now over here, we need to return a scaffold and nothing like an app bar is required. After that, a body is required, and then so that it doesn't interfere with the notch. So let me go back to the app. So that it doesn't interfere with the notch here, we need to pass in a safe area. Safe area will obviously have a child with a center with a child column. Why is the center? As I've mentioned previously in the OTP screen, we had our column in the center so that all the elements were right in the center of the column. That's why we need that. Now in the column we will have children, and the first child we are going to have is a rounded image that will allow us to pick an image. So we are going to have a stack. Now in that stack we want children. Why is this a stack widget? Because we want one image to be above another. Basically we will have an icon that will allow us to select an image, and that circular image will display the image, right? So now in the children we're going to have a circle avatar because we want to show it rounded, and we will give a background image of, let's say, network image, and pass in some network image. So I'm just going to paste in my image and grab anything from the net if you want, or design your own, doesn't matter. You can give a default background color if you want. So as long as the image is not loading, you have to show a background color, you can use that. I'm not going to do that. And if you want, you can increase the radius, but let's see what the default radius is and then we can increase if it's not working out for us. Now we need an icon button so that we can select an image. We need an on press to select an image, which we will look into a bit later. And then we want an icon to say icons.add photo. After that, let's decide how are we going to select an image. So to select an image, so for that we can use image picker plugin. So let's quickly install it using Safari. So we can just go on pub.dev, and after that just search up file_picker. You can use this plugin, which we are going to use later on, but for now we can just use the image picker plugin, which is just image specific. So copy this and let's go to our Dart add dependency and add that. Now obviously we need to follow some installation processes, so let's follow it. This plugin requires iOS 9.0 or higher. So yep, I think we have that. So if we go to pod file, we are on 11.0, which is great. And you can ignore all of this. And now we need to add all of these you can say permissions for our info.plist file, which is an iOS/runner. So now scroll down and add these dependencies. So the first dependency is this. So I'm just going to copy one of these keys, which has string over here, and then pass in the key. So let's copy the key again and paste it here. Now you need to specify why do you need this photo usage library. So you can just mention some specifics if you want to upload it to App Store, otherwise it will get rejected. But I'm just going to type in photo library use, right? Then paste it again. Then we need to use camera. So we'll just write this and write camera library use. It doesn't matter since I'm just debugging the application, but if you're uploading on App Store, do change it. Don't forget about it. Now we need microphone and we're just saying mic use. Great. Now let's see for Android. To support multiple images, we need Android 4.3 or higher. No configuration required. Great. Now we can close this and come back here. Now let's try to run our application and see if it works out. So I'm just going to go ahead and run without debugging. While our app is being loaded, let's try and see if we can write the code. So in utils.dart, let's write a code to pick an image from gallery, because we are going to need this pick image from gallery function everywhere, because when we are on the chat screen, we want the user to be able to pick the image from gallery and share it with the person they want to chat with. Or if they are using, suppose, the group chat feature where they want to add contacts. So when they're adding the contacts and they want to give the group a profile photo, we need there as well. So let's create a common function for it in utils. So we will have future file, which can be nullable, which is the return type. You'll understand why. And here, make sure to import .io file, not a .html. And here, just name it pick image from gallery. I'm going to have build context here, then an async function, and obviously a try catch block. Why is there a try catch block? Because there is an exception of our code not working because the plugin just fails sometime. So in that case, let's show the user a snack bar saying that, yep, this error has occurred, so that we have full transparency with our user. And before the try block, we need a file. So let's have file again, which will be called image. And we're making it nullable because if the user picks the image from gallery, it can be null, right? So we're going to return that image only. Here, let's return image so that we get rid of any warnings. Yeah. Now here, we're going to have final picked image equal to await. Let's put it await image picker. And we need to get instance of this image picker class dot pick image. If you want multi-image, I don't know why you would want it, but if you want, you can just use multi-image and do the configurations in iOS and Android part. So here we are going to have image source dot gallery. And now we are going to check if picked image is not equal to null. So if the picked image is not null, then image should be equal to file of picked image dot path. So what have we done here? Well, this is a try block where we are taking image picker dot pick image. We are picking the image from this source, which is gallery. It can be camera as well, but we are taking it from the gallery. And then we are checking if picked image is not equal to null, because if we hover over this, this is of the type X file, which is nullable. So we are checking if picked image is not null. When is the picked image going to be null? Suppose the user tries to select an image from gallery. So he clicks on gallery, but then decides to not use it. So he goes back. That time we are going to have picked image null. So here, if picked image is not null, image is equal to file. We are converting this picked image, which is of the type X file, to a file by using this file picked image dot path. So we have created a file with the path of this X file. I hope you understood that. Now, after having that and our app is launched, I'm going to try to sign in again and see you after the signing part is complete. So here I am on the OTP section. 007649 is my OTP. And here we have it. The user details screen looks terrible, I know. So let's try to improve it. In the user information screen, first of all, the radius should be increased. So let's set the radius to 64 and save it. Now this looks bigger and better. We need to make sure that this comes right here. We don't want it here. So we will have to use positioned for this, so that in a stack widget, Usually positioned is used just to tell the exact position where this icon button should be. So I'm going to do bottom -10, and let's come over here. You can see it shifted here. Now we want it to the right side, so we're going to shift it from the left side. So basically, to get an illustration of what we want this icon to be here, which is on the right side. Now to get this from here to here, what we need to do is shift this from the left, right? So we want left as 80, and there we have it. It shifted and it looks pretty good. Now after this, we want a row where we can have a text input field and the button, the icon button that I talked about. So after this stack widget, make sure you get out of this stack widget. In the column, we want a row, and in that row we're going to have children, where the first child is going to be a container, because we want the width to be size.width into 0.85. Now what is the size variable? We already know it's the media query size. So let's go in the login screen, copy the size variable. So let's copy it and paste it right in the build function. After that, we can use the padding. That's why we've used a container, right? Otherwise we would have used just size box, but we're using container so that we can add padding. And why aren't we decreasing the width and why are we using padding would not make sense. But the reason for that is we want to leave some spacing from the top and bottom as well. So the most sensible thing in my opinion should be just using a padding, and padding is not available in sized box. So we can just use edgeinsets.all 20. After that, we will have a child, which will be a text field. Now in that text field, we're going to have a controller. Let me just write it very quickly. So we are going to have controller, and after that we're going to have a decoration. Now this decoration will be input decoration, and why are we adding that? Because we want to show a hint text saying please enter your name, right? So we'll just write hint text, enter your name. And now we even want a controller, so we will have to convert this stateless widget into a stateful widget. So let's quickly convert it and create a text editing controller. So we have final text editing controller called name controller equal to text editing controller. After that, we want to dispose this off. So we will just write dispose and use name controller dot dispose. Then we can go down and we will have name controller. After this row, we will leave some width, or we can't, even if we don't leave any width, it should be fine because we're leaving padding over here. So we can just have an icon button that will say, yep, this has been pressed, and the icon will be icons.done. That means a tick mark sign. So let's put it as constant and let's come over here. Yep, looks good, right? Now let's bind the pick image function that we had over here. So let's call this void select image, and it's going to be asynchronous. And what we need to do, well, first of all, create a global variable which will be image. So we will have file, which can be nullable image, because depending on this image file that we have globally set up, we will decide if we want to show this profile photo or the one that the user has selected. So now what we're going to do is image equal to await pick image from gallery, pass in the context, and also here import .io. Don't import .html. Great. And now we obviously want to set the state because we want the build function to run again. It's quite similar to what we've done in the previous section. Now we want to do if image is equal to null, that means that the user has not selected the image yet, then we want this circle avatar to be shown. Otherwise, we can just copy this and paste it again, but instead of showing network image, we want to show a memory image. And memory image is used for uint file, so uint 256 or anything. But since it's not going to be uint 256, we're just going to pass in a file image and pass in a file over here, which is going to be image, which is not null, and we're very sure about it. Also put a comma here to avoid the errors, and put a constant over here because, well, it's just a static image URL that is being displayed. Alright, now let's try. If we click over here, nothing works. Let's bind this to our add a photo icon button. And after that, let's save, and it's still giving us this error. So here I am on the user information screen. I just had to restart my app because there was certain bug, but now it's resolved, and there was no changes in code, not anything. Now if we just click over here, it would like to access our photo, and you can see photo library use, which is showing up in the permissions text that we typed. Now if we use allow access to all photos and just take in a waterfall, it shows up. That means that the image is not null. And we can write anything over here because it's a name. And finally, we can just click on enter, and that should save our data to Firebase Firestore. And that's what we are going to work on now. Now the next step is to save the data. So whatever data is entered in this user information screen, we need to send that to the auth repository through the Auth Controller, right? So here I'm just going to create a function for that. So the function is going to be called, let's say, save user data to Firebase. And I know you can just write Firestore, but let's go with Firebase. And then we're going to have the name, because the name is being entered, then the file, which can be null. So here we're going to try something new. Basically, the user will be allowed to keep their profile photo default if they want. So we are going to take this file as nullable. So you'll see how we do it. So let's import .io. Then we will import provider ref. I'll tell you why we need the provider ref, and you might already know why we need provider ref. That is to call another provider, right? Provider ref is basically one provider interacting with other provider. So we're going to have some interaction with other provider. After that, we need a build context. So let's quickly have the build context. Great. Now after that, we will make this function asynchronous, add a try a catch block. And then let's put this as a smallie. And here we need to show a snack bar in case of any error. So let's write e.toString. And in the try block, we are going to write, well, first we need to get the UID. Now, why are we getting UID at the top? Because we're going to use this UID everywhere. Basically, we have this file. We have to take this file and upload it to Firebase storage. This Firebase storage will give us a download URL. So, taking that download URL, we need to make sure that we store it in Firestore. So for that, we need UID, because we are going to use that UID to save it to Firebase storage with that name. And then we're going to use that UID to store it to Firebase as well. So we are going to have it as UID auth current user dot UID. And we already know that the current user cannot be null, because we are coming to this profile page only when the user is not null. Then we will set the photo URL to default photo URL. So let's quickly go to our user information screen, copy this, or what you can do is pass this in a global variables file and keep using that everywhere you want a default profile photo. That would be a great and better thing to do. But basically, we are storing this photo URL as a default image file. And here we're going to check if file is not equal to null. The profile pic is not equal to null. So if the profile pic is not equal to null, which can be nullable by the way. So if profile pic is not equal to null, then we will change this photo URL. Now to change this photo URL, we need to store it to Firebase. So we need to create that functionality. Now, we are not going to add that function over here because we are going to save so many files to Firebase, right? So we are going to create a different class for it, which is going to be in common folder. So let's create a repositories tab over here and then create a file called common Firebase storage repository. Basically all the Firebase repository storage repository calls are going to get called here. So let's create a class for common Firebase storage repository. Then we're going to have Firebase storage imported from the constructor, not imported, called you can say. Then we are going to generate a constructor for it, and after that create a future string store file to Firebase. And we are calling it store file to Firebase because we're going to have so many files, right? We're going to have an audio file, we're going to have a video file, an image file. All of that is going to get saved to this. And we're going to call this as an asynchronous function. Now we already know what you want to do. We are going to take this upload task. And this upload task is going to be Firebase storage.ref.child. Now, what is this Firebase storage.ref.child? Basically, we are communicating with the Firebase console, the storage part, and then in the child, we're going to have some path on which the data is going to get stored. So we need a path where it should be saved. For example, if we save /user/uid, then we want the data to be stored in the folder user with the name uid. That's what we want. So let's take that ref from the parameter. Why? Because we're going to reuse this function. We need it everywhere in our application. So it cannot be one static reference. For example, if we are on the user information screen, the child here is going to be, let's say, /user/uid. But if we are using it for some WhatsApp chat, we can't save like that because it's not very appropriate in the folder pattern. So we need a different ref over there. For example, the sender ID, then the receiver ID, and then some message or chat ID, something like that. So we need to take it from the parameter. Then we will save ref over here and then call put file. I think it's self-explanatory. Put file will just put the file. Now what file do we want is again coming from the constructor because it will vary. And we want to import .io. Also put a comma here instead of an M and put a semicolon. After that we will have a task snapshot and we'll call this snap and we will await this upload task. Then we need to get the download URL because we are uploading this to Firebase storage. Now we want to get the URL from that Firebase storage and save it to Firestore. So let's get that download URL. So we will have string download URL is equal to await snap.ref.getDownloadURL. We are basically taking the help of this task snapshot because it has awaited this upload task, which is similar to a future. And after it is awaited, then we are going to get that download URL using snap.ref.getDownloadURL. And then simply return this download URL. And that's why our error is also gone now, because we are returning a string in an asynchronous function that makes it future string. And then we simply need to provide this. So let's come here and just write final common Firebase storage repository provider. Also make the C small, and we'll have provider ref, and then we're going to provide an instance of this common Firebase storage and pass in Firebase storage dot instance. Also let's remove Firebase core, we don't need that, and yep, that's good enough. Now we're not going to have any controller for a common thing. I mean we are going to only have this function in this class, so I'm not going to use any controller for that. This repository can directly connect with our auth repository. Great. So now here in if profile is not equal to null block, we are going to just pass in ref.read because we have imported that in the parameter. So provider ref will be ref.read common Firebase storage repository provider dot store file to Firebase. Now we need to provide a reference, again reminding you reference is like the where the folder should be created and what should be the file name. So here I'm just going to pass in profile pic because essentially these are all profile pics, and then $UID because these are profile pics and I only want one profile pic to be there for every user. So I'm just going to pass in profile pic with the file name as UID. So in case in future the user comes and changes their profile pic, then we have this file overridden because it will override this part, right? After that, we want profile pic to be stored as a file, and then this will return to us a string which needs to be awaited. So we can just write string, not string, photo URL is equal to await ref.read. What have we done here? We have overridden the string photo URL over here. So if the profile pic is not equal to null, then it will set it to the value of the download URL provided by Firebase storage to us. Take your time, stop here and analyze what we have done. Moving on, we will now need a models class over here, which is basically like the structure for our user model. So let's create a model. In the lib folder, we'll add models folder because we're going to have multiple models as well. Now, what are the models going to be? Well, it's just a structure of call, chat contact, group, message, status, and now we're going to add the user model. So let's call it user model.dart. And here I'm going to call this user model. And let's define the set of the properties. But before that, here you can see I've put it user model. I've named this class user model. Now, why have I named this user model? I could save this as user, but the problem is that the user class also exists in Firebase Auth. So we could have easily overridden it and there would not be any problem, but a very simple solution would be just to rename it. Obviously, if you want user, you can make your own configurations. I've done that in my previous videos, but here I'm going to go simple and just use user model. I mean, the thing that we have done in previous video is not difficult at all. But yeah, let's try something new now. So now I'm going to set it as final string name, then final string UID, then final string profile pic, and then a boolean value that will check if it's online or not. So name will be the name of the user that we are saving it here. Then we need the user's UID, profile pic, which will be a string, not a file, because we now have the download URL or the default profile pic. And is online. Is online is basically if the user is online or not. And we are going to add that functionality. So we need this. Then we need the user's phone number. Let's put this as a T. And then we need the list of the group IDs that the user is in. Now you won't understand this right now, but when we reach the group ID part, you'll understand it. So we need a list of string of group IDs that the user is in. So if you just want a brief overview, what we're going to do for group is create a groups collection, and it will have their own, you can say, document ID. We are going to save that document ID over here so that we get to know what groups user is in. And here we need to pass in colon. So let's do that. And then click on this bulb icon to generate constructor. Then we need to generate a JSON serialization function. You can remove these two because we are communicating with Firebase. They're very easy to do so. And we don't need all of that JSON serialization. So we just need a toMap function and a fromMap function. Let's come back to the auth repository class here. Let's create an instance of the user model that we have. So we'll have your var user is equal to user model, pass in the name, which is going to be from the constructor, UID, which we have created over here, then the profile pic, which is going to be, well, the photo URL, not this profile pic, make sure, because it's a file, not a string. Then we need is online. Now is online is going to be true because the user has just created the profile. The user has to be online, right? Now we need a phone number, which will be auth.currentuser.uid, and then a list of group ID, which will be empty for now. Then we need the Firestore because we need to push it to Firebase now. So we'll have Firestore.collection, which will be users collection .document uid .set user.toMap. Basically, we are taking this Firestore collection, which is the users collection. So if it's not there, the users collection, it will create a users collection. If it's already there, then it will go to this document UID, which is our UID, and create a document there where the properties of this document is going to be whatever we have, user.toMap. What is this toMap function? We have it here in our user model right now we created. So it's going to basically convert all of these properties to an object format or a map format and save it to Firebase. Also, you can await this. After that, we can just use navigator dot push and remove until, and now we finally want to go to the mobile screen layout because that is the last thing that we want. So we'll have material page route, then we will have context, and then pass in constant mobile layout screen. And since we are not handling from the web, we are not passing in responsive layout and then passing in mobile layout screen, web layout screen. But if you're doing that, make sure that it's it should be web and mobile layout screen, both using responsive layout. Great. So we're done here. Let's see if our app is working. But before that, we need to bind this to the Auth Controller. So in the Auth Controller, let's scroll down a bit and create a function called void save user data to Firebase, get the build context, then get the name, and then a file profile pic. Then we're going to take this auth repository and save this user data to Firebase, pass in the name, profile pic, ref, and context. Now let's see why we're getting this error. So we need a reference over here and we don't have that. We can get this from here, which is provider ref, take it from the parameter. But the thing is, if we take it from the parameter, then we're never going to get the provider ref because we will use this function in widget, and widget provides us with a widget ref, not a provider ref. So for that, we're going to have to take it from our class. So it will be final provider ref, and then generate a constructor again, and here pass in. So we will have ref passed in as ref, which is this ref over here, and this is going to be provider ref obviously. Now after that, we need the profile pic. So let's see why we're getting this error. And this error is coming in because what I've been advising you to import .io, I have imported .html. So if I just come up at the top, I just want to import .io and we're done. So these are the kind of errors when you don't use .io and use .html. Great. Now we've created this function. Now we just need to go to our user information screen, create a function at the top called here. Let's call it store user data. It's going to be asynchronous. And then we need a name. So we will have name equal to name controller.text.trim. And why are we trimming it? Again, if the user just enters blank spaces, then we want to check we want to remove those blank spaces and check if it's not empty. So if name is not empty, then we're going to have ref.read. Now we need the ref. So let's convert this to a consumer stateful widget. So let's quickly add consumer here and import Flutter Riverpod package. Now let's try ref.read auth controller provider dot save user data to Firebase. We can take in context, which we are coming from the stateful widget, so we don't need it from the parameter. Then the name, and then the profile pic, which is going to be a file, and we've named it as image, right? It is globally available, so we don't need to do anything. Great. Now let's bind this function to our next button or the done button. So let's come here and save it like this. Now we need to make certain changes in our console. So let's go there. So here I am in the Firebase console. So in the build, we need to go to Firestore database. Here we need to click on create database and we can start in test mode, not in the production mode. Later on, you can change the rules and make it production mode. Then we click on next and then we select the location closest to you or just select the default one, doesn't really matter much. I'm going to go with Asia Southeast 2 and click on enable. So here we need to go to the rules and make certain changes in our rules. Here we need to remove this if request.time. Let's remove that and click on publish. After that, we can again go to the build and in the storage part, because there also we are going to save certain data and we want the rules to be updated basically. And here again, we're just going to have allow read write, click on publish. Great. Now having that, we can again go to the files and let's test our app. So I'm going to fully restart my application and do the authentication process and see you on the screen where we can check our user information details screen. So here I am on the user information screen. I'm going to click on this image icon, take in this image and enter the name. So my name is Rivan R and click on the done button. And here I am shifted to another screen. If I try to go back, I cannot go back. There are no errors. I think the thing was successful. So if we just click on restart, yep, we have the profile pic folder and here we have the image and this image is right here. If we go to the Firestore database, we should be able to get this image. Yep, we have all of our data saved as well. Now what I want to do is just copy this image and paste it in a new tab. Here we have it. You can see that this image now allows us to, well, just use it in a network image to display the image. Alright. So after having that, now I think we are done with the authentication process completely, except the last step, which is if I just restart my application, I'm coming back to this landing page because in the main.dart, I've defined it as this landing screen. Now we need to add the logic to persist the state in our application. Let's quickly do that. So let's go to the auth repository tab here and then create a function. Let's create it at the top. So we're going to have this function called future, not called, it's going to have a return type of user model which can be nullable to get the current user data. So whatever user data that we're going to have is going to be returned in the form of a user model so that it's easier for us to access it. That's why we have created a model, right? And then we're going to have an async function. Now we'll just take this var user data. So we are going to get the user data first. So to get the user data, we're just going to use await firestore.collection users.doc auth.current user. Now we are not going to use exclamation here. No, we don't have to use that because the user here can be null. We want to make sure that the user is not null. Even then we can handle that. So here I'm going to use an exclamation mark, which means if it's null, then don't pass anything, or otherwise pass in the current user's UID. So make sure to add a question mark here. And then we're going to call get. After that, we can convert this user data. So we will have if user data dot data is not equal to null. So if that data is not null, then we are going to have user. Now if we create the user model like this over here, so user model user, you can see that we can't access this and return this outside of this if block. So if I just try to return the user, I will not be able to, because the scope of this user is going to be in this if block itself. So I'm just going to take this user model outside, which can be nullable. So initially it will be set to null. So if user model is not null over here, so we can just have user equal to user model dot, not this, user model dot from map. So this is in a map format. We need to pass this map over here. So we'll have user data passed in over here. And you can see we are getting an error because this is of the type map string dynamic, which is nullable. So we'll pass in that it's not null. Then we need to return this user, and yep, we are done. Simple enough. Now we will go to the auth controller and register this function. So let's do it at the top again. So we'll have future user model get user data. And if you're wondering why we're using future user model instead of using void, that's because we're going to use future provider for this, not just provider. We're not going to use auth controller to access this. We're going to use future provider to access this, and it gives us a bunch of easier options than using future builder, then handling the errors. All of that is done. And then make this function asynchronous. Then we will have user model user equal to await auth repository dot get current user data. Now after getting this thing, we just need to return the user so that we can use it in our future provider. So let's create this future provider at the top. So we'll have final user data auth provider, or you can just call it user provider, is equal to future provider. We'll get ref here. Similar to this provider is all the providers. Everything will have a ref over here, and we are in need of this ref. And this is not going to be an arrow function. It's going to be a two-step process, just like this over here. So what do we need? Well, we want to return the auth controllers get user data. So whatever user data that we have, we want to return that. So here, what do we want? Well, final auth controller should be equal to ref dot watch and pass in the auth controller provider. Now we just need to return auth controller dot get user data, and then we are done. We have returned this. But now if you hover over this, this is of the type future provider user model. That means that it has perfectly and correctly identified that we are returning a get user data, which is returning a user model. So we are returning user model over here. That means everything is working, and you can see the benefits of using Riverpod already. It correctly identifies the type, which helps in compile time errors and not runtime errors. Now after having all of that, we can go to the main dot. We are going to have ref. So now again, to get access to ref, we want to convert the stateless widget to a consumer widget. We've already talked about it. After converting it to consumer widget, we don't even have to import it. I think it's already imported here. So here in the consumer widget, we need to pass in the build context as widget ref, taken over here, and now just use ref dot watch. And we're using watch. Make note of that. If you use read, this won't work. We need to pass in ref dot watch. That means we are in a first of all build function, so we definitely need to use watch. And if you're not using watch, that means it's only a one-time thing. But with watch, we are continuously keeping track. So yep. Now we need user data provider, and dot when. So this is a function that we get. So whenever we use future provider, if you just use any normal provider, you won't get this function, which is dot when, or when data, or when null, or when all of these functions. There are several types. So we're just going to use when. So whenever we get the data, because it's a future, right? So whenever we get this, it's going to result in three things: data, error, and loading. If we use future builder, obviously we can do this with a future builder also. But if we use the future builder, we have to handle all the error processes, the loading processes all by ourselves, like writing if connection state is equal to connection state dot waiting dot done, all of that. But here we just need to pass in what to do when we receive that. So in case of data, we get the user, right? Because we're getting the value of user model. So if we just create this as a function, you can see hover over this, we'll have user model and question mark. So whenever we get that user, we need to check if user is equal to null, then we need to return a landing page. Right now, if the user is not null, then we need to return a mobile layout screen. After that, we have the error thing. So we'll have error and stack trace, which will return an error screen. And now we need to pass in an error, which will be error.toString. So in case of any error, we want to show this error screen, which is just a center text. And if here, whenever we get the data, if the user is null, then we want to show them the landing screen, which is this screen. And if the user is not, we want to show them the mobile layout screen, which is the basic, the contacts page and with the tab bar and everything. Now we need the loading. Here we are not going to get any parameter because, well, it's just loading. What data can you give? And we can have constant loader. Now we need to create that loader in the build function, in the widget of the comment folder. So let's quickly create that. In the comment, we're going to have widget, which is going to have loader.dart. So we are going to import material dart, create a stateless widget, call this as a loader. Then we are going to return a center child circular progress indicator. Simple enough. If you want, you can customize the theme according to your preference by just adding some properties to this, for example, color. But I'm just going to go with default one and also put this as a constant. Now we're saving it over here because we're going to use loader everywhere. And if you want your loader to get synchronized in all the same screens, you can just use this. In the main.dart again, we can just import the loader and put in the commas so that, formatting stuff. Also here, it looks cleaner, right? Then let's restart our application and here we are. Since we had already used the phone number thing, we are coming to this screen. And if you want to see that, yeah, it's not just working without anything, you can just pass it in here and over here. If you just reverse these things, you can see we are on the landing page because the user is null. Is not null, sorry. So if the user is not null, then we see the landing screen. And if the user is null, then the mobile layout screen. But obviously we have to go back. So, yep, here we are. Now, finally, the whole authentication process is over. Now the next thing is to work over here. So whenever we click on this, we need to get redirected to the contact screen, which will show all of our contacts to which we can talk. So let's quickly implement that screen. So for that, we already have to create a new feature. So let's get rid of this auth feature for now. Not get rid, but let's minimize it and add a new feature called select contacts. So this screen will allow us to select the contacts, and again we're going to have screens, repository and controller folder here. Now first let's add all of the folders. So we have controller and repository. So I'm going to work in the repository tab first. So we'll have select contact repository.dart. And the reason why I'm doing that is because based on this repository.dart file, we're going to have our UI because we want to display all the contacts from the user's contact list. let's create that functionality first, and I think I have to rename Dart. So let's rename Dart, and yep, we have it. Now let's create a class called select contact repository. So we have select contact repository. Then we need Firebase Firestore. We don't need the Firebase auth anymore because, well, you already know auth is not required anywhere in our application now. So here we're going to select contact repository. We're going to accept it from the constructor. So we'll have required this dot firestore. Great. Now after this we need to get the contacts. Now to get the contacts, what contacts are basically, if you just go over and minimize in the contacts list, these are all the contacts that I have. If you're on Android emulator, you will have to create a contact over there, but these are the basics provided by iOS emulator. Add them in, and whenever we click over here, they should get displayed. So to get those contacts, well, we will have to use a plugin. So this is the plugin that we need, Flutter _ contacts, version 1.1.5 is the one I'm using. And here we need to import the package and, well, request the permission and get all these contacts. We look into it, but let's see if there is any installation process required, and yep, there is. We need to add this string. So let's copy this. We need to add this permission in our info.plist file, and just scroll down. Here we have ns contacts usage, and the reason we need to use the contact list, let's just say contact list to chat. Cool. Now come back on the select contact repository. Also for Android we need to test, and I think we have to test the authentication part for Android as well. So when we get there, when we have to create a new user just to test our contacts working or not, that time we can test it over there. But for now, I think we can just follow along what I'm doing right now. So in the android.manifest.xml, we need to add this permission. So let's paste it here. Yep, we have added it. Now we need to go to select contacts and now add the dependency called Flutter _ contacts. Make sure to add contacts, not contact. That's a whole different plugin. If you just minimize it, here you can see we have Flutter contact plugin. We need to use Flutter contacts because that was published 14 days ago. The previous one was published 8 months ago. Sorry. Now we need to get contacts. So let's click. Let's get contacts. For now, I'm not giving a return data type because after I do that, I can explain it to you. So we have async. We will obviously have a try and a catch block in case the plugin gives any error to us, and we can debug this out. We don't need to display the snack bar. We can just print this because there's a highly unlikely chance we're going to face this issue. Also import material.dart package. And now we want to check. Well, first of all, we want to request the permission to get the contacts. So you will write if await Flutter contacts, which is a plugin, dot request permission. So that will request for getting the permissions on both Android and iOS, so that we don't have to use permissions handler by ourselves, which is another plugin that we will use later on when setting up video call. Then we need to get the contacts. So we have Flutter contacts again, not config dot get contacts. Then we want to add the with properties, and not get contact but get contacts, because in get contact we need to give the ID to get a specific contact. Here we need to get contacts with properties set to true. Basically, with property gives us the number property that's needed in our contacts list. If we don't add with properties, it won't give us the number and it will just print out an empty string or even a null value. So make sure to add with property set to true. And we obviously need to await this. If you just hover over this, it will give us future list of contact. Now after awaiting it, it will give us list of contact. So we can create that above the loop. So we have list contacts equal to an empty list. Now we can set contacts equal to this and return contacts. There we have it. So basically I created this in above the try catch block, otherwise it would have, the scope of this variable would have remained in the try block itself. So here I am in the contacts variable. Great. Now we can also give the return data type. Never leave this to dynamic, because if we just hover over this, it's dynamic now. But let's add the return data type. So we have list of contact and get contacts. Great. Now we will provide this repository. So we will use final select contacts repository provider, which is equal to provider. We will get ref here. We need to provide the instance of this class by providing Firebase Firestore.instance. Right. Now we can just go to the controller. So let's have here, we will have select underscore contact underscore controller dot and we will have class select. Actually, for now we don't even need the class, because we already have the repository here, which is a future value. Now if it's a future value, we already know whenever it's future, we can just use future provider. So I'm basically going to just type final get contact provider, which is equal to future provider, get in the ref. And now we need to return the instance of the select contact repository dot get contacts function. So we need to do final select contact repository equal to ref dot watch select contacts repository. Then we need to return select contact repository dot get contacts. So this will get all the contacts. If you just hover over this, future provider list of contact. Great. Now we can create a new screen, which is select underscore contacts underscore screen dot. We will import the material package, create a stateless widget. So as much as possible, always try to use stateless widgets in Riverpod unless it's very necessary to use stateful widget. So let's use select contact screen, and here obviously extend the consumer widget. And now import Riverpod. Here we will get widget ref and ref. In case you want to make consumer widget very quickly, there's a plugin by Robert Browning, and then just use that and you will get the snippet codes. It's also mentioned in the Riverpod official documentation. It's a VS Code extension. Now just return a scaffold, an app bar, and now the app bar is basically going to say that we need to select the contact. So here I have the design. This is the app bar that we want to create. Well, first this icon, which is coming from push navigator.push. Then we need the title. So let's add the title. We will have title as a constant text that says select contact, save it. And we are not able to see the screen, so we need to register the screen. So we will have static constant string route name equal to select contact. Now we can go to the router.dart file and have this pasted, select contact screen.route name, and return a select contact screen page. Now whenever we click over here, we should go to that screen. So we need to add this to a floating action button. Now if you want, if you're not familiar with the code base, you can obviously go over here and search for it. For example, floating action button. Here you can find it. Otherwise, if you're familiar with the code base, you've coded it out, you already know it will be in the mobile layout screen, because this is the mobile layout screen and obviously we need to show it here. Now we can just add navigator dot push named pass in the route name, which is select contact screen dot route name. Perfect. Now if I click over here, we are coming here. That's great. Now let's come back to the select contact screen, and after the app bar here we need to add these two action buttons. So we'll have in the app bar itself we'll have actions. Well, the first action that is going to be there is the search icon, right? So we will have icon button. On pressed is going to be nothing, and icon will be, well, constant icon, icons dot search. Now after that we can just copy it, paste it down. Other button is this button, which is like 3 dots in vertical direction, which is by the name more_vertical. So here we have it. Great. Now we just need to display these contacts, which is going to be a piece of cake for us. If you want, you can just try it on your own. That would be a very good thing. But if you're not able to, don't worry. Let's do it along. We have body, and in the body, we're going to have ref.watch. Now what do we want to watch? Well, get contacts provider, right? Because we want to display all the contacts, and get contacts provider is mentioned in the select contact controller. And we've not created a class for select contact controller yet, but we will later on when we select a contact and we check in Firebase whether the user exists or not, so that we can chat with them. So here we have ref.watch get contacts provider dot when. We already know that. Now we say get some data. So that data is going to be a contact list, and here we need to return something like a list view builder because it's a list, right? We need to display that list. But before that, let's carry out with the error and all of that function. So we have error. We want to show error screen, and the error is going to be error.toString. Then we have loading. So we will have a constant loader. And here we need to display a list view builder. So in the list view builder, we need to pass in an item builder and an item count. So in item builder, we will get a context and an index, and we're going to have an item count as well. So the item count is going to be contact list dot length, because this is a list again. And the item builder is going to be, well, what do you think of this? What does this look like? Obviously a list style. So we are going to return a list style. Now this list style is going to have a title, which will be text. And now we need to access the name of that contact. So we can just extract it here. So we'll have final contact equal to contacts list at index. So what have we done? Well, we had a list and we had an index. So we found that particular contact that we are on using contact list at index. Now we just need to display the text as contact.displayName. If we save this much, let's see what we get. And we are getting this error over here, missing plugin exception, because we need to restart our application. So let's quickly restart it. And in the meantime, well, let's add some more functionality. Like we have the title. Now let's add a photo. Now in the displayer, in the screenshot, you can't see anything like a circular photo or anything, because none of the contacts had their image over here. But in case some contact has saved an image as in the contact, then we need to display that. So here we have a leading widget, which means that the widget needs to get displayed here. That time we have to check if contact.photo is equal to null, then we have to display null. Otherwise, a circle avatar is equal to null, then we need to display then a circle avatar. Now we have to pass in a background image, which will be a memory image. And here we need to pass in contact.photo. And this won't be null because we have checked here if contact.photo is null, then we need to display null. Otherwise, we will display the circle avatar and here it won't be null. Then we need to set a radius of 30 so that it's visible. And let's save this much and see what we're getting. So let's wait for our application to launch. Alright, so our app has launched, and if we come here, let's click over here and we are able to see select contact. Now if you don't get the permission, I've already taken the permission here. So if you don't get the permission, you will get a dialog box where you have to click on accept and then it will show the select contact. Now what we need to do, well, first of all, let's increase their height because here the height is bigger. So if we just come to the select contact, here the title's text should increase. So we'll have style, constant, text style as font size 18. Saving this much. Yep, this looks bigger. Now let's add some padding as well so that from the bottom it doesn't stick. So here in the list style, we'll have a padding of, well, let's say from bottom, so dot only bottom 8.0. This looks better and similar to this. Yeah. So after this, now the next thing is whenever we click on any of this, we need to make sure that we check in Firebase if any user with this number or this thing exists. If the user exists, then we can send them to the chat screen. Otherwise, we will have to, well, display something else, like a snack bar saying that the user does not exist. So now what we will do is go to select contact repository and, well, create a function. So we'll have void select contact. Then in the parameter, we'll have contact selected contact and a build context just to display the error, and it will be asynchronous, the try and catch block. Then here we are going to show a snack bar saying e.toString. Then in the try block, we are going to, well, first of all, get all the users so that we can loop through each one of them and see if the user with this phone number, we have the selected contact here. Selected contact is basically if we click over here, we'll get this user's phone number. So this contact, we have to check if the phone number with this matches with any other phone number. So first, let's do user collection equal to await firestore dot collection users dot get. This will get all the users. Now we will have a flag called isFound. Now what is this flag? Well, every time we loop and don't find a number, this boolean isFound will show a snack bar that's saying that there is no number. So that can happen 2 to 3 times, and then we need to navigate to another screen which looks absurd. So we are making this isFound variable. So we are going to have for var document in user collection dot docs. We are using a for in loop. We are not using like a simple for loop. We are using for in or for each loop. What this does is basically like the previous loop, but in that loop we used to get index, and to get the particular document we would have to use user collection dot docs at I. Here we already have that document, which is the query document snapshot, which we are looping through here. So now what we are going to check? Well, we are going to convert this document in a user model. So we'll have var user data equal to user model dot from map, pass in document dot data. Then we are going to get the selected phone number. If you just try and print out this selected contact dot phones, and if you hover over this, it will be a list of phone because user can have multiple phone numbers. For example, we have saved the workplace number, the mobile number. So to get the mobile number, we are just going to use @0. and then we need to access dot number, right? And as I said to you earlier, if you don't set with properties to true, this number will come as null or an empty string. I think it will come an empty string. Just try to print this and you'll get to know. So let's try and see what we get. If we just take the select contact and put it in the controller, just for demonstration purposes we are doing this. I mean, select contact controller is anyways required. So we'll have class select contact controller final provider ref. We are obviously going to need that. Then final select contacts repository. And then we need to generate a constructor for that. Then we are going to select a contact which will have a contact of selected contact. Well, obviously we need that from the UI part. And then a build context again from the UI part. Then we need to make this asynchronous, or if we don't make it, it's fine. Then we need await select contact repository, mark this as asynchronous. Then take select contact repository dot select contact, pass in the selected contact context, and done. I don't think we need to await this, and we need the async here. This is much as fine. Now we need to make sure that we provide the instance of this class. So again, quickly select contact controller provider, set this to smallest, which is equal to provider to get in the ref. Then we'll have final select contact repository is equal to ref.watch select contact repository. So what we need to do is come back to the select contact repository. We need to grab this, paste it here, and then return the instance of select contact controller. I think we've already done all of this, so I think you should try to get familiar with the syntax. It's pretty simple. Now we need to get ref. So we have ref and then the select contact repository, which is select contact repository. Great. Having this much, I think we can go to the select contact screen. Here we need to wrap this with a gesture detector or an inkwell. What I want is whenever I click over this, some splash effect coming. So I'm just going to use inkwell. Then we want an on tap, and then we need to pass in select contact. So above this UI, we have to create this function called select contact. Then we need to get widget ref. Contact will be selected contact. And the build context. Since this is not a stateful widget, we are going to build context from this build function. Now we will have ref.read. We are using read, not watch over here, because it's not necessary. It's just a one-time thing. We need to call the function. So we'll have select contact controller, not selected contact, select contact controller. Let's find that. I think we've named it select contact controller provider. So let's pass in here dot select contact and then pass in the selected contact and context. Great. Now take this function, put it down here and pass in widget ref. Then we need selected contact. So the selected contact is going to be contact, which is this contact, because this was the item that was built. So we have contact list at index. This was clicked. This is the thing that is shown. So when this is clicked, you need to pass in the contact. And then finally, the third thing we need is a context. So we'll pass in the context. Now, if I just click on any of them, you can see the number showing up, which is great. Now, I'll come back to the select contact repository. Why had I printed the number? I wanted to show you this itself. If there are hyphens, then there is no problem. But what if I create a new contact here, I'm going to call a new contact, which is going to be, well, let's say Rivan, and then add a phone number. And here I'm going to pass in a phone number like, not like this. We're going to have +91 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and then save it. Alright, now if I come back here, and this was not a stream, so it didn't update automatically. So if I come back here and click, you can see Rivan showing up. If I clicked on it, you can see +91, and there's some space left, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So we need to make sure that we cover up the space here. So what do we need to do? Well, it's going to be pretty simple for us. We just need to do string selected phone number. I think we should have copied it first. So we have string selected phone number equal to selected contact dot phones at 0 dot number dot replace all the spaces with an empty string. So that would mean if this is a space that's there, it is going to cover up it with like a very simple string. After that, we're going to check if the selected phone number is equal to user data dot phone number. So if that is the case, then we're going to set is found equal to true. Otherwise, we're going to use navigator dot push named and pass in the mobile chat screen here. Obviously, we need to configure for the mobile chat screen, but we will do that. And after this for loop, we are going to check if it is not found, then we need to show a snack bar. As I mentioned previously, if I put an else over here, that would mean that every time it loops through every user collection in the document in Firebase, it will tell us that this was not found, this was not found, this was not found. And that would be a pretty bad experience. So we just set is found is equal to true. And now we show the snack bar saying this number does not exist on this app. This number does not exist on this app. After we test this version out, I'm going to show you an alternative approach we could have taken instead of using this for loop. And if you want, you can follow along with that. But since this is like a very known thing, I'm going to continue with this. So now if I click on any of this, let's say Kate Bell, this number does not exist on this app. Pretty simple. If I click on Rivan, it's not existing. Now what I'm going to do is in my contacts, I'm going to add my own contact here and then see if we get the correct contact or not. I mean, we don't have two users right now. We only have one user, but I'm going to add that user itself and see if that exists or not. So I'll see you after adding this contact. So one thing I'd like to mention before adding the phone number is that you have to mention the country code over here. If you don't mention the country code, it won't run properly because in Firebase, you know, we have already added the country code before the mobile number. So we need to make sure that we add the country code, otherwise it will not work. So please don't forget this step. It's very important. The country code should be there. So here I am after adding my own phone number. I'll just click over here and this is the new contact, Rivan RR. I'm going to click on this and it says this number does not exist. And we got this because I just realized if we go to our Firebase console again, the UID and the phone number are both the same thing. So we need to update that in our authentication as well. So if we just go to Firebase repository, sorry, not Firebase, Auth repository, and scroll down a bit and save user data to Firebase, here we have added phone number as the current user's ID and even the ID as this. So we need to make sure that we save this as current user dot phone number. And we need to convert this to a string, so convert it. Or otherwise what you could have done is just simply put an exclamation mark over here because phone number is already of the type string and it can't be null because we are saving the user to database, right? So for now, we can just make the normal change, add in your phone number here with the country code. So we'll have +91 and then your phone number. After having that, restart your application. When we log in from the Android device, we'll check if this phone number gets printed correctly or not. So for now, I'm just going to click back here, click on Run RR. I'm not getting anything, and that's a good thing because, well, obviously we have not implemented any navigation part. So to implement the navigation part, a very simple navigation, we just need to go to the chat screen. Now, what is a chat screen? Mobile chat screen. This is a chat screen that we need to head to. And obviously we need some arguments, but for now, we can ignore this. For now, we'll get to it in just a moment. So here at the top, we need a constructor. So we have static constant string route name equal to /mobile -chat screen. Then we need to generate right now we will save this much, go to a router.dart just to generate this. If you're wondering why we are taking such long steps everywhere, trust me, it's just a scalable thing, and you'll understand it if you start working on it and expand the app. So here, just make the necessary changes, and yep. Now what we need to do is whenever the thing is successful, so in our repository, select contact repository.dart. Here we just need to do navigator.push named, pass in mobile chat screen.route name and save it. Now if I restart the application, go back here and click on Run RR. Here you can see we're coming to the new screen. Now obviously we need to make certain changes here, like change the name, show the current users list, and then start working on the most awaited feature, the chatting feature. So here what we need to do, well, if we just click over here, the number does not exist. That means our select contact version is working pretty well. Now let's test this app on Android. So I'm going to stop this app execution, open it on Pixel 5 emulator and close the screenshot. It's not needed anymore. And the emulator is loaded, so I can just click on run and run without debugging. Alright, so our Android app has launched. Here it is. Let's try to see the authentication works or not. So here I'm going to pick up the country, which is India. And you can see we're getting a render flow error here. So what do we need to do to fix it? Well, obviously go to the login screen. And then in the login screen, we need to make sure that we wrap this padding with a single child scroll view. So we have single child scroll view, save it, and if we come back, the error disappears. Now I have to enter my phone number. After entering my other phone number, I'll come back here. After clicking next, we are redirected to this authentication verification page, and here I am on the OTP screen. I've gotten the OTP, so I'm just going to put it in 915050, and it should auto validate it. Yep. Now I have to enter my profile photo, so I'll just pass in some random photo I've taken from the net and pass in my name, which is, let's say, RRR here, and click on done. So I've already saved a contact in my list here. So if I just click over here, it asks me to access the contacts. I'll allow, and you can see two contacts showing up. Rivan Naman, that does not exist on this app, and Rivan, which exists. So if I click on Rivan Naman, number does not exist. I'll click on Rivan, and it shows up in a new list. So that means our app is working. And the next feature that we need to work on is showing this name correctly, sending some arguments from the contact screen to this chat screen, and then working on the text chatting feature. Then later on, step by step, we will keep adding images, video, audio, all of that stuff. So now let's take a moment and analyze what we need to do. Let's come back here and let's select a contact. I'm selecting this Rivan RR, and I've named the contact and changed the number here. So I've passed in the number of the Android device here, and it's still working. So now we need to analyze what we need to do. Whenever we click here, we need to make sure that we come to this screen where we first of all update this, which is the name of the user. So we take the username and put it there. Then we want to update the online status. So we make sure that here we show online or offline, and then we need to update this chat list according to the chat list that we have. So first, step by step, let's go. So here we have to come back to our contact screen, select contact screen, sorry. So whenever we select the contact, we want this to happen. And in this select contact, which is in the repository, we can go here. And then when we navigate, we pass in some arguments. Now what are the arguments going to be? Well, we want the name, the UID, that's it for now. Later on, we will have to check if it's a group chat and we need the profile photo so that we can show that photo whenever the user is calling. But as of now, we just need two things, which is pass through arguments, and arguments can take an object, but you can't pass in two objects like this. So what do we need to do? Well, just convert it to map. We can pass in a map, right? So just pass in a map and then pass in the name. Now what is the name going to be? We have user data. So we can just take user data dot name, and we need the UID, which will be user data dot UID. Simple enough. Later on, we will have group chat and all of that, pass through arguments as well, but we will look into that later on. Now we will again go to the router.dart file just to make some changes. So here we need to receive arguments, which will be final arguments equal to settings dot arguments, and we need to treat them like map string dynamic. And then we need the name and the UID. So we will have final name equal to arguments, and we want the name. So this is how we are extracting the map that we have sent. And similarly, we'll do this for UID. So we have UID here and UID here. So we are sending in a map, right? Now we are just getting this argument, which is the map that we have sent, this entire thing. And then we are extracting the property from this map called name, and similarly for UID. Great. Now we need to pass this to the mobile chat screen, and in the mobile chat screen we need to accept this. So we have final string name, final string UID, and then we need to click on generate constructor. We can go in router.dart, pass in name, which will be name, UID, which will be UID, and save it. Now coming back to the contacts list screen, this is a screen which shows this screen. So here we need to pass in something. As of now, we can just pass in random values. So the name is going to be an empty string, let's say RR, and the UID is going to be, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As of now, we can just pass in this and remove the warning. If you want, you can keep the warning. Anyways, we are just going to update it later on, so no need to worry about that. Now let's come back to the mobile chat screen. Let's restart our application to see if it's working. First of all, I'm just going to check on the contact screen. So if I click here, I should see RR coming, and we are not getting it because we are not changing the name here. So what do we need to do? In the title, instead of showing info at 0 name, this info is this list, random data list that we have. Instead of showing all of this, we need to simply show widget, sorry, not widget, just name. Now let's save this much. You can see RR showing up. For everything, RR should show up. Now if we come back here, click over here, and then click on RR, you can see RRR showing up. And that the reason for that is, if we go to our Firebase console, you can see that the name here is RRR. That's why it's showing RRR to us. Now we need to check if the user is online. Right now the user should be online because is online is set to true, and we've not added any logic for is online or anything. So we're going to keep track of this as a stream. Now let's understand this. Why a stream? So if there are two application devices, for example, just consider this as an Android phone. Let's just assume this is an Android emulator. So if this is an Android emulator and it's consisting of another phone device and this is another device, then if I go offline from here, it should show up on the chat screen, right? That, yeah, the user has gone offline. Now, if we use future for that, it won't be possible because we'll have to send some request to get some data. That's how futures work. But in stream, it will continuously give us the data. It's like a stream of data that will keep coming, and it will keep track if the user went online or offline. And we will add the logic to set is online to false or is online to true in our Firebase console. Here we are going to add logic to set it to false to true, but this property is how we are going to check if the user is online or not. So here what I'm going to do is go in the auth repository. Why auth repository? Let's understand it. So here I'm going to create a function called user data where I will accept user ID and return Firestore collection users document user ID. So what have I done till now? I've gone to this users collection. I've gone to this user collection. Then I'm going to the ID that's provided by the parameter. And now I want to get this user data's, this user's snapshot. That means all of these properties. So I want to get that. So I'll just do dot snapshot dot map. Why are we mapping through it? Well, we want to map through this particular snapshot that will come, this user ID snapshot. And then I want this event, which is of the type document snapshot, to get converted to user model. So this is like a shorthand trick for it. I'm just going to pass in user model dot from map and then pass in event dot data. And it won't be null because we are asking for that data only when it's not null. So here it is. Going to that particular user ID, getting this snapshot, which is this snapshot, then mapping through it, and then converting this event that we get into a user model. And don't worry, the map will basically return only this user model because we are going to get only one user with the user ID because every user ID here is unique. And here we are returning a user model. So let's give it a return data type of stream user model. You can see it works because we are returning this, and this map function is returning this user model. Great. Now we can go to the Auth Controller and create a function for that. So we will have stream user model user data by ID, pass in the string user ID, which will return auth repository dot user data and pass in the user ID. Just the simple auth controller thing that we already know how to do. Now we will go back to the mobile chat screen, and here I'm going to make certain changes in the title. So here I'm going to check, and not even check, I'm just going to wrap this text with a builder widget, and this builder is not going to be builder but stream builder widget. Now obviously, since this is a stream builder, I have to give it a type, so it will be of the type user model. Then we need to pass in stream, which will be ref, and we need access to ref, so convert this to a consumer widget. And then import this Flutter Riverpod library. Also remove this info.package, not needed anymore. And then pass in widget ref. Already we know how to do all of this and why we need to do all of this. After that we need ref.read. You can even use ref.watch, but since I'm calling a method, I always tend to prefer read. Then we can just use auth controller provider and call the function user data by ID, pass in the UID. So the UID here is UID that is coming through the constructor. Then here we need a snapshot. Then we will check if snapshot dot connection state is equal to connection state dot done. So when this is done, we need to return not a text but a column of text. And instead of doing this, we are getting this error. Now, since you're getting this error, we can just pass in container over here. So as long as other things are happening, we can just display a container. And if the connection is made, all of the data we have gotten, any data or any error, then we can just use this widget. Now we don't need to display a text. We need to display a column where the text is the name, and then another text is snapshot.data.isOnline. Since we have converted this to a user model, this data here is the user model. Since we've already converted it to a user model, we can use isOnline property. Then we can have a checking that if it's online, then we want to show online text, otherwise offline. We know this is a Boolean value, so we are checking if the user is online, then we need to show the online status, otherwise offline. And save this much. Let's see what we get. So I'll just go back to the application and restart the whole app. I'm going to click over here, then click on run RR. We're not seeing anything. So let's try to update it a little bit. So what I want to do here is, instead of doing done, I'm just going to say waiting, and instead of returning this column, make sure to cut it, not delete it, and put it here. So when the connection state is waiting, then we need to return the loader because the connection is still being made, and return a constant loader. Otherwise, we will return a column. Now you can see our data is showing up nicely. Now we just need to format it a little bit. So let's go here in the style. We're going to have a constant text style of font size 13. And let's go back. Here it looks pretty good, but it looks a bit of bolded. So I can just add a font weight of font weight.normal. So that it come back to the normal thing, and now it looks much better. And yeah, now this is online, but what I want to show you is if I change this is online status. So if I edit this is online status to false, you can see it's online here. Let me show it to you side by side. So here I have my Firebase console and here the app. I'm going to change it to false and click on update, and you can see the user has went offline because of this stream builder. Alternatively, what you could have done is just convert this to a stateful widget, then use the init state function and call the .listen method on streams, but that would be very cumbersome when we already have stream builder widget with us. Now let's work on the most awaited feature, which is the chatting feature. So we're going to start with text feature. So whenever the user, clicks on this, right now it's disabled. So I'll show you how to enable this. But what we need to do here is whenever we type, we need to show a button over here. Well, there will be 2 extra buttons. We need to make some UI changes here. But whenever we click on that button, we should be able to send the text message and it should show up here. Now sending a text message is not that easy because we need to keep several things in mind while doing it. So let's jump into it. It's going to be very interesting. So now we need to work on the chat screen, but we are going to go in the specifics. So let's work on this part of the application right now, which is the bottom navigation bar. We need to convert this into this. So let's observe the changes that we need to make in the UI first. So, well, this is the camera icon that we need. Then this clip icon we need, but this icon is not needed. So we need to remove it. And beside this text field, we need another button, which is this green icon button. And when any input is given here in the text field, we need to make sure that we convert this to a send button. This record button is only shown when there is no text in the text field. So let's first of all extract this. You can see that this text field here is along with this. Let's convert this into a separate widget in itself. So what we need to do is click on Ctrl+Shift+R, which is the refactoring option. Click on extract widget and then enter a widget for this. Let's call it bottom chat field and save it. You can see bottom chat field showing up. For now we can ignore the warnings. but this needs to be copied, actually cut, and then put it inside the chat part. So you can see that the mobile chat screen lies in the screens folder, which is outside of this. So let's refactor a bit, close this features one by one, the auth, landing and select contacts, create a new feature called chat. Also make sure to paste it back here, your stateless widget, because we are going to make certain changes here. We are first of all going to add the default screens that we need, then the widgets, and then repositories, and then finally controller. So these are the three things. This is the extra folder that's needed because widgets, we are going to add this widget in itself, and even the chat list widget that is up here, that's also going to be stay in the widgets thing. So coming back to this chat, we need to pass the screen over here. So let's copy it, paste it in this chat screen, and Dart extension wants to make refactoring changes. So we will click on OK, and then just save the files that need change. Close all the save files so that you see if there's any remaining saved file or not. After that is done, you can now come back to this mobile chat screen. Where it go? Here. After that, we can take this bottom field that we want, add it to the widget. So let's call it bottom underscore chat underscore field dot dart. Paste it in here, import material package, and we need mobile chat box color. So we will import UI colors dot dart file. Having this, we need to import bottom chat field. So import this library as well, paste it in here. You can see we are having this error. So let's restart the application. And if we click here, you can see correct thing showing up and this error thing showing up because, well, we haven't implemented this chat list screen, right? We are going to implement that after we send the text message. After that text message is done, we can simply come back here and display the chats that we have talked to. But for now, let's ignore it. Let's come back to Rivan from here and see it. Great. Now the text field here needs to get updated. So first of all, we are going to wrap this bottom chat field. Let's go in the bottom chat field and wrap this text field with a row. Why with the row? Because we want to show this button here. So what we need to show is a circle avatar with background color as color constant color 0xFF128C7E. You can just blindly copy it. It's just a green color that I've taken from WhatsApp itself. Come back here and you're not able to see anything. Why is that? Just open up the terminal and you'll see render box was not laid out and all of that error. Now to fix this and to understand first of all why this happened, well, this is a row widget. We have text field and we have a circle avatar. What is happening is text field is trying to take all the space, right? All the space on all the width on the screen, and circle avatar is trying to come up there. So that misproportion and miscommunication, you can say, between these two widgets is happening. So to make sure this error fades away, what we need to do is wrap this text field with a widget known as expanded. What expanded does is basically make sure that the text field gets maximum available space, not all the space, but maximum available space. So if this widget takes up some space, rest of the space that's remaining goes to this text field. So if we come here, you can see button showing up. Now already we see the error, the layout misproportion with this circle avatar. So to fix it, we're going to wrap this circle avatar with a widget known as padding. Now padding is going to be, well, constant edge insets dot only, because from every side it's going to be different. So from bottom I want 8, from right to, let's spell right properly, right 2, then we want left to be 2. and save this much. If we come here, not much of a difference, but it will start to pan out when we increase the circle's radius. So let's increase its radius to 25 and this looks much better. Now what I want is in the circle avatar pass in the child. This child is going to be an icon and we want icons.send as of now. Here we have it, icons.send. Now we need to change its color. So we'll have color as colors.white. You can obviously save this in colors.dart file here as like a white color, but I'm just going to simply write colors.white. Here we have it, colors.white with a white icon. Now let's change this layout. So we need to make some changes in the input decoration because these are where the icons are coming from. So let's go up here. We can ignore the warnings for now because we are going to add some functions which will obviously make this non-constant. So let's come up here and in the suffix icon we need to make certain changes. So here let's remove the padding and instead of padding have a sized box. Sized box will give us fixed height of how much space or width this row should occupy. If I come back, you can see width is showing up correctly. Now we need to remove these icons and also this text field is now enabled. We can type it correctly. Here the size box will have a width of 100 and we have to remove this icons.money. We'll remove this icon and then come up here. Looks much better. Now in the prefix icon, since this was a suffix icon, that means after the text field, we need something like prefix icon, which is this emoji where we need to add a GIF, you can say icon. So let's come up here. We have prefix icon. Similarly for prefix icon, we're going to set a sized box. So let's remove constant padding and put sized box. Pass in the width as 100. Then wrap this icon with a row. Also, we need to have an icon of GIF. So we have icons.gif and let's see here. We have the GIF icon showing up. In case you want certain padding from the left side, what you can do is wrap this sized box with the padding again. So we will have wrap with the widget padding, then symmetric, and then in the horizontal direction we'll pass in 20. Save it and come back. You can see we have left some space from here. Now in case you're wondering why this and this spacing looks very different, this is because of icon button. We are not going to use icon because we want to make sure that they are clickable here, because all of these are going to have their own separate functions. So here what we need to do is wrap them with a widget known as icon button. This icon button will have an icon and obviously an on pressed, which as of now is going to be an empty function. Put in a const over here. Now if I just save this much and go back, you can see it's coming in size a little bit. So similarly for GIF we are going to do, so I'm just going to copy this part, paste it in here and add a parenthesis afterwards. Then also put a constant over here. You can see it's spacing out really well. This is because icon button has its own, padding and splash effect. You can see that the splash effect is taking up so much space. Here also we are going to do the same thing. So let's have this. Remove constant, pass in the constant here and add in a parenthesis here. Even here we are going to do the same thing. So let's pass a parenthesis and pass in a constant. Great. Now all of the spacing is done and it looks very similar to the next or the other screen that we can see. Now we need to add the logic that whenever we add some text, we need to make sure that this icon first of all shows the recording icon, otherwise it gets converted to this send icon. So how are you going to do that? Well, for that we need to convert the stateless widget to a stateful widget, because we will have to set the state to you can say change the icon over here. And that is why we had created a separate widget for bottom chat field, because we're going to have so much of stuff happening in this bottom chat field itself, like picking up image, picking up some other video file, then recording, sending text message, and in that only we are going to make some changes to the icon. So only this part, let me highlight it for you, only this part is going to get updated, not the whole screen. If we put it in the mobile chat screen in this file, then what would have happened is this entire screen refreshing, and that would be a big problem because we are making calls to the stream. We are using stream builder, so we are making calls, then we are again loading this chat list. All of that we don't want, because right now the chat list is a constant widget, but later on we are going to take it from the constructor so that we can display these chat images or chat text. If you don't understand it right now, don't worry, but the basic concept is to stop our app from rebuilding a great part of the widget. We are just making this happen, which is really cool, right? Now coming back here, we need to display a recording icon when there is certain text in the text field. Otherwise, we need to display the send message. If you know how to go about it, please try it on your own. I would be happy if you just pause the video and try it on your own, because this logic is going to be very similar to some logic we have previously done in this tutorial as well. If not, then don't worry, we'll just do it. Bool is show send button is equal to false. So this button or this boolean value is going to keep track if the send button is being shown or the recording button. So initially it will be set to false because we need to show the recording button when the user comes first to the screen, because this text field input is going to be empty. As you can see in the picture, this has to be the recording icon. So let's add in here, if is show send button is true, then we want icons.send, otherwise icons.mic. Saving this much, you can see this recording button showing up because it's false right now. Now we need to make sure that whenever some input is given, we just change the value of is show send button. So in the text field, let's convert this to a text form field, and here add the property of onChange. We will get a value here. Now we just need to check if value.is empty or is not empty. So if value is not empty, then we need to set the state to is show send button equal to true. Otherwise, we will set is show send button to false. So what have I done here? Well, we have a text form field. We have just added the onChanged property where we are going to get a value, and we're just checking every time the user adds or deletes a character in this text field, checking if the val is not empty. So whatever string that the user has entered till now is not empty, then we want to show the send button because the user has written something, maybe he wants to send it. Otherwise, we will set state to is show send button equal to false because we want to show the recording icon. Now you can see it's showing the recording icon. If I just add a text, it converts this to a done icon. If I go back, it shows the recording icon again. If you want to show certain animation, you can obviously use the animation widgets over here. So that should work for you. So now let's work on the texting capability. So what we need to do, well, whenever the user types in and then clicks on this button, we need to send this data to Firestore, and not only in one collection like the chat collection. We have to do multiple more things than that. So let's dive into it. So here in the chat feature, we need to, in the repository tab, create a new file called chat_repository.dart. This will contain all the chat logic that we need. For example, the text message, the file message, whatever. So here we're going to create this class chat repository. And here we obviously need to create some instances so that we have a dependency injection setup, and we will obviously have just two of these: Firebase Firestore, let's name this Firestore, and final Firebase Auth, which will be Auth. Now we will just click over here, generate a constructor, And after that, create our very first function, which is void send text message, not test message, text message. And this will be a named constructor. Why a named constructor? Because we're going to have so many things requiring from this, not constructor, sorry, parameter. It only makes sense to have this in the parameter. We need the build context so that we can display our errors, and I'd like to take this moment to tell you that this code is not testable because we're using build context here and then displaying the errors. What we should have done is used a future of string data type, then a string returned if it's a success or not, because that would help in unit testing. This is not a unit testable code, but if you're already into unit testing, you might already know this. So here I'm going to make sure this is required. Then we are going to have a text. So we have required string text. Then we want a receiver user ID. Why do we need a receiver user ID? Well, how are we going to store that chat collection? Basically, the formatting of this is going to be users. Then we send it to the sender ID, then the receiver ID, and then in messages collection we add the message ID and then store our message. So this is how elaborate it's going to be. In users, we are going to go to the sender ID, which will contain, if we just take the snapshot at this point, we will get the user's details. So then we need to go to the collection of receiver ID. Here the receiver ID will be there, and then we will have their messages and then message ID, and then we are going to store that message in that message ID. This is how the collection is going to be laid out. I think I'm missing some step here, so we'll get to it, but this is how it's going to be. We need this component, the text message, the message ID that we will create by ourselves. So all of that is needed. I'll keep this comment here so that we have a reference. We need now sender's user ID, but we're not going to use the sender's user ID. That's not it. We also want the sender's username. We also want their profile picture, all of that stuff. So what we're going to do is require user model of sender user. So whoever sends it, we want their user model. Whoever receives it will obviously have their string supplied, but here we want the user's all data basically. And this is all that we need as of now. Later on we will need a boolean value checking if it's a group chat. If it's a group chat, then we need to do some extra configuration, but for now we can leave it. Now since we have the string of receiver user ID, we obviously need that user model of receiver user ID as well, because whatever we are doing for sender, we need to do that for user as well. That's why we're going to have a try catch block. So we have try catch e show snack bar, and here I'm going to rename this to a small e and print out e.toString. Then here in the try block, we are going to have variable time sent is equal to datetime dot now. So what time was this message sent? So we are creating a variable for that up here. Why are we creating a variable up here? Because there are two places where the time is going to be sent, and it will be used in our Firestore. When we get to it, I'll explain why we need to do at both the places, but for now you can just understand that we need to send it into two different collections, and the value might differ because time is changing, right? Then we want user model receiver user data equal to, well, now we want to set some data to our receiver user data. So we are going to take this receiver user ID and use it to get data of receiver. So what we need to do is variable user data map is equal to await firestore.collection users.document. We need to pass in the receiver user ID dot get. So we're basically getting the data of the receiver user, and now we need to convert it to a map. So what we can do is receiver user data equal to user model dot from map, pass in user data map dot data, and we're done. Now to avoid this error, we need to make sure that it's not null, and since we're getting this receiver user ID, it can never be null. Great. Now after having that, we can go to the next step, which is saving the data to two collections. Now let's understand which two collections. One collection is the contact chat sub collection, which means that whenever we come on this screen, we need to display the name of the user here. We need to display the last message. So we need to display the last message that was sent over here, so that we can simply use a stream builder to display all of them and not use any external configuration to display any of this text. So all of it is combined in using one single stream builder. So we need to store this in a contact chat sub collection. What is that contact chat sub collection? It is basically the users collection. Then we go to the receiver's user ID. Then we go to the current user's ID. Then we simply set the data of the current chat contact. So basically users collection, then the receiver user ID document, then the current user ID collection, and there we need to set the data. Now this is not going to be a collection, obviously this is going to be a document. So we will have chats collection here, and here it will be current user. If you're wondering why we are not doing this, which is basically users, receiver user ID, and then set the data, this is because, well, we will only have one document then, and that document would get overridden with every chat message that is sent. So if you send a message to this one, it will get overridden. But if we go to the next user and send the message again, it will get overridden and it will delete this message. So this message will not be shown. When we use it in code, you'll understand it better. But that's the point. So we're going to send the data here, and the data is going to consist of the profile picture, then the name, the last message that was sent. The last message is going to be the message that is this one, the text message. Now, other place that we need to store is in the messages sub collection. So after this is done and displayed over here, if the user clicks over here, we need to make sure that we show the message in real time, right? So we need to store it in a message sub collection. Where is the message sub collection? I've already mentioned. We send it to users, then the sender's ID, which is us because we are sending it, then the receiver user ID, then the messages collection, then the message ID, and then we store the message. So this is what we want to do. So let's create a function for that because we are going to reuse it. All of this is text message specific. Now we want to create a function that will be accessible in all the files that we will have. So now what we are going to do is take a reference of this, and actually of this I've cut it just to explain, but yeah. So now if you're getting this error, this is because we have not made any changes to this part of the screen. After we save some message and all of that, we will be changing this screen as well, but for now let's follow along. So we need to save the data to the contact sub collection. So we will create a function called save data to contacts sub collection. Now what I want is this function to not be used outside of this chat repository. So I'm going to make it a private function and initialize it up here. So you will have void save data to contact sub collection. Now let's understand what we need from the parameter, and obviously make this an asynchronous function and all of that. We are not implementing try catch block here because this is always going to get implemented in a try catch block. So no need to write try catch block again. Now in the parameter we need user model, and we need the sender's user data, and similarly we need the receiver's user data. Then we need the text that was sent because we need to store the last message that was sent, right? Then we need the date time when it was sent, and we need the receiver's user ID. Now I know we already have receiver user data, so we can just take that, or you can take a receiver user ID. We have both, so yeah, we can just take this. Now we need, I think that is all that we need. So now let's check here, or not even check. Now let's create what is known as a chat contact. What is this chat contact? Basically this screen. What do we need here? Well, the time the last message was sent, the text, the name, the profile picture, and obviously the UID of the user. So let's go in our models and create chat contact dot. So here we're going to create our class chat contact. Let's define the properties: name, profile picture, then the contact ID, then the date time of when it was sent, so time sent, and the last message. Now we can generate a constructor through this. And now after generating a constructor, we can even generate JSON serialization. Import dart convert can be removed. And we can remove these two functions. Let's save this much. Now let's come back to chat repository and here create an instance of this chat repository. Now another thing that we need to understand is we don't need to send this. Let me get this reference. We need to paste it here so that we get a reference and know what we're doing. So what is this doing? What is this line even doing? Basically in this users, we are going to store the receiver user ID, then the chats, then to the current user ID and set the data. But that would only work to display the messages here or the chat contacts here for the receiver. What about us? We also need to see it when we go back. So suppose we typed a message here, then we came back. We need to see this message, not only the receiver, but also us. But our stream builder is going to be connected to current user ID, receiver user ID. This is going to be interchanged for us. So that is the problem that we are facing. So to resolve this error, what we can do, send another request. But this request is going to be to current user ID. And then we're going to take this receiver user ID and put it here. So this will help us to display the message for us. This will help us to display the message for the other user. Right? So let's create two chat contacts instances. First for the receiver user ID. So I'm going to have this where variable receiver user ID or receiver chat contact and equal this to chat contact. Pass in the name. So the name of this is going to be the sender user data dot name, because it's the sender that's sending the name, right? I mean, this name will be used to display the name over here. So obviously the receiver wants to see the sender user's name. Then the profile pic, they want to see the sender user data dot profile pic. Contact ID will be sender user data. So whenever we click over here, we need to go to this sender user data dot UID. Then the time sent is going to be time sent from the parameter, and then the last message, which is going to be a text. Having this much, we need to send this to Firestore. And also just to format this correctly, we can copy this, paste it in here, and we need to pass in some positional arguments. So what are the positional arguments that are needed? Well, sender user data. So we have sender user. Then we need the receiver user data. So let's pass in receiver user data. Then we need a text. Then we can text and time sent, and finally the receiver user ID. We have all of it and we have done this part. Now if we save this much, you can see formatting has come in place. Now we need to make sure that we send the data to this collection and sub collections. So what we're going to do is await firestore.collection users .document auth, not auth, because we want to save it to receivers collection. So we will have receiver user ID dot collection chats. Then we want to send it to the current user ID. So we will have auth.currentuser.uid, or you can instead type in your sender user data.uid. Both of them should work because they're the same thing. .set, and then we set the receiver chat contact .to map because we need to send a map. And there we have it. Now we need to do something reverse for the sender contact. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it in here, and now let's understand what needs to be changed. First of all, the variable name. So we have sender chat contact. Then here we need to pass in the name of the receiver, right? So we will have receiver chat contact, not receiver chat contact, but receiver user data dot name, then receiver user data dot profile pic, receiver user data dot uid. Time sent is going to be the same and the text is going to be the same. We want both of these things to remain the same thing. After that, we can take this, paste it in here, and also we need to replace the UIDs as I mentioned. So here it's going to be auth.currentuser.uid and here receiver user ID. So we can pass it in correctly. Make sure this logic is correct. I'm just going to minimize this so that you can see it properly. This is a receiver chat contact. We are sending it here. Just take a moment and analyze what we have done. And if you don't understand, you can go back and see the video again. There's no problem about it. Then we can come back here. And this is the thing that we have. Having this, we should be able to save data to our contact sub collection. After that data is stored to our contact sub collection, we need to store it to the message sub collection. So here we are going to have a method called save message to message sub collection, and we need to pass in parameters. So let's create that function above, let's say this one or below this one. So we'll avoid this save message to message sub collection, asynchronous, and yep. Now let's decide the arguments or parameters that we need. So we need, well, first of all, the receiver user ID, and not required because we're using this, or we can just convert it to a named parameter. So we'll have our receiver user ID, then the text. So we'll have required string text, then the date time of time sent, then we need the message ID, then we need the sender's username. That's all that we need here. Username, then we need receiver's username, and then I think that's all that we need as of now. Later on we will add more stuff because we will have replying. We have to consider that. Then we will have multiple file types, and actually considering of file types, we can add the file types here itself. So we need to create an enum. What is an enum? Enum is like a data type that represents like a constant thing. So if we just see it in code example, we can go in the comment tab, create enums, and here we will have a first enum called message underscore enum dot dart and create enum. So we have enum message enum and then create several enums. So the first is going to be text. So we can have text, and this is how we denote them, with capital letters, or you can just go ahead with small letters, whatever you feel like. Usually it's capital letters, but for some reason Flutter linter is giving us to convert it to a lower camel case. If you want, you can just press command full stop and ignore constant identifier names. But I'm just going to go ahead with small ones. So we have text, then we need image, then we need audio, then we will have video and GIF. Sweet. So these are all the message enums that we need. Now we need to obviously have two types of, now we obviously need to make sure that we convert this message enum whenever we type to a string type, because that's what the database will accept. And we also need to make sure that we can convert this enum type from a string to an enum. So how are we going to do that? There are two ways we can do that. First way is using an extension, and second is using enhanced enums. Now, enhanced enums, I'm going to show you both the ways right now. So enhanced enums were introduced in Flutter 3 and Dart 2.17 itself. So let's try it out. It's a very new feature in Dart. What we need to do here is have constant message enum, which is a constructor for this enum created, which is similar to a class, and then have this dot type passed in, and obviously create final string type variable. And we're getting this error here because if we remove this comma and replace it with a full stop, we have to add certain values. You can see, but basically we have created this message enum with this constructor, like similar to a class. Now, here we need to pass in the type, so we will have to pass in a type of text. Image will have image, audio will have audio, video will have video, and GIF will have GIF. No brainer. And here you can see we are getting this error because this requires enhanced enums language feature to be enabled. We need to update our pubspec.yaml because I've created this project, which is the WhatsApp UI version, before Dart 3 was introduced. So basically what we need to do is go to our pubspec.yaml file, and in here, in our environment and SDK part, we need to pass in, instead of Dart 12.0, Dart 2.17.0, save it. If we come back here, let's wait for Flutter pubget. And there we have it. All the errors have disappeared because we have shifted from Dart 2. Let's say 12 to Dart 2.17. Now, if you're on a lower SDK version of Dart and you've not installed Flutter and anything like in Flutter 3, then what you can do is use extension. For extension also you need a certain Dart feature like to Dart 2.16 or Dart 2.15. I'm not very sure about it, but you can use extension then. So we'll have extension. This is how we created an extension, and we'll call this extension convert message on string because we want this to be available on string values. We cannot have this on message values. Basically, we need to convert this text, which is these values that will come from Firebase, to a message enum. So let's create it. We have to return a message enum, and we will have .to enum. And we are going to have a switch case here. So we'll have switch. And what do we need? Well, we need the string value that was passed in, right? So we'll have switch this. This will give us the, you can say, the string value on which this extension was used. So here we can have case audio. Then we will be able to return message enum.audio. Then we don't need to have break because we are already using return here. Then we can have case image. Then we need to return message enum.image. Then we need case text, which will return message enum.text. Then we need case GIF, which will return, as expected, return message enum.gif. Finally, video, which will be returning message enum.video. Let's save this much, and you can see we're still getting an error because we have not provided a default one. Usually this default one won't come in for us, but if it does come in, it will be our error because we've not implemented certain extra type that we add in. So we are going to just pass in return message enum.text. Because it's our error, this is rarely going to be the case. So this is how you can convert this. Now, as I said, if you don't have this type version, enhanced enum version, what you can do is create another extension. So, another function in this extension, so that you can convert this text to a string. So similar to this, you're going to have on message enum. So this will be available on all message enum, and this will be of the type message enum. And then you can have a case like message enum dot audio, then return audio, something like this. But I'm not going to do that because I already have enhanced enum version, but I've told you how to do it. Now let's get back to our chat repository, and in here let's accept of the something of the type called message enum, which will be message type. Then here we need to create an instance of the message class. Now obviously we need to create that message model. So let's think what we will have in the message model. And the reason it's going to be different from chat contact is because message is going to have much more fields. For example, here we only have 3 fields, but message is going to have this part, the time part, this is seen feature, then if it's replied to or not, all of that stuff. So let's scroll down in the models. We are going to have message dot create a message class. Then we will have final string sender ID, the person who is sending, and we need this because we need to check if the message is sent by us or not. Then we need the receiver ID because we need to check we need to update the isSeen function if it's seen by the receiver user ID. Then we will have final string text, then we will have final message enum, and this will be the message enum type. Then we will have final date, time sent. Then we will have a message ID, and final boolean is seen, so if the message is seen or not. Obviously we are going to have 3 more fields like replied message, replied to, and replied message type, but we can see that later on when we get to it. Now we will generate a constructor, then generate JSON serialization, remove this dot convert, scroll down and remove this JSON part. Now let's understand why we're getting this error. We're getting the message enum.from map type. Now we need to edit this out. So here what we should have is, instead of .from map, we're going to have message enum. We'll remove this message enum.from map, and because this is going to be of the type string, right? So we're going to treat it as a string because this is going to be get called whenever we get data from Firebase. So we're converting and treating this as string and then converting it to enum because we have the extension with us now. This is our own made creation. So this is our from map function. Now let's get to the to map function. In this to map, type is not going to be .to map because there is no function for that. We're going to have type dot type. Pretty simple. Because of enhanced enums, we have that. In case you don't have that because you're using lower version of Dart, what you can do is dart.to enum and create this function, but I'm going to have type. After saving this, we can come back to the chat repository. Obviously we need to pass in all of this, so let's go here and pass in the required fields in the chat repository. So we will have receiver user ID, which will be receiver user ID, then text going to be text, then the time sent going to be time sent, then the message type is going to be message enum dot text because you're in the text function, right? It can't be audio in a text function. That would be our mistake. Then we have message ID, which is going to be message ID, which we have created on the top. And if we have not, we need to create it immediately. So to create a message ID, we obviously need to generate a unique ID. So for that, we're going to use a dependency called UID. It will generate UID based on time. That is a feature that we're going to use. It can do multiple more things, but for us, this much is enough. We also need to stop our app execution, but now we can't start it because we are getting some errors here. After resolving those errors, we can start our application. So now we need to create the message ID. So let's create it here, which will be variable message ID equal to constant UUID. And we need to pass in .v1, which will generate based on time. You can see, or you can use .v4, and hover over this, you can see it will generate a RNG version. So let's use v1, I trust that more, and then pass in the message ID. Then we need to pass in receiver's username, which will be receiver user data dot name. Then we need sender username, and let's take this as username. So username is required, which is sender user data dot name. Great. Now let's get back to our function, and before that, let's run our app without debugging. Meanwhile, we can come back to our function here and create an instance of the message class. So we'll have final message equal to message, and let's use the auto import feature that it gives so that we can use tab to get to the next argument or parameter that we need to pass in. So you will have sender ID equal to auth.currentuser.uid, and here sender ID is going to be a constant, receiver ID is going to be a constant because messages are in general, and even here we are going to send it to 2 people. Now after creating an instance of the class, I will explain that, but now let's pass in this. So the receiver user ID is going to be receiver user ID, then the text is going to be the text, type is going to be message type, then the time sent is going to be the time sent, message ID, and isSeen is going to be false because this is right now the user has sent the message. So it's going to be false initially, and then when this we add the logic for isSeen, we can set it to true. Now let's send this message. Where do we want to send it? Let's get that logic. So we'll take this logic from here and paste it in here. So we need to send it to user, sender ID, receiver ID, messages, message ID, and then store the message. But we need to do that 2 times. As I mentioned for the chat contact case, which is this time, we have similar issue with this one. So if we send it to sender ID, then receiver user ID, it will only show up for us. But what about the other user who has the stream builder linked to their user ID, their receiver ID, and then the message ID and all of that? Because they have the case of this. So what do we need to do? Well, send again to request. So we'll have await firestore.collection users.document. We need to pass in sender ID for the first time. So we'll have auth.currentuser.uid.collection chats.document receiver user ID .collection messages. Then we need to pass in the message ID as a document, and it's going to be different every time because it is time based. .set, and then we're going to convert this message to map because we need to convert it to a map, right? Having this much, we can copy this. Just analyze this if you haven't understood. We are sending it to users collection, user ID, chat collection, the receiver user ID, collection messages, .document message ID, .set. And if we just compare it to the previous one, here I've a bit misexplained this. This should be over here, but you get the point. We have these 2 things. If we just compare it to this one, so we have users, the current user ID, then chat collection or document receiver user ID, and then set it. Till here, it is the same thing. So that means that this data is going to be same as this one. Then we are adding an extra collection of sending the document. If you don't understand, I'm going to give you a dry run through when we have our Firestore setup. So when we send a message from this device to our Android emulator, I will show you the processes that happen in Firestore so that you don't seem very confused. Now we can copy this, paste it in here, And now we just need to replace this receiver user ID with this auth.currentUserID and pass in the receiver user ID. And the message is going to be constant because whatever happens, this is going to be sender ID and this is going to be receiver user ID. So our send text message part is completed finally, and this is going to serve as a very big benefit for other messages because they are going to be very speedy for us. So if you spend more time here, don't worry. This takes a bit of logic, and that's why WhatsApp is a bit complex to make than other apps. So after this, we obviously need to go to the chat controller and create that chat controller class. And even before that, we need to create an instance of this chat repository. So let's create a provider right at the top. So we will have final chat repository provider equal to provider ref, and then pass in the instance of chat repository class. So we'll have chat repository, pass in Firestore, which will be Firebase Firestore.instance, then auth, which will be Firebase auth.instance. Having this, we need to go to the chat controller, and here we'll have chat controller, and here we obviously need chat repository. So we have chat repository, and then we also need final provider ref because we need to interact with other provider here, which is going to be known when we use it. For now, I don't think we need it. This is needed for replies and stuff. So we can, if you want, you can just remove it for now, but I'm just going to keep it so that I don't have to write it and generate constructor again. Now I'm going to generate constructor for it and create our very first function called send text message. So we need to send chat repository dot send text message. Then we need to pass in the context. So let's accept it. So we'll have build context, not button input. Then we need text. So we'll have text. Then we need receiver user ID. So we'll accept that as well. Then we need a sender user. For the sender user, we can't import it from the constructor, right? Because from the parameter. Ignore me when I say constructor for the wrong things. But in the parameter, we can't accept receiver user ID. I mean, sender user data, because, well, we will have to add logic to get the sender user data in our chat repos in our UI files. So what we need to do is use ref here. This is the use case of ref. I'm sorry, we are also going to use it for replying, but also for this. So we'll have ref.read because we want to read it one time. We don't want to keep track of when it's changing or not. We just want to use this user data auth provider, and we are not going to handle any errors. We're just going to do whenever we get the data, we just want to call this message or this function. So we can just copy this, paste it in here, and then copy this value, pass it to our sender user. And here you can see value can be null because it's of the type user model question mark. Whenever we're calling send text message, it's always going to be non-nullable. So we can put exclamation mark. Great. Now, if you think this is a wrong way of doing it, which I totally agree, what you can do is in the main.dart file or any file that we have, you can just see here, whenever we get the data of user, we store it in a different provider like state notifier provider, which we will get to in a while. So just try to use that and not this future provider, because we are again and again using this user data auth provider, which is going to call Firebase function, and it's not a very good thing. Alright, now I'm going to put a comma here, and now let's go to our mobile chat screen, and in the bottom chat field, we are going to create our very first function. What is that function? Void send text message, and this is going to be asynchronous, and here we need to check if is show send button is true. That means that we can send the message. If you remember it, if we can send that message, that means recording button is not there. So if send button is showing up, then we need to do ref And to get ref, we obviously need to pass in consumer here so that we use Riverpod. So we have consumer, then import it using Riverpod, and we'll have ref.read chat controller provider. And we have not provided the instance of this chat controller, so let's go up here, create an instance. So what I'm going to do is copy this chat repository provider and paste it in here. Then I'm going to call it chat controller provider and pass in chat controller. Now obviously this is not going to be single arrow, it's going to be multi arrow, a brace, and return a chat controller. Now for the chat controller, we need to provide two things, which are chat repository and a provider ref. So ref can be from the parameter here ref, and chat repository can be final chat repository equal to ref.watch chat repository provider. Let me quickly type it and I can paste it here. And here I'm going to pass in a semicolon. Having that, we can go to our bottom chat field. That was all that we have covered in the past. As I said, we're continuously going to follow these things so that it gets drilled into your mind and you can use it in your projects later on. So coming back to this, we send a text message. We want chat controller provider, which we have now, and we need to send a text message. We have the build context because we are in a stateful widget. We need the text, which is going to be message controller dot text, and I don't think we've created any text controller, so let's create it. So we are going to have final text editing controller called message controller, which is going to be equal to text editing controller. Then we need to dispose it off. So copy this, call dispose, take this dispose function and put it right here. Let's not keep it at the top, let's keep that place for init state. We need to pass in message controller.text.trim, then the receiver user ID, which will be widget.receiver. We need the receiver user ID, which is not available in the bottom chat field, so we need to get it from the constructor. So we'll have final string receiver user ID. Just think about it. If you don't understand why I'm importing from the constructor, think about it. Where will I get my receiver user ID from? We don't have any provider to get any data from. We have not stored any data anywhere. Where will you get it from? Obviously, through the constructor. Because this bottom chat field lies in mobile chat screen, and mobile chat screen allows us to pass in receiver user ID, and receiver user ID is here from the constructor. So we can take this UID and pass it in here. Now let's come back here and pass in widget.receiver user ID. Save this much, take this send text message and put it. So we can just wrap this widget with a gesture detector. You could have used an icon button, but don't want the splash effect. If you want, you can just use the icon button and set splash to 0 or whatever. But I find using gesture detector easier, because not only that, gesture detector provides us with multiple properties like on tap, on long press, all of that. So we're going to use on long press because this button is also used to record audio. So when we long press, we will be able to record audio just like in WhatsApp. So here I'm just going to have on tap, not here, on tap, and pass in send text message. And that's all that we need. Let's restart our application and see if it works. So I'm going to send it to the Android device. So as a matter of fact, let's open up our Pixel 5 emulator as well, just to see if it's working or not. And no message is going to show up in the Android emulator, know that, because we have not connected it using Stream Builder. But we want to check if it's coming in Firestore. And I want to show you the process using Android emulator. So now let's try to send it, moment of truth. So let's say yes, and then click on send. Nothing is happening as of now. So let's go to our Firebase console. And here you can see some messages seen. If you don't get it, you can just click on this or just go to another document and come back here. You'll see the chat collection. So here we have it. I've changed my phone number so that you don't see it and I don't have to take the burden of, blurring it. So I just have the chats collection. You can see this is the sender user ID. I think this is the receiver user ID. Then the chats. Then we have the receiver's user ID, which you can compare it with here. You can see both of these are same. If I just take my screen brush and I show it to you, you can see both of these are the same thing because here we are talking to this chat. If we just open up another chat over here, suppose we have another chat, you can see, this is not a real user, this is sample data. But if you use this user, just hypothetically, we have managed all of this stuff. So if we just take this user, John Doe, and chat with him, it will create another chat document here, which is exactly where we want it to appear. Then after that, we will have messages and you can see this is our chat contact. So this is the part that's going to show up here. Contact ID, the last message. As of now, it's nothing. And we'll see why we are getting that nothing. Then we have name Revan R, profile pic and the time sent. And the time sent is a bit weird because in our toMap function, we have converted this to milliseconds or microseconds. Then in the messages, we can go here. This is our UUID and we have all our data. Even here, the text is empty. So that means we are doing some issue and I think I've rectified the issue already. In our text field, we have not bound our text editing controller to this part. So we need to pass in message controller here and save it. Now, if I send the message, it will give me an error because here you can see I've changed the number. So I change it back again and send some data. So I'll just come here and send it. So I'll send hey again. And we need to make sure that we set this message to empty. So we can just have message controller dot text dot or is equal to empty string and then we call set state. So we can just do it in set state itself so that the widget rebuilds and we don't see this. So if I type Y and then click on this, you can see it disappeared. That means it's working. And if we come to our Firebase console in our chats, we can go here. You can see this is one document only because all of the messages are going to be placed in this messages sub collection, not in this chats. If we go in the messages, we have 3 messages now, which is empty text, which we made an error. Then we have hey, and then we have hey. So that means it's working and you can see the last message here is hey as well. That means our text message part is working. If you want to verify, the same thing will get saved in this user document. So we have some num2, I've changed the number. We're going to have chats. Then this is the chat that is matching with this. Then we have messages and this message is going to clash with the messages that were saved in the other document. But the thing to note here is the chat contact. The last message was hey, name was RRR. You can see the name here shifted to RRR because this contact is RRR. That's why RRR is saved here so that we can display it over here. Now if you're not understanding it, let's get to the part where we display all of these chat contacts so that things get very clear. It's very easy to do, so let's implement it. So let's close all the save files. Let's get a rest from sending messages and all of that stuff and do the easy stuff, which is just displaying stuff over here, this part. So for that, we have to go to our contacts list. Again, if you're not familiar with what this is, I would highly recommend you to watch the video. Otherwise, you can just trust me that this is a screen where all of these stuff are being displayed. Not this app bar or anything, just this part, the scrollable list builder. Now we need to make certain changes here. Well, first of all, we want this top 10. All of that is needed. Now in this list view builder, we want to make change. Instead of just showing a list view builder, we want to show a stream builder so that we get real time. Why are we using stream builder? Because these last messages can be changed anytime. We just don't want to show this text, right? You want to show the entire thing, and this text can keep changing, and as a result of this, even this will get changed. So we will use a stream builder. So we're going to wrap this list view builder with a builder widget called stream builder. The stream builder is going to be a list of a chat contact. So let's give it a type here. List of chat contact. And now obviously we are getting a bunch of errors. So let's resolve it. We will first of all get a snapshot here. Instead of m, this will be a comma. We will pass in a stream, and this stream is going to be chat, getting the chat contacts. So obviously we will go to the chat repository, create a function here called stream list of chat contact, and here we will call it get chat contacts and create a function out of this. Then we will return Firestore, and what we need to return is similar to this one, which is the function save data to contact sub collection, because well, we are storing there, obviously we need to retrieve from there. So it's going to be the same thing, and we are going to have dot collection chats, and this is not going to be just one user ID. We obviously need to copy this and paste it over here, and we don't need the data of one specific chat contact. We want for everyone, because that's why it's a list of chat contacts, right? So here, instead of document, we will have dot snapshot so that we get a stream, and then we could use map. But what is the problem here? In this map, we are going to convert all the chat contact documents to chat data, you can say. So we will have to connect with Firebase, you can see later on. So we can't use map. We need to use something known as async map that allows us to use asynchronous. So instead of just having a null, having arrow function, we are going to have this and mark this as asynchronous. Put in a semicolon here, and now let's see what we need to do. Here we will have list of chat contact messages equal to empty, and this will not be messages, these are going to be contacts. So we can call this contacts. Then we will have for variable document in event.docs. So we are looping through every event over here, which is query snapshot, so that we get the document snapshot. Using that document snapshot, we will be able to convert it to chat contact. So we are just going to convert it to chat contact. So we'll have chat contact equal to chat contact dot from map and pass in document dot data. Save it this much. Now what do we need to do? Well, we need to get the user data so that we can save the chat contact. Basically, we will have messages dot add, and then we need to add chat contact. Because it's a list of chat contact, we obviously need to pass in chat contact, and here we need the name. To get the name, we can't get it from chat contact. So what we need to do here is first of all remove this, and here get the user data. So we'll have variable user data is equal to await Firestore dot collection users dot document chat contact dot contact ID dot get. So we are basically taking use of this contact ID, which is the user's ID, to get the user data. So we'll have variable user equal to user model dot from map, and then we'll pass in user data dot data, which cannot be null. Then we will use messages dot add just like we want, because we got the user model. And now we will pass in the chat contact. Now the name is going to be user.name, profile pic is going to be user.profile pic, then contact ID is going to be chat contact.contact ID, or you can just pass in chat instead of chat contact.contact ID, you can just pass in user.uid or whatever you want, After that we will have time sent, which will be chat contact.time sent, and last message, which is going to be chat contact dot last message. Having this much, let's save it, and let's see why we're getting this error. We can't assign chat contact to parameter type map string object. So this messages is a list of map of string of object which is coming from info.dart file. So instead of using messages, we need to use contacts. That is a very simple error. So here we have it. Now after this for loop, we need to return these contacts. Make sure you're outside this for loop. That's why we had created a global variable here and not done something like this, something like this is not done. So do it this way so that you can return contacts. And there we have it, our get chat contacts. So we can go to our chat controller, then create a function for it. So we will have stream list chat contact, and we will name this chat contacts, and we will return chat repository dot get chat contacts. Simple enough. Now let's go to our contact list, and the stream here is going to be ref dot watch. Obviously we need this ref, so we will have to convert this stateless widget to a Riverpod consumer widget. So we'll have consumer, and now pass in the widget ref here, and now we can use ref. So we'll have ref dot watch chat controller provider dot chat contacts and save it. Now if you just restart the app and see the terminal, we're not seeing anything at all. And the reason for that is we have not implemented anything. Basically, this snapshot here is not being used. We are just using the sample data. So what we can do here is, instead of item count like this, we can have snapshot.data.docs.length. And this data is going to be, and we don't need docs, sorry. We just need snapshot.data.length. And this data is not going to be null. It's going to be either empty or full of list, but it's not going to be null. Now we will return a column here where we are going to get each and every chat contact. So we'll have chat contact data equal to snapshot dot data, and here, so we'll have passed in index. So we get a specific chat contact data. Now we can take this, pass in the text here. We will look at this later on. So here in the title, we are going to have chat contact data dot name. Then we are going to have the last message. Then we are going to have the profile pic. So let's have profile pic. Then we are going to have time sent. And obviously this is in the format of date time. Now we need to convert this. So to convert this, we are going to use a package known as Intel. So add that to your pubspec.yaml file. Having that, we need to convert this. So we'll have date format dot hm. H stands for hours and M stands for minute, because we want it to have hour and then minute showing up. So we have hm, and then we need to format according to this hm. And if we go here, hm is basically this passed in. So if you want, you can just have date format and pass in the pattern according to which you want. So if you pass in hm like this, it wouldn't matter, and if like this, it wouldn't matter. Same thing. Then we need to format this, so we can just copy this part, paste it in here, and then save it. Now you can see correct stuff showing up, which is pretty cool. Again, save it. So it is showing up the last message and stuff correctly, but still the navigation needs to be fixed up, which we will do in just a second. It's just a 2-line thing. We already know that, but you can see we are getting an error over here. Now to avoid this error, which basically comes up when we restart the application. So if we just restart, you can see the red error screen showing up for a while. So to resolve that, what we can do here is check if not here, sorry. In the stream builder, we can check if snapshot.connection state is equal to connection state dot waiting. Then we don't want to return this list view builder. That means that the data is still being fetched. So we need to return a loader. So we'll have to return constant loader. Saving this much, I'll restart the app. No terminal output, and yep, it works. Now we need to fix this navigation. So what we can do here is in the mobile chat screen, instead of using first of all this part, we are just going to use named routes, push named, remove this material page route. We need to pass in context and then the mobile chat screen dot route name. Then we need to pass in arguments, and let's see what arguments is required by mobile chat screen. Name and UID. So we will pass it in as a map. So we'll pass in name, and the name is going to be contact chat data. So let's see if I got that. Chat contact data dot name. Then we want UID. So we'll have chat contact data dot contact ID, which is the UID. Alright, now I'm going to click over here, and you can see we're not getting any error. It's showing up Rivan RRR correctly. If I go over here, it's showing up Rivan R properly. All of the stuff is working. Now if I try to send a message from here, let's say hello, and click over here, you can see hello showing up in real time. So we'll have and send it here. You can see it showing up. That means all of this is working. The next thing that we need to work on is displaying the messages real time here and then working on automatic scrolling. So now let me just clear off this and shift this contacts list to our chat widget. After moving it, we'll get the refactoring options and we will save all of them and then close all the save files. Again, we restart the application just to see anything is there or not. Nothing. So now we need to work on this chat list. So here this chat list can be moved in the widget section as well. So move it. And again we have to save certain files. So let's save them, close them, and come back to the chat list. This chat list is also going to be a stream again. So here basically we want to display the messages. So it's again going to be a stream. So we can wrap it with the builder. Then it will be stream builder. We'll get stream, not snapshot here. Snapshot will be here. So we'll have snapshot here. Now the stream. So before even getting to the stream part, let's convert this to consumer widget. And then here we will have widget ref. We already know the drill. We know the widget ref happening. Now we can go back to our chat repository and here create something new. So we have the get contacts part. Now we want to get the chat stream. So what is this chat stream going to be? Here we had the same collection like this one, like our save data to contact sub collection. Similarly, we are going to have something similar for our messages. So we can just copy all of this and scroll up. And here we need to create our function. So let's call our function stream of list of messages. Like this was stream of list of contacts. This is going to be stream of list of messages. And then we can call this get chat stream. And here we just need to pass the receiver user ID because that's the only thing that's missing. So we just want that. And I don't think we will need asynchronous. Only this much is enough. Now we just need to return a stream. So we can just paste this. So we have users, current user's chat. Then the document should be the receiver user ID. And then we will have dot collection messages, dot snapshot. And now whatever snapshot we get, we need to map them so that we get the event. And now similar to this one, we need to make sure that we convert whatever document snapshot we get. And actually right now it's query snapshot. We need to because here we have done collection.snapshot. If we have done .document.snapshot, this would have been a document snapshot, but we're not doing that. We're just doing .collection messages. So we have a list of document snapshot, which is query snapshot. So we need to convert all of them. So like usual, we will have our message list of message, which will be called messages, and it will be empty list. Now we will run a for each loop for document in event.documents. We need to make sure that we add messages.add, and we need to add message.fromMap document.data. So basically we loop through everything in this event query snapshot and then added them to this message, converting them to a message model so that it's easier for us and we don't get any runtime errors later on by using, this kind of format. Alright, now we just need to return messages after this for loop and we are done. We can go to the controller now. So we have chat controller and create a similar function for that will return stream of list of messages called chat stream, and we can call get chat stream. We need to pass in a user ID, so we will just pass in from your receiver user ID and pass that in. Great. Now we can go to the chat list and here we will have ref.read and we need to read chat controller provider dot and we need to pass in chat stream. Now what is the receiver user ID going to be? For that we need to import it from the constructor. So we will just write final string receiver user ID and then click on generate constructor. Also here we need to pass this key and there we have it. Great. So we have the receiver user ID, but we are getting error in two places, the web layout screen, which we're not going to look after in this one. So I can just pass in an empty string just to resolve the error, and in the mobile chat screen. Now in the mobile chat screen, we need to pass in, so remove the constant and then pass in the receiver user ID, which is the UID. And we need to go to the chat repository because I feel we have imported .html by mistake. Yep. Remove that, save it, and we're still getting some error. So for that, let's try to restart the app and see what we get. Nothing. Okay, cool. So now let's try to see if this is working or not. I mean, everything here is info.dart based. So even if we go here, nothing is showing up. So now let's try to configure it with the data that's provided here. So first of all, add the logic of not having any red screen. So we will have snapshot.connectionState equal to connectionState.waiting. Then we will return a constant loader. Then we have the list view builder where the item count should be snapshot.data.link. And in case you are getting this error, this is because we haven't mentioned the stream builder type, which we need to mention, which will be list of message, and import this model. And there you see the data or the error got resolved. Now we need to display the message. So the message is going to be, well, simply messages at index.data. So what we can do here is extract that message data so that it can be used again and again. So we'll have final message data equal to snapshot.data index. Now we can take this message data and pass that in. So we'll have message data dot text as the message. So come here, you can see our empty message showing, this yeet and hey showing up. Similarly, we need to do this for the sender message card, my message card as well. So just replace it. And now if I save it, you can see two messages more showing up. This empty text is there solely because we had some error of not passing in the controller. So if you want, you can go ahead and delete. I'm going to keep this. Now we need the date. So you will have message data dot time sent, and obviously we need this as a string. So we need to format this. So what I can do here is create another variable called variable time sent is equal to date format. Let me just quickly write it. Date format dot hm dot format and then pass in the date, which is message data dot time sent. And now I can pass time sent everywhere. here and here. Sweet. So if I come here, you can see it's showing up. Now if I just type hello, note the time here 8:28. If I just click on enter, you can see hello showing up here at 8:28. But now you can see the problem already. We have not sorted this according to the time we are receiving it. So we can go to the chat repository, scroll down to find get chat stream, and here we are going to order by time sent, because that's a property of time and we need to order by time. And you can see hello showing up here at 8:28, but it's showing up in the wrong place because this is a hello that we sent. And if I send, let's say, it's not syncing properly, so we need to edit the chat list, and this part we need to edit. So what logic do we have to put? If message data dot sender ID, so the person who has sent the message is us. So if the message dot sender ID is equal to Firebase auth dot instance dot current user dot UID, that means it's me, then I want to return the message card. Otherwise, I want to return the sender card. And now if I type hello here like this, he is showing up and it's from the other user. If I type hey from here, let's type it. You can see hey showing up, and if I scroll down, hey showing up. But here comes another problem, which is whenever I send it here, it does not scroll automatically. So if I'm here, I type in hi, you can see I'm sending, but it's not scrolling. So that's what we need to fix. How can we do that? By using a scroll controller. So how are we going to go about it? Well, in the chat list itself, we are going to create scroll controller. So we will have to convert this to a stateful widget. So if I type Command Shift R, you can see no refactoring available. And this is the reason why I suggest people to use this extension, Flutter Riverpod. So I'll click on install, and there we have it. Now if I just type in, let's say, stful consumer, you can see stateful consumer widget is made. So if I can just type in chat list, already this is done. So what I can do here is copy this and paste it in here. Then copy all of this stream code and paste it here. So I can remove all the other classes, and there we have it. Now we need the receiver user ID, and here it is. So we need to use widget.receiver user ID, and it's done. If we are getting this error, so let's try to restart the application and see if we're getting anything else. So if I just go over here, nothing is showing up. If I restart for Pixel 5 as well and click over here, you can see everything is working indeed pretty well. Now here we need to have a scroll controller. So we will create final scroll controller and set it equal to message controller, which will be equal to scroll controller. Then we need a dispose method, and then we will remove this comment. Use this message controller to pass in message controller.dispose. After that, we need to understand how this will work. So every time we are going to send a new message, suppose I send hhhhhh and click on send, this should scroll down. So when are we scrolling down? Whenever there's a new message. So obviously we need to implement it inside of this stream builder, because whenever we get a new message, this will rebuild. And thus we want this to contain some code like scheduler binding dot instance dot add post frame call, and this timestamp is not needed, so we can just pass in an underscore. Even if you put it like this, it doesn't matter, but it's just to symbolize that this is of no use. And then we are just going to use this message controller and call .jump to. This will help us to jump to the value that we mentioned. For example, if we pass in 0, it will jump to 0 whenever there's a new message. We want it to jump to scroll controller, or I might say message controller dot position dot maximum scroll extent. So as far as you can scroll, just scroll it. And thus we have this, and we are getting this error. So what I can do is restart again on both the device and let's see what we get and if it's working or not. So I'll go here, I'll come here as well and then type hello and then click on enter. And it's not working, and the error was correct because we have not attached this scroll controller anywhere. I mean, it's just a scroll controller, right? We have to attach it somewhere, usually on a scrollable thing. And what is a scrollable thing here? List view builder. So just pass into the list view builder a controller, and it accepts the scroll controller, so pass in a message controller. Now let's type a message like hey and then click on enter. You can see it scrolled down. If I just keep it like this and then type in hello, click on enter, here you can see we have our hello and it scrolls automatically, which is a great feature and a great user experience. Now after displaying all of these things, now the next thing we can work on is changing the online and offline status. That would be a good thing. And then obviously we can work on all of these features. So after having all of this, what we need to do is this online and offline status. This is showing offline because we manually updated it. To resolve it, what we can do is come back here and change offline to true, is online to true, and then click on update, and this is now online. So now where should we update this status and how should we do it? Well, I'm going to do it on the mobile layout screen because that's the first screen where we get pushed to. You can check that in the main.dart file. This is the screen that we get pushed to when we open our application. So that time it would be the best way to judge if the user goes online or offline. So let's go to the mobile layout screen. We will delete the web layout components later on, but for now let's concentrate here. Now we have mobile layout screen. We need to convert this to a stateful widget so that we can add some methods. So what we need to do here is after the extend state part, we need to add the with keyword, and here we need to pass in widgets binding observer. Here widgets binding observer is being used as a mix-in. You can even write implements, but then you'll have to implement certain things. You can see the error already coming because we are missing concrete implementation of this thing. So we are going to write with and then use it. So now what we need is a method. Now let me demonstrate why we need with widgets of binding observer. So if I just remove it again and pass did change life cycle, do you see anything? Nope. That's because that method does not exist with stateful widget. We need to use this with keyword that I mentioned. So we need to use this. Now if we type did change app lifecycle state, here we have it. This method basically allows us to know very simply where our app state is. So if we are in this state, that means it's in resume state. That means the user is online. If this is the state, that means that the user has paused. That means that the user is offline. If we just go here, that means that the user is inactive. That means it's on in the background, but it's not showing. And if we just completely remove this app from this RAM of ours, it will say detached. That means again the user is offline. So here we are just going to have our very simple switch statement, checking all of this condition using state, because this is the state that tells us whether our app is offline or online. So here we will have switch state and then we will have some cases. For example, case of app lifecycle state dot resume. So what should happen when the user is online or offline? For that, we're going to create a function in Auth Controller, because I think this is all of this is going to be linked to authentication part, because we are changing the user's data over here. I'm including all of that stuff in auth data. If you want to get more and more organized, what you can do is just create a separate controller and separate repository for it and go ahead and do it. So let's scroll down to the bottom and add a very simple function, which is void set user state. Let me quickly type it. What this will do is basically take in is online argument and check if not even check, just send it to Firebase that yeah, this is on status of our user, just update it. So let's call it async and do await firestore.collection users. We are going over here. Then the user's ID, which is our ID. So we will have auth.currentuser.uid.set. And what do we need to set? Well, we don't need to set anything because it's already there. We want to update it. If we set it, then all the fields would get overridden and we would just have is online. So we need to update it so that it takes all the necessary arguments here and just update the is online part. So we want is online to be set to is online that we are receiving from the parameter. We will come back here, and if the case is app lifecycle state.resumed, then we will have, well, ref. Now again, we need ref. So what can we do? Well, our simple thing, consumer state. So let's type it in. So we will have consumer state full widget. Then we need to import Riverpod and we have ref. So now we will do ref.read auth controller provider, and I think we have not made a method for it in auth controller. So let's go there and create it. So we will have something similar to this auth repository. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it in here, and instead of doing all of these calls, I'm just going to do return, not even return, just auth repository dot set user state and pass in is online. Remove the asynchronous thing and we don't need that. Now here we will just do ref.read auth controller provider dot set user state and set it to true. Because it's in resume state, that means that the user is online. And resumed is only coming when we are in some other state and we come back to this state. So that means that the user has resumed their activity on the phone. After that, we need to break because we are not returning anything. And if we don't add break, it will go to other cases. Then we need app lifecycle state dot inactive. So if the user is inactive, we can just copy this, paste it in here and change this to false. And for all the other cases, we are going to have the same thing. So what we can do here is have all of those cases here. We will have case app lifecycle state dot detached, case app lifecycle state dot paused. All of these are over here. And now we don't need the default because we've covered all the cases. But here's the thing. If the resume state is there, then we are going to set user state to true and then break it so that it doesn't go to this case. If it is inactive, then it will come here because there's no break between here. If we add break, this will break our code and not do anything. But if we don't have break anything, that means this does not have its own case and neither does it have a break. So it will come here. Same thing will happen here. No break. It will come here. This has ref.read, so it can read this. And then it's break. Even if we don't put break, it's fine because there are no cases after this. But it's a good practice to keep it. So instead of writing this everywhere like this, what we have done is simplified it. Simple enough. Now let's see if this is working or not. So what I'm going to do is refresh on both the screens and test our application. So here I'm going to come here and go offline. And nothing is happening here. The reason for that is we have not made some other configurations that are needed for widgets binding observer. So just check the name, widgets binding observer. It is observing. So obviously it has to be initialized in its state, right? Anything that observes needs to be initialized here. So we can just have widgets binding. That's a good way to remember it. You can see we are adding the observer and thus we need to add this. Now what do we need to add here? Let's see. Widgets binding observer. So where are we going to get this widgets binding observer instance? We're just going to pass in this because this is the mobile layout screen state, which is this class, and it is adding a mixing with widgets binding observer. Having this, we also need to dispose it so that our app functions correctly in case of any hazard or anything. So let's copy this here, paste it, remove this bracket and call remove observer this. Let's save this much and restart our application again. So if I come here and come here, You can see both are online. Now if I just go offline, you can see instantly it shows offline. Now if I come back online, you can see online is showing up. Now let's try the same from Android emulator. If I go offline, I'm still offline and online. If I come here, it's showing online on Android, but if I do the same thing on iOS, so if I come here, you can see it's showing offline. This is how the Android devices work, and this is our online and offline status. Now the next thing we can work on is the image sharing part. Alright, so now for image, let's understand what we want to do. Whenever we click here, we want the gallery to open, and that gallery should help us send that image. That's all. So now let's come back to the screens and close all the save files, and we're going to start simple with our chat repository. And here we're going to go down and create a new function called void send file message. Let's understand what all things this guy requires. Obviously an asynchronous function, a try and a catch block with e passed in, and then we will have show snack bar with e.toString. Obviously we need a build context, so we're going to start with that. Build context. Give me the build context. After that I need the file, because we are sending a file. We need the file, right? And let's scroll up to see if we have imported .html. We have import .io. Also remove info.dart. Later on we will remove that file completely when we get to refactoring part. And now we have build context. We need that, so we will pass in required. We also require file, so we will have required file and save this much. Alright. After that we need the receiver user ID. Then we need the user model of sender user data, and we will pass required to both of them. Then we require provider ref. You'll understand why we need provider ref in chat repository itself, because I'm just to tell you right now, we are going to contact with Firebase storage, and we have called Firebase storage repository provider in our common folder. If you just revisit it, here it is, you can see. So we are going to use this, so we need provider ref so that we can communicate with this provider. Then after that we need the message enum just to know which type of file it is. I mean, right now it's image, but it can also be audio, video. We don't know, so we need message enum. And for now that's it. Now in the try block we can have variable time sent equal to date time dot now. I'm going to speed through this process because it's super similar to the send text message. Only difference being that there's a file here, and in the contact sub collection we are going to have something different as a text. We will understand when we get there. We also need the message ID, so let's create that message ID, which will be equal to constant uuid dot v1. Then we need to upload this to Firebase, so we will have await reference dot read. Now we need to read common Firebase storage repository provider dot store file to Firebase. And what is the ref? Now this ref is not this provider ref, but the reference and the folder where this data should be saved. So what are we going to have? Well, first of all, I want this to be in the chat folder so that it's organized. Then I'm going to call this with the message type, so that in case you want analytics of how many images are being shared, how many videos are being shared, you can just go in the chat and see how many items are there. So we will have message enum dot type. Ideally, I mean, if you want analytics, you should enable Google or Firebase analytics, but this is a good way to just see anything in short. Then we need sender user data. So we have sender user data dot uid or uid, I can spell it. Then let's come back here. We need the receiver user ID similarly, so we will have receiver user id dot uid and I don't think we need this, just receiver user ID. So let's remove this curly bracket, and it's not identifying this variable, so I can just type this. It's not identifying, so I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. I've spelled receiver wrong up here. You can identify it everywhere else I've made this mistake. Then we need to pass in $$message ID, and this is the file that we need to upload. Pretty simple. Chat with the type of the image, then the sender's UID, then the receiver's UID, and then the message ID, so that everything is unique, and the file name is this, which is the message ID. And this is the file that we need to upload, which will keep varying, maybe a video, image, anything, we don't care. Now we are going to get the user model. So we will have user model, receiver, user data, and I think everywhere I've named receiver incorrectly. You can just make note of it. So receiver user data should be equal to, and we need to get data from Firebase. So let's make a Firebase call, which would be variable user data map equal to await firestore.collection users dot document receiver user ID dot get. So basically we are going to this users, getting their data just like we did in message, and here we are just going to convert that user. So we'll have user model dot from map, pass in the user data map dot data. Great. Having this in place, now we need to just update the contact collection, right? So now we will call underscore save data to contact sub collection and pass in sender user data, receiver user data, text. Now this is where the logic comes in. What do we want the text to be? Because we are sharing a photo or a video. What do we want here? We don't want the link to show up here, right? The Firebase storage link, which is the message. So what we are going to do here is change the message. So instead of showing this text in the contact sub collection, make sure it's in the contact sub collection. In the messages sub collection, we are going to store the text. That means that the URL that we get here. So obviously we need your string image URL, and we are going to await this. So we are going to take this image URL and put it in messages sub collection, but in save data to contact sub collection, which shows this screen, we are going to add something like this of a logic. So here we will have string contact message, so that the scope doesn't remain in the switch block that we create right now, and we have you can say an easier way or code snippet to do this. So we are going to check the type of the message enum. So if the message enum is of the type message enum dot image, then we want contact message to show photo. So since I want to add emojis, I'm not using anything like message enum dot type. I'm not using this because I want emojis to pop up here. That's what happens over here in real WhatsApp as well. So here we're going to have an emoji. So I'm just going to open up in my macOS with the function key photo icon. So let's call this photo. Then something similar we want for video. So we have video, and we will replace this icon with none other than this flashy icon thing. Then we need something similar for audio. So that would be audio and some music icons. So I can just type music and see what I get. So let's take this one. This looks nice. So we can pass this as audio. And finally we need for GIF. So GIF, well, very simply we are just going to say GIF. Great. Now in the default, this would be our mistake again. So we want contact message to say, well, this is a GIF or a text or anything. We won't reach here because we are very confident about our code, aren't we? Great. Now after this is done, let's see why we're not getting any formatting because we have an error here. So here the text should be now the contact message. Then the time sent and all of that. And then we have our formatting. So this has saved the data to contact sub collection with this sender user data, receiver user data, contact message, which is all of this. And note, this is only going to work and should display data over here, this part. For messages, now we are going to run this function, which is save message to message sub collection. Then we pass in receiver user ID, text. Now the text is going to be image URL. And then we want a time sent, message ID, username. So what is the username going to be? This username is of the sender username, so we can just write sender user data dot name. Then we want receiver username, so it will be receiver user data dot name. Then the message type, and this is going to be of the type message enum. Pretty simple. Whatever enum we get, we are just going to pass that, and that's all that it needs. Basically, we are sending a text as the image URL, which is going to be the URL we get after uploading to Firebase. So whatever, this is not always going to be image URL. So if you want, you can just type in file URL. Let's go with image URL for now. But the thing is, this will get the URL and save it as a text. So whenever we select an image and then upload it, it will get uploaded and stored in Firebase as a URL. And then we need to see how we can display the image from that. So now let's go easy. We will go chat controller and create a function for sending a file message. So we'll have something similar to send text message. So we can just copy that, paste it in here, and we'll have send file message. We'll have build context, then our own file. So we'll have file, then the file, then we need the receiver user ID, then we need the message enum, because we know this is always going to be a file message. Alright, now we could not name this enum because it's a keyword. We have to name this message enum or anything except enum or any other keyword. Now we can take this file, and instead of sending text message, we're going to send file message. So here we need to pass in a file, which will be file. Then we need to pass in a sender user data. So we're going to pass in the sender user data, which is going to be value passed in. Then we need message enum, which will be message enum from the parameter. Then we need reference, and the reference will be from our class constructor. And there we have it. We are done. Send file message is done. Now we just need to connect it with the bottom navigation bar. So we can come back to our bottom chat field, not navigation bar, sorry, the bottom chat field, this part. So here I'm going to create a function called void select image, which will help us to select image from the gallery. We already have a util function for it. If you remember, we're just going to use that. So we have asynchronous function, which will return to us a file which can be null, which will be image, and we will write await pick image from gallery context, and that's it. Now we will check if image is not equal to null, then we need to send a file message. Now this send file message is going to be used everywhere. For example, we will also have a function for selecting a video, and we will always have a utility function to select a video. So how are we going to manage that? So for that, we are going to create a separate function again, which will be called void send file message. Right now this will have the parameter as a file. So we'll take in a file, then the message enum just to know what type of file we got, and that we can pass through the chat controller to the chat repository. Again, we can't name this enum, so message enum. Then that's all that we need for now. So here we can have ref.read chat controller provider dot send file message. We have the context, file, receiver user ID is widget dot receiver user ID, message enum is nothing, and that's it. Now we can take this send file message and paste it in here. Again, we need to pass in the file, which will be an image. Then we need the message enum, which is message enum.image. That's it. Now we can take this select image and add it to this icon, which is this camera icon. So I'm going to press Command F and go to the camera. Here we have it. I can just replace this empty function with this. And now we have it. If I click over here, you can see my gallery opened. I click over here and select it. And you can see we sent a photo. This photo is showing up, but here the URL is showing up and it auto scrolled. Perfect. This is what we wanted in our application. If you close here, you can see automatic scrolling whenever we come here, and this URL is showing up. Now we need to find a way so that we can convert this URL which is showing up, which is of the type, which is for an image. So we need to convert image enum to a photo that displays pretty well. Alright, so for that, what we need to do? Well, first of all, what I want to do is remove all of these my message and sender message card and put it in the chat widgets folder. So moving here, we have it. Now we need to, well, make some changes over here. So I think I can just remove it from here and save it. Nothing bothers. Then the sender message card, import the correct library, remove these two, and we're done. Obviously we need to import the other message card as well, so import it correctly. Great. Now close all of the things that are not needed and restart the application. Great. Now we can go to our chat list, I think my message card, and then we'll apply the same changes to our sender message card. So here, instead of the message and date, we need both of them. Additionally, we need final message enum, which is the type of the message that we have sent. So we have message enum with a type, because the message here is going to be the URL in case of file or any file basically, and type will let us add some if conditions and checks just to let us know if this is a card or an image or whatever. So we need to add this required part. So we have required this dot type. Great. Now after this, we have to go to the chat list and add the type, which is going to be message data dot type, and it's going to be of the type message enum. Great. Now in the message card, what I'm going to do is remove this message from here, and instead what I'm going to do is create a new widget for it called let me just create a new widget here, display text image GIF dot. I couldn't really think of a better name than this. You can type display text file dot. I don't know. I'm just too bad at naming things. So we can just have this. Then we're going to import material dot, create a stateless widget. And this will be called display text image GIF. And in here, we are going to have final string message. So whatever message is there, URL or whatever text message, then the message enum called message, or let's say type. Then we're going to generate a constructor for that. So generate constructor. Then here we need to add some logic. So this part is going to tell us whether we want to display a text or an video or an image, whatever. So here we are going to check if type is equal to message enum dot text. Then we want to return this text. Otherwise, the type is, let's go with the type is image for now. So we just want to display an image. Now, instead of just displaying image.network, what I would like to do here is add a new dependency called cached network image. This is how it's spelled, cached network image. This will allow us to well, cache the images so that it doesn't have to load it from the net again and again, which will cause bad user experience, and instead just use the cached network image. So we will just use cache network image, pass in the image URL as the message, right? As of now, we are considering that there are only two types, but later on when we go to video, we are going to add another check if type is equal to, let's say, message enum.video, then for audio, then for GIF, like that. So now we're going to come to this message card, and in the child, we're going to put display text image GIF. So let's import it. We pass in the message, then the type, and then save it. And now if I see here, nothing is really showing up. So let's try to restart our app and see what we are getting. So here, let's restart. If I come here, it's still showing this. If I come here, it's still showing this. I'll open the terminal and you can see we're getting this error, and that's probably because of the missing plugin exception. So I'm going to stop the app execution on both the devices, and then I'm going to run both the apps again and see you after they launch. Alright, so our Android app has launched, so let's test over there. We can later test on the iOS device. So if I click over here and scroll down, you can see our image is showing up, but it looks very weird, right? Because of the padding and stuff. So let's try to improve the padding. If we go to the message card, let's go there. Not here, sorry. In the my message card, here in the padding, let's try to improve the padding. So where are we having some faults? I think from the right side it's little too much, even from the left side and from the bottom as well. Only the top part seems correct. So let's try to improve it. So we'll just check if type is equal to message enum dot text. So if it's a text, then we want this to happen. Otherwise, we want something like edge inserts dot only, and let's improve the values. From left, let's try 5 because left is a bit too much, only a bit too much. Top is perfect, so we can have top just like we wanted, 5. Then from the right side, it seems 30, but we can put in 5. And from the bottom, there is a bit too much padding, but you can see it's merging without this date. So let's give a bit more bottom padding and save this much. And here we have it. Looks great. You can see there is some good spacing, and for the text, it still follows the same one as the previous one. And now let's wait for the iOS part, because I don't think an iOS part will be implemented, because we need to implement this in my message card as well. So why wait for anything else? Let's do it in sender message card as well. So I'm going to copy this padding, go to sender message card and paste it over here. Now remove this part of padding, and obviously we need type and we need to import message enum. So let's import them, and we need type over here. So we'll have final message enum type. Now this is making more sense to you, I hope so, because everything is falling in place and you understand why this type is required, because of the equality checks. Now we can just reuse the widget of sender, I think it was called display text image GIF. So we can just pass that in and we have that. Alright, now after saving it, let's go to the chat list and have the chat list with type passed in, which is message data.type. So let's pass it in and save it. No changes can be seen. So let's wait for our iOS app to launch now. Alright, after a long time of wait, our app has loaded up and here it is. If I click over here, you can see it loads up quickly. Now, just to show you the effect of cached network image, if I go back and come here, you can see it doesn't take any time to load the image. That's the power of caching, and I would always recommend to use caching. Even for video, we're not going to use the video player plugin, but the cached video player plugin, which is really effective. So now the next thing is to pick an video. So to pick the videos, we are going to use the image picker plugin itself. We can use this one and and create one for picking video from gallery. So to select a video, here I'm going to create a function that is similar to this. So we can copy it and paste it in here. Let's call this pick video from gallery. Let's say that. After that, we can create a file of image. Then we will get picked video now. And then we will use image picker.pick pick video. And then we'll pass in the image source as gallery. Then we will check if the picked video is not equal to null. And if it is not, then obviously rename this to video, and pass in picked video.path so that we convert it, and then return the video. Simple enough. Just like our pick image from gallery, we have the pick video from gallery, but you can say option. So now we can come back to our bottom chat bar so that whenever the user clicks on this button is for image, so this is for video. So whenever the user clicks on that button, we need to show a video. So similar to this select image, we're going to have a select video option. So copy it, paste it down, and we'll call this select video. Then we're going to get a video from pick video from gallery. Then pass the video here and here, because at the end of the day, this is a file message. As I said, both of them are going to be file messages. That makes our code very reusable and easy to follow along. So now just copy the select video function, go down and bind it to attach file icon, which is this clip icon, and here we have it. Now if I just try to select a video, I don't have any video. So I've downloaded a video on my Mac, and now just to show you a quick demo of how you can transfer your video from your Finder or from your Mac OS desktop to this iOS simulator. Just take this and paste it in here, and you'll have the video over here. That's how easy you can do anything you can do with it. For example, the image part, the audio, the video, anything. So now that we have a video, we can click over here and select this video, choose this, and then let's wait for it to send. Here we can see we are getting an invalid image data, but here we are seeing a video. And the reason for that is if we go to our auth repository, we go to our chat repository, and in the select file message, this send file message, here we have our switch case. As I told you, it determines if the contact message should be video, audio, or anything. So this is what is making our message come rightly over here. But now we need to resolve this. We are getting exception invalid image data. We need to make sure that we don't get this. The reason we are getting this is we go to our my message card, and in display text image GIF, you can see if the type is text, then we are showing a text. Otherwise, whatever type it is, we are showing cached network image. We don't want to do that. We want to use a video player. So now for video player, we can go to pub.dev and add video player plugin. So let's have video player and then use this video player. Obviously go through the installation processes, all that is needed, you can check it out. But now I want to show you what we will be using in this tutorial, which is cached video player. Basically it will cache the video for us, just like our cached network image. This is our cached video player, and this is what I'm going to use. It was last published 40 days ago and I'm trusting it. If you are watching it later on in the future and this is not continued anymore and it doesn't get any updates, I would recommend you to use the normal video player. There's no difference at all except the classes. All the things that are installed, that have to be installed, are from here itself. So you can just copy this. For iOS we don't need anything because we won't be playing from HTTP. We will be playing from HTTPS because we are storing it to Firebase. Now we can go to our Android manifest.xml file in the main one and add the internet permission. Let's copy this and then paste it here. We add the internet permission. After that is done, we need to install the cached video player. If you're watching this and it's not continued, as I said, go ahead and install video player plugin. So I'll add the dependency, I'll close both of these apps and run them in the background after this Flutter pubget is run. Now I can run both the apps while they're playing in the background so that I can focus on the project part. Having both of this, now we need to create a video player item. So we'll create a widget here so that we can play the video. So we'll have video player item ... The reason we are having this is because I don't want to you can say, cluster all of the things in one thing. And obviously the video player is going to have you can say a play and a pause button. So if I click on play or pause, the entire widget will rebuild. We don't want that. So let's shift it into a stateful widget of its own. So we'll have import material dart, then a stateful widget. Then we'll call this video player item. Then we're going to call this as a constant video player item. We need to return not if scaffold, because we will be using this as a widget in a scaffold, but here we need to return an aspect ratio widget and then pass in an aspect ratio which is going to be 16:9. So whatever video comes here, we need to display it in this format, so we need to pass an aspect ratio. After that, we need a child of a stack widget. Why a stack? Because we want a video to be playing, but above that we need a icon player button so that whenever we click on it, it can pause and play. Now we will pass in the children. The first child is going to be cached video player and pass in the controller. So here we are going to create late cached video player controller. Let's name this video player controller and then call the init state. Then we will have video player controller equal to cached video player controller dot network and pass in the network, which will be widget dot video URL. Now we need the video URL. So basically what we need to play here is dependent on the what is passed through the constructor as the video URL. So we'll have final string video URL and then generate a constructor, and there we have it. Now we have access to widget.video URL. So whatever URL is passed, we are going to play it. So that will make our widget reusable. Having this, we need to make sure that this starts playing. Here we have just told a video player controller what to play, but we have not initialized it or anything, right? So now we will call .initialize, which will be a future function. You can see that, and we can't access future in init state. So instead of going in a new function and creating asynchronous and all of that, what we can use here is .then. Now whenever we get a value, we are not going to get any value because it's void. So obviously no value, it will be null. But whenever this gets completed, we can have video player controller dot set volume set to 1. Because the highest volume, I guess, is 1. You can see between 0.0 silent and 1 full volume. Having that, let's pass the video player controller here, and after that we need an icon button. So let's have an icon button widget, pass in the onPressed, and the icon will be icons.play_circle, so that it's in a circle format. So let's have play_circle like this. Also, this is going to be a constant. Great. Now we can copy this video player item and go to our display text image GIF, and here check if the type is equal to message enum dot video, and we'll pass in video player item, pass in the video URL. So to get the video URL, that will be the message. So we can just pass in the message, and let's see if it works for us. We are getting some errors over here, and that is because of the Flutter 3. They have not removed that null aware operator and all of that misusing part from the package, but hopefully that will get resolved soon. So let's come back to our video player item and restart the application on Pixel 5. So if we see run R, you can see video is showing up. So it's not playing here because, well, we haven't told it to play yet. We have not passed in the video player controller. I mean, over here in the init state that we want the video player controller to start playing. So what we can do here is, first of all, change the alignment of this. We want this to come in the center. So we can wrap this icon button with an align widget. So wrap it with align and then pass in alignment as alignment.center. After having this, let's see, go down. Here it comes in the center. Great. Also dispose it of this video player controller before we forget it, because it's a very crucial step. So dispose it off if it's not needed. After that, we need a boolean of isPlay. So do we have to play this or not? So isPlay will be set to false initially. So if it's not playing, that means that we want to change the icon here. So if it's not playing, then we want the play circle. Otherwise, we want the pause circle. And now it's not a constant anymore because this icon depends on isPlay, which can be changed later on. So we can remove this constant and save it. So if it's playing, we need to show a pause button, and if it's not, then we want a play circle. After that, in the icon buttons on pressed, we will have if isPlay. So if isPlay is true, that means that the video is playing, then we want it to stop. So we'll have video player controller dot pause. And if it's not, then we will have video player controller dot play. Having this much, let's go down and see if it works. If I click over here, our thing is playing, but you can see that the icon has not changed. If we click here again, we are going to have a set state function. So isPlay is going to be set to not isPlay. So whatever the value of isPlay is, we're going to have reverse of that, and we need to set state because we want to change the icon. Now if we try to do this, let's click over here, it's playing, stopped, and you can see that particular moment it has stopped. Again it is playing and then paused. That means that this part is working as well, and it will work in my message card as well because we're using the display text image GIF only. Great. So now let's wait for iOS Simulate to launch up so that we can see if cached video player is playing really well. Alright, so after 10 minutes and 11 minutes of waiting, our app has launched. Let's come back here and see if we are able to see the video. This launches and our video is also playing. If we go back, come back, you can see they instantly launch. That means that the caching is working. Great. Now the next thing we need to work on is this emoji part. So whenever we click on this emoji icon, let's understand what needs to happen. So whenever this emoji thing we click, we need emoji container to appear. This will be more visible on the Android emulator because it provides me with the keyboard. So whenever I click over here, let me get the screen brush. So whenever I click over here, this icon right here, I want this keyboard to go down, and instead a container with the same height as this keyboard to take place of it, which will show me emojis. And whenever I click over here, obviously this icon here, this icon needs to change, and it needs to show me the keyboard icon. And whenever I click on the keyboard icon again, then it needs to remove that emoji container and instead show this keyboard to us. I hope you understood that. If not, go back and see this part, because when we apply the logic, it will be much more clearer if you understand it right now. So coming here, to display the emoji, we will have to use a plugin, and the package is called Emoji Picker Flutter. We just need to copy this, and let's see if there's any installation processes. Usually in UI part of the application, there is no any installation process required. So let's add the dependency emoji picker Flutter, and here, not in my message card, sorry. Let's close the my message and sender message card and the display text, video player item, chat list, and utils.dart for now. And we need to focus over here. So we have this row here. This row is displaying this part of the application. We need to make sure that we wrap it with the column widget, because what we need to do here is whenever we click here, we need to replace this. This part comes below the text field. So we want this text field to have a container below it. So obviously we're going to use column for it. So wrap this row with a column widget. And after this row, we need to go down here and then have a sized box of the height 210 or 310, whatever height you want it to look like, and the child to be emoji picker, which is provided by our Flutter pub get when we added this, or you can say dependency. Then we'll have on emoji selected, and whenever we get an emoji or anything, you can see auto suggestion says me that it will be character, category, and emoji. So what I want to do, so whenever the emoji picker dialog appears, so this widget will make sure that the emoji picker dialog appears, and whenever this emoji selected part is done, what I need to do is whatever emoji that is selected needs to be added to this controller. So that means that we need to add the emoji to this input field. To add it to the input field, we already know how to do it. When we need to clear the input field, we used message controller. So to add it, we are going to use message controller, and we'll use message controller.text equal to message controller text plus emoji. So that will give us the class of emoji, but we want the emoji in a text format, so we can call emoji on it. If we type name, then it will be the name of the emoji, but we want the actual Unicode string for the emoji. You can see that. So let's save this much. Come here, you can see a bit of weird stuff is happening here. And if we just open up our terminal, no missing plugin exception again showing. So we need to stop our app execution and run it again. Let's do it on Android first because it's very quick. I will do it on an iPhone later on because it consumes a lot of time. So start without debugging and let's wait for it. Alright, now that our app is launched very quickly, we can go here. Android emulator is the only thing we had launched and this is showing up. And it doesn't seem to be working. The reason for it is mentioned here. So this is the error that's popping up. Whenever we click this icon, the emoji box is appearing. We don't want it to appear all the time. So now just to fix it, what we're going to do is go right at the top and in here create a variable called show emoji container. And this will be set to false and create functions for it. Now what are the functions going to be? Well, very simple functions. Hide emoji container function. So this will make sure that it sets the state. That means it shows in the UI part, it affects the UI part, and set the state that show emoji container is set to false. Now we are going to do something similar for making the emoji container appear. So we'll have show emoji container and set it to true. That's it. Now other thing that we need to keep in mind is whenever we click over here, we want the keyboard to toggle. That means if I click over here, the keyboard should go down, the emoji should appear. So let's create that logic in a different function now. So we'll have toggle emoji keyboard container. And in here, we are going to check if show emoji container is showing. That means if the emoji container is showing, then we need to create a function that will show the keyboard. That means if the emoji container is being shown, that means that the user has clicked over here already and we need to go to the keyboard. So here we're going to call show keyboard function, which we need to create, and we need to hide the emoji container. So we'll show the keyboard and hide emoji container. Otherwise, we need to hide the keyboard and show emoji container. Just think about this logic a little bit more and you'll understand this. Now, how are we going to hide the keyboard? So to hide the keyboard, we are going to require what is known as a focus node. This focus node will keep track of whether or not we need to show the keyboard or not. If we attach this focus node to our keyboard or to our input field, sorry. So we can just take this focus node, copy it, and we have to go down and create separate functions for it, which will be void show keyboard, and we need focus node to request focus, and there we have it, focus node dot request focus. And similarly, we need to create a hide keyboard function, and here we need to unfocus it. So here it's going to request for the focus, that means that the keyboard is going to show up, and here we are going to unfocus it. Now we need to do two things. First of all, focus node needs to be passed into our text form field. So let's pass in the focus node. And secondly, we need to take this toggle emoji keyboard and pass that to the emoji icon. So here it is, pass that in and save it. Here we have it. So if we go back and try to do everything. Also here obviously we need to check here. So if is show emoji container is there, that means we need to show the sized box, otherwise a simple constant sized box is enough. So if is show emoji container is available, we can show this emoji picker, otherwise nothing. And now if I click over here, click on this, we look into it why it's not working. But if we just click back here, you can see that the keyboard is showing up. That means that logic is being used. If we click over here, the emoji container is not showing. But if we come back here, emoji keyboard and the keyboard part, the toggling part is working well. And the reason for it is pretty simple. We have used this logic in a row. We don't want it in a row. We want it in a column. I've already mentioned that to you. And now if I click over here, the emoji keyboard showing up. Now this and this. So now if I just click over here, you can see I'm not getting the option to send it. And if I try to send it, it's not being sent. The reason for that is if I type here, it's coming this. That means that the show send button is not set to true. So to send it to true, I have to come here, and so here after this set state, we need to check if is show send button is false. That means that we directly entered an emoji and nothing else. So if that is false, then we need to set state and set is show send button equal to true. Let's save this much, and if I come here, select an emoji, you can see it's changing. If I come back here, it is showing up correctly. That is a good indicator. Now if I just try to send some emojis, click on send, you can see emojis showing up, and this part is still not working because I've not started it yet, but we'll check on it later on. But you can see the emoji part is working pretty well. If we just restart our application and see here, in the contact screen, 3 smiley faces are being shown. That is the emoji. That means that the whole emoji part is working. Now we just need to test it on iOS. So let's restart the app on iOS and then see what we get. Alright, so our iOS app has launched. So let's come here and come here just to see this emoji container, where I'm just going to pass in this and send it over. Here it goes. Great. Now, having this emoji part set up, what I want to do is work on the GIF part. So whenever I click here, I want to see the GIF. So for this, we have to go to the utils.dart package and create a function called pick GIF. Let's name it like this. We obviously need a build context because we are going to make some asynchronous call here, and that's it. Now we are going to have a try catch block, show a snack bar, e.toString, and here we are going to have the GIF logic picking. So how are we going to get the GIF? We are going to use the plugin which is enough GIF Flutter. We're going to use this. Now let's scroll to see if there is any installation processes, and there doesn't seem to be any. If you just scroll here, you can see we need this permission internet. We already have that, and we need to apply for a production key or the quick start guide, whatever you want. But basically we want a key that we need to put in. So here in the sign up part, we need to mention our address, username, password, and then I'm not a robot, and confirm it to move ahead. I've continued with my Facebook account and I've already logged in. You can see one of my apps here was with this API key. I'm not going to use that. I'm going to create a new app, or you can click here, create an app. Do you want to use SDK or API? And we're going to go with SDK, then click on next, enter the app's name. Let's say this is WhatsApp clone, and then create an app by checking this box. A description is also needed, so WhatsApp clone can have a description of WhatsApp clone, self-explanatory. Now our app is created. Let's take this API key, and we need to use this API key. So right now I'm going to store it in a comment, and now also we need to install this dependency to our project. So let's add this dependency, and now we're going to use await GIF e, and I don't think it's available yet, so let's try again. Jiffy.get GIF. I need to import this. So you'll have Jiffy.get GIF, and then we need a context which we've passed in and an API key, so that we can pass an API key here in a string format. Having this, you can see it will return us a GIF. So here I'm going to create a variable called Jiffy GIF, which can be null, which is a GIF. This will also be the return data type here, so we can have future GIF, which can be nullable. Then we need to return this GIF, and then we're going to set this GIF equal to get GIF. So whatever shows up. So whatever GIF is selected, we are going to set it to this GIF and return the GIF. After that, our function is completed, so we can go to the bottom chat field and at the top create our function called select GIF. So similar to this one, we are going to have this. Let's call this select GIF. We need to await this and pick GIF. We've passed in the context. What else do we need here? And the return data type of this function is not a file. It's basically GIF value. So let's call this final. It will automatically assign this data type to this variable. Now final GIF, if GIF is not equal to null, then we want to send the GIF message. GIF message is not going to be, well, the file message, because GIF, if we just take this GIF, gives us so many options like URL, which is what we need if we just use a text message. Basically, what we are doing with files is storing it to Firebase Firebase storage and then using it in Firebase Firestore. But here, if we are already getting the URL, why do we save it in Firebase storage? So and increase the burden on our storage. Instead, we are just going to save the URL. So now to save the URL, it's going to be it's going to be different from our file message, and it's going to be different from our text message. So what we can do, we can just go to our chat repository, and in here we're going to create a new function for it. And we can copy this function from, let's say, the text message, because it's going to be very similar to send text message. We can actually create that function, the GIF capability with that function. If you have understood it till now, you can obviously go on and create it on your own. But what I'm going to do is create this function on my own, because in later on, if I want to change anything, like I want to do something extra with GIF message, I can do an edit in this function itself. So now I have send GIF message. I'm going to get a build context. Now this string is going to be GIF URL, because you already know we're going to get a URL, not a text. Then this is going to be the receiver user ID, the sender user data. Then that's all that we need. Now we need to save data to contact sub collection. Here we are going to save the text as GIF, because what we need to show here is going to be GIF. And here what we're going to store is GIF URL, and the message type is messageenum.gif. Makes these changes and I think we are good to go. This is all the configuration we needed for GIF. Now we can go to our chat controller and create this function. And here we're going to have void send GIF message. We're going to get a build context. So let's see the parameters later on. But here we're going to have ref.read user data auth provider dot when data. So whenever we get the data, then we want to call chat repository, so dot send GIF message, pass in the build context. Then we need the GIF URL. Then we need the receiver user ID. After that, let's see what else we need. Sender user is going to be value. So we can put an exclamation mark here, because it's not going to be null when we call GIF message. And that's all that we need. Now let's try to use this send GIF message in our application. Just a spoiler alert, it's not going to work for us. We will have to do external more configuration, and I'll explain what we need to do. But for now, we need to send GIF message. Now we have not created GIF message here. Just like we have send file message and send send text message, we need to create send GIF message. So what we can do here is just have ref.read chat controller provider dot send GIF message, pass in the build context. The GIF URL is going to be whatever GIF is provided, dot URL. GIF.URL is going to be our GIF URL. Then the receiver user ID, which is widget.receiver user ID, and we're done. Now we can take this GIF and scroll down to find this icon where we need to pass this function. Now if I click over here, the GIF thing shows up, and if I try to send it, it will get stored in Firebase, but you can see exception invalid image data. Now how do we show this image data? As we know, whenever we get this kind of data, we first need to check GIF display text image GIF thing, and in here when the type is video, we are showing this, otherwise the image. So here we can have another check if type is equal to messageenum.gif. So if it's GIF then what do we need to show? It's the same as the image one, so we can just have cached network image and pass in the image URL as the message. That's how it is. I mean, type is equal to GIF and type is equal to image. Both are rendered in the same way as both are rendered in the same way. Now if I try to see it, you can see we are still getting this invalid image data and stuff. The reason for that is if we just try to print our message, let's print it and open our console, you can see we have all of our messages here. Here is the GIF message. If I just go to this link in my browser, here it is. So just doing this is not working for us. So what we need to do is not go to this URL which it's giving. So now since this is not working, the link URL given by gif.gif is always going to be something like this. But to display in Flutter, we obviously cannot do this that we tried right now. It will not work. So we need to add .gif at the end of this image URL. But if we just add .gif at the end of this URL, for example, if I just try to give this .gif, that is how images are displayed in Flutter. I mean, GIFs are displayed in Flutter. If I just try to give it message.gif, you can see still this error is coming, and it's a different error that this URL does not even exist. Earlier it was not able to display, here it does not even exist. So to display it with .gif, what we need to do is go to our chat repository, chat controller, let's go, because this is the part where we are going to handle all the input formatting that I mentioned. And now what we need to do is, whenever we get a URL like this, let's store it in a comment as a reference. Whenever we get a URL like this, what we need to do is save it in a string like https://i.jiffy.com/media/ whatever part comes after this last hyphen, which is this part, /200.gif. Now if I just go to this URL that I've mentioned, here you can see I'm getting this as a plain GIF. That means it's working. Even on web it's working, but over here it's redirecting us to jiffy.com. So as we understood, we first of all want this part to be a constant. So let's copy this and store it in a variable called GIF URL part and set it equal to GIF URL dot and set it equal to this part. Also remove the space that is there. And now above it, we are going to extract this code right here. We just want the thing after the hyphen. So how do we get this? Now, as I said, we want to get the code that is after the last hyphen. So what we can have is integer GIF URL part index is equal to GIF URL dot last index of, and then pass in hyphen. So this will get us the last index of hyphen, and then we need to add +1 so that it ignores this part right here, because it will start from 0. So it will also take this in and we'll get this. We don't want this, we want this. That's why. So we'll add +1. After that, we need to get the GIF URL part. So what I can do is store this in a new variable called string new GIF URL and equal this to this. Now the GIF URL part is going to be GIF URL.substring, and substring will get us the part of the code. So we already have the index, and in the substring we need to enter the start value. So we will just pass in GIF URL part index. So this will go from the index where we found this, and we are extracting this part with the help of substring. Just pause it and analyze the code by yourself. You'll understand it. It's pretty basic. Now after this, new GIF URL will be $, and we'll pass in the GIF URL part. And then we want /200.gif. That's what we wanted. This URL plus the code which we found out using the last index of, and then got that string. Here we are just getting the index of this, a hyphen. Then we got the whole string using substring and then added it to the URL. So now let's remove the comment. They're not necessary right now. We'll take the new GIF URL, pass it in and format this. Let's see what we're getting. So here in the Firebase, we obviously need to delete this so that we don't continuously get these errors and we don't get confused. So we can go in the chat here in the Firestore collection, and in the messages collection, we can filter the type by adding an is equal to sign, getting GIF. With this, we will be able to get all the GIF, and we're going to delete the document. After deleting the document, I think we can go back to the other chat where we need to do the same thing. We'll go in the messages add a filter property, and then pass in the type, which will be equal to GIF. Then click on enter. We need to get this. Delete this document as well. And now we're good to go. So we'll come back to the chats and see what we're getting now. We need to remove this filter so that we see anything else. Alright, now that our message is gone from here, what we can do is send a GIF from here. Let's select a good one. Let's say, let's go. Let's click on this, and here we have it. Now again we are getting this error, but now the reason for that is if we just go to display text image GIF, we have passed in .gif just because I wanted to explain. So if I just remove this and in the image URL just pass in message, I should be able to see the GIF, and here it comes. The GIF is being shown. If I try to send a new GIF, let's say from here, I'll just send in the clapping emoji. You can see these emojis are being, these GIFs are being shared. That's pretty good. And if you want to check, the video controller is still playing. We haven't changed that part at all. So this all work is done. Now the last part is the audio recording part. So let's get into it. So for audio recording, whenever we click on this icon, not this one, whenever we type something, not this one, but whenever we click on this icon, we want the audio recording to start. And then there will be a cross icon which we can click on when the thing is done. So what we need to do is use a package for this, which is Flutter Sound package. You can install it. It is a Flutter package allowing us to play and record for Android, iOS and Flutter Web. We are obviously not using Flutter Web, so we can remove that, but it's possible on Android and iOS. It will allow us to play audio and record audio. That's the two things that we want. So let's install this library. Let's see if there are any requirements or installation processes. So let's go to the documentation here. So in the guides, I clicked on installation, and here we have the installation process. And I don't think any other requirement is there except this, where in iOS we need to add the usage description. We don't need any of this. I think we have camera already, and we need music. So let's add them, which is NS Apple Music usage description. So let's go to the info.plist file and save it in. So here we can just change this to needs to your music, recordings. You can obviously make this more formal, but yeah, let's go with that. Now let's do something for Android. So in the Android manifest XML file, we need to copy this user part. So let's go to our Android manifest.xml and paste that in. Obviously here we missed that angle bracket. And let's save this much, and hopefully we will be able to add it. Now, having this Flutter sound done, let's do some process for permission handler. We need permission handler, you'll see, because we need to request audio. So we need to request the mic permission. So we'll use this permission handler to send permission in real time. And let's see the permissions that we need to pass in. For example, this should be set to 33. So if we go to build.gradle, I think we have 31 now, and I think 31 should be fine because we're not using version 10.0.0. I'm going to use 9.2.0. The reason for that will be known later when we use Agora package. So Agora is depending on permission handler 9.2.0, and thus we will get an error. So let's pass this as 9.2.0 instead of 10.0.0, and here let's find the pod file installation that we need to follow. Let's copy from here till the end where it says end. So we can copy till here, go to our pod file, and then find this pod installer, do target and settings target, after which we can paste our own thing. Now we can remove the comments. All of this is not needed. We need only one thing, that is microphone. So we can delete everything except microphone. Let's quickly do that. And uncomment this line. Even this, I don't think this is needed. So yep, this much should be fine. So let's do that. Now let's remove this comment as well. We don't need all of this. And I think this comment just tells us that this is a permission handler configuration that we need to do. So let's keep it. Alright, so the third plugin that we need is Path Provider, which doesn't require any external configuration. So let's add 3 of these plugins using .add dependency. So first we had Flutter Sound. Then we need path_provider. You'll get to know why we need to use path provider when we get to the audio recording part. And the final thing that we need is permission handler. After Flutter pub_get is run, what we need to do is here run the command flutter clean so that it clears off all the cache data and all of that stuff. Then we just need to run flutter pub_get. Then we need to go to cd iOS, that means in the iOS directory, and run pod install so that it installs all the necessary dependencies and we don't get any errors later on while running pod install or anything at all. Alright. Now after that is done, we can run our app on the Pixel 5 emulator, and after this is done, we can run on the iOS simulator. And let's see if we get any errors. And I just noticed in pod file, in pubspec.yaml file, we have added the version of permission handler as 10.00. We need to add it as 9.2.0 as I earlier mentioned. So let's make that change. And now obviously run the commands again. I'm sorry for that. So you'll have to run the flutter clean, flutter pub_get, pod install in iOS directory, and then restart your application. So let's do that. Alright. So non-surprisingly, our Android app has launched. Here you can see. Now let's start writing our code while the iOS simulator is launching, because it usually takes a lot of time for me these days. So what we can do is go to the bottom chat field and here initialize Flutter sound recorder. So we'll have Flutter sound recorder and it will be nullable called sound recorder. Let's import Flutter sound recorder. Seems like I haven't. And here we have it, Flutter sound recorder. So here Flutter sound recorder in the init state function has to be initialized, and we have marked this as null because if we pass in late, it will give us late initialized error, and also that late initialized error will be given because we are going to use asynchronous stuff so that we can open the recorder. So what do we need to do? Well, first of all, set sound recorder equal to Flutter sound recorder, and then we need to create a function which is open audio, which will be an asynchronous function, and then it will we have to do some stuff. So let's copy this open audio here and pass it in. Great. Now first thing we need to check if the permission for microphone is granted or not. So what will we do? Final status is equal to await permission dot microphone dot request. So here we are requesting the permission for microphone, and then we will check if status is not equal to permission status dot granted, which basically means that if the status here, which is given by request, so if that status has been granted, that means that the permission we ask has been granted, then we will do our work. Otherwise we will throw an exception. So let's pass the exception here, throw the exception which will be recording permission exception saying microphone permission not allowed. If you want here, you can show a snack bar and then return it, but I'm going to throw an exception, and then I'm going to have await sound recorder dot open recorder. So if this is not the case, that means that the permission has been granted, then I'm going to open recorder, and at this time I'm pretty sure that the sound recorder is not null because I've initialized it right here. After that is done, we also need to check if the recorder has been initialized or not. So we're going to create a boolean value of is recorder init. which is set to false initially. So let me quickly type it correctly. And here I'm going to have is recorder init equal to true. This has nothing to do with the UI, but just for our reference that the recorder has been initialized, and later on we can use it when we are storing the data in the path variable and all of that. We'll get to it right now. So after the audio has been opened, we obviously need to dispose it. So for dispose also, we are going to create something like sound recorder.close recorder. So let's find our dispose method. Here it is. So we'll have sound recorder dot dispose. Let me type dispose, and dispose is not there, so we'll find close recorder, and then we will have is recorder initialize set to false. So whenever we dispose it off, is recorder initialize should be set to false, because now it's not initialized. When we come back here, it will be initialized, because open audio will run every time when the widget reruns, which is in the init state function right here. We will also create another variable of is recording. That means that the user has clicked on that button to restart recording. I'll show you after creating this variable is recording set to false. So whenever the user clicks on this part right here, the recording variable will be set to true. Otherwise it is set to false. That means this will be used whenever we want to know if the recording is on and to display the X thing. That means that we need to stop the recording and send it to the user. Now we need to send start recording whenever this button is clicked. So what we can do is go to send text message. Here we have a logic. If show send button is true, that means this button is active. Let's show this one. Then we want to do the text message thing. Otherwise this will be there. So we can put our condition and our logic in the else block. So here we are going to have, our logic here. So here we are going to check if it's recording. So if is recording is started, then we obviously want to stop the recorder. So we will have await underscore sound recorder dot stop recorder. Basically whenever is recording is on. So if is recording is on, then we will get a cross button here, which we will look after in just a second. But here we will have if the recording is on, then we want to stop the recording. Otherwise, we want to start the recorder. So we will have await start recorder, and this start recorder will need a path, because here it is string to file. Where do we need to save this file? And for that we are going to use our path variable, otherwise this won't work. So here we are going to create variable temporary directory, and this is where path underscore provider package comes into play. We are getting a temporary directory from path underscore provider, and then we are using that path, which is temporary directory dot path, and naming it as flutter underscore sound dot AAC, and we will save our data at that path. So we'll have .to file and save this path, because it accepts a string at the end of the day. After this is done, obviously we have to get out of this else block and say set state is recording is equal to not is recording. That means whatever the value of is recording was previously, if it was true, convert it to false. If it was false, convert it to true. That's it. Because the user clicked on that button, right? So obviously the state of the app has to change. Also, here we are going to check if is recorder init is not true. So by some mistake, something has happened, then we want to return, because we don't want to execute anything further than this. So we'll just return from this method, and we're done. Now what we need to do is just take the is recording variable, go down where our send button is there, Here it is. Where did it go? Here. We have our icons.send and our icons.mic. Here we will put a condition if is recording is on. So if the recording is on, we want to show icons.close so that the user can close it. Otherwise, we want to show a mic icon so that the user can start recording because he's not already recording. Now we have, if we just go to our app, so let's restart this application. And you can see we have certain app in our app, certain bug in our app, because just when we went to the contact screen, I refreshed my screen. So it was asking me if I wanted to give the permission for the thing or not. I think I gave it. So let's restart the application again. Because of this iOS build, everything is getting very delayed. So here in Rivan, our chat, I'm going to go. Here it asks me allow WhatsApp UI to record audio. I'm going to say while using the app. And then scroll down. Here I'm going to press this. You can see recording has started. The notification is coming here. Everything seems to be a success till now. I'm going to stop the recording. And the recording has stopped as well. That's amazing. But now here comes the thing. Where is our audio file? It's not sent. The reason for that is when we close the recording, we have not sent a message. If we just come up here, just like a text message here, we have not sent anything over here. So what we need to do? Well, just send a file message, right? Because audio is a file. We need to store it to the database, storage, then in the Firestore database, all of that stuff, which will be handled by send file message function. So where do we add it? After start recorder or stop recorder? So if we add it after start recorder, that would be just when the user starts the recording, we send a file message. That wouldn't make sense. So only after the user stops the recording, we will send a file message. And we need to pass in the file. So the file here is going to be made out of the path. So we pass in path. Now we need message enum, which will be message enum.audio because this is an audio file. After that is done, if we come back here in our application and let's try to talk something, it should pop up, and I'm just talking just because I want to record something, and then I'll close the recording tab. And here comes our recording, you can see. But here it says invalid image data. We know the reason. Display text image GIF. It should be a display text image audio GIF. But yeah, here we need to add the sound playing function. So here in our stateless widget, obviously let's remove the message call because we don't need that anymore. And here we are going to check if the type is equal to message enum.audio. So if it's audio, then again we need to do something. Otherwise it can be video or GIF or else block, which is this is an image. So here we need an audio. So for audio, well, what do we need? An icon button that will be on pressed, and on pressed will be empty. And then the icon. Icon is going to be icons dot play circle. So let's create play underscore circle. And obviously we need to wrap it with an icon widget. So we'll have icon. And yeah, obviously this is going to be a constant, and let's see how it looks. If we scroll down, this isn't looking too good. Let's increase its constraint. So whatever be the case, we want its width to be increased. So here we are going to pass in the constraints for our icon button, which will be of the type box constraints. And then pass in the minimum width, which is going to be 100. So whatever be the case, I want 100. So display it to me. And finally our IS simulator has launched. Let's celebrate. So here it is, our button, and it's looking good. If you want, you can just increase the width, but I'm fine with it. I have no problem with that. Now we need the on pressed part. So what do we need to do? Well, first of all, we need to initialize audio player, which is coming from the audio player package, and that is a bad news for us. And the reason we're not using sound player for this is because I want this widget to be stateless. Obviously, you can use Flutter sound player coming from the Flutter sound package, but the problem I have with it is I'll have to convert this stateless widget to a stateful widget, which I don't want to do, because I want to show you how you can take this stateless widget and add something known as a stateful builder to carry out your task, and still this will remain stateless widget. I want to show that to you, and that's why I'm not using Flutter sound package, because for that we will need an init state function, we'll need a dispose function. I'm not having any of that. So I'm going to use a package known as audio player, and it's not audio player, it's audio players. Alright. Now that might be a bad news, because here our app has just launched and we are just telling, yep, we have a bad news. You can see invalid image data here as well. So let's refresh the application on iPhone and see what we're getting, and why are we getting this audio part. It's still telling image data is invalid, and the reason for that is iPhone iOS simulator just behaving very madly, because it's still displaying the messages, though we have removed the print call from here. I'll look into that. But anyways, we have our audio player widget that we need to add. So let's add that. And now to play it, we are going to create two variables, is playing. So we'll set is playing set to false. So we need to check if the audio player is playing or not. And then we are going to initialize our audio player widget, which is final audio player equal to audio player. Alright, now we can take this audio player and go to our pixel, because iOS is behaving stupidly. And here in the icon button, we need to add our asynchronous call. That is, we need to check if the audio is playing. So if it's playing, just similar to the recording logic, so if it's playing, so the audio is playing, we need to use audio player to pause it, right? Otherwise, we have to use await audio player dot play. And what do we need to play? Well, we will have to pass our URL source, because we are using URL to do anything, and then pass in message, and that's all. Now she's saying that this is dead code, and the reason it's saying dead code is because we are using a stateless widget. Now, since it's a stateless widget, if is playing is never going to be set to true, obviously, because we cannot change the state of our application, so the build function won't run, and that's why it's detecting that this is a dead code. And this is the power of Flutter. It automatically recognizes dead code, and it's insane. If you're not getting this warning, that's probably because you've not updated the Flutter SDK version. So if you want these latest things and cool stuff, you can just have that. Now, just to get rid of this error and to make sure our application works, we need to wrap this widget with a builder, which is not stream builder, not future builder, but stateful builder. If you already don't know about this thing, then it's a very great tool. It's like you can use stateful widgets capability, which is set state, in a stateful builder. That's what it provides. So here in the context, it provides us with that itself, which is set state. With the help of a stateful builder widget, what we can do here is, after the pause, we can set state and type here is playing should be set to false, and here set state and is playing should be set to true. That means here we provide the URL source, which basically converts our message, which is the URL link, and then starts playing it. And then we have set state, which says that is playing is true. Now if it's playing, then we obviously need to pause it and set playing to false. That's all. And you can see dead code warning is gone. Now we can remove constant from here and check if it's playing. Then we want the icons.play circle. Otherwise, icons.pause circle. So here we have pause underscore circle, just similar to our video part, right? So this is all that we need. Now let's see if we are getting stuff right in our Pixel 5 emulator. Also here, if we scroll, our iOS emulator is automatically behaving very nicely. So let's restart it there. And let's open up our terminal just to see if there is any error. Pixel 5 is always very cumulated. So let's see iPhone part. I'm going to open Rivan R and RRR. Obviously we are not going to hear anything. For that I'll use my physical device. But if we just start it, you can see missing plugin exception. So it's not working there because we need to restart it on the iOS phone. And you already know if I start it on iOS phone, what will happen. 10 and 15 minutes of time gone. Here if I click it, again missing plugin information exception. So let's try to rebuild our Android app. I'm not going to start with iPhone. So I'm going to just start it with Android. Later on in iPhone, I can test it. Alright, so our app has launched. If I just click here and go down and click over here, the part has started. Hopefully the audio is being shared. If not, let me know in the comment section. I'll also try it on my physical device at the end of this, you can say, video. So if I want to pause it, I can pause it as well. You can see, and then it will start it from the moment that it stopped. That is how audio players work. I'm going to test it on the physical device at the end when we have a full follow through of our application, just to find if there are any bugs or not. So that time you can check. But right now I'm assuming that it's working. If it's not, it will be fixed in the later section. Alright, having that in place, now the next part is the replying text feature. So whenever we swipe left, or here if we swipe right, we want the images to get, the reply part to get selected here and show it here. And then we want to reply to them and then display it correctly as well. So let's get into it. So here I have closed all the tabs and now I want to go to the common section, the common folder. Here we have to create a new folder called providers, and in this provider we are going to have our first common provider called message reply provider. This message reply provider, as the name suggests, will help us to reply to messages, and it will contain the reply to any message that we want. So first of all, let's define the message reply class and how it should look. So we have this, then let's define the properties, which is first of all the message. Then we need to define the boolean value of if it's me that I'm replying to or the other person, and then the message enum. So basically what type of message are we sending in. So message enum. Then I want to create a constructor for this. So I'll click on this and create constructor. It's not named constructor. And now I'm going to create a provider for this. For this provider, it's not going to be like the basic provider, because if we just use provider, we can't pass in the instance like message string. So what is the message? It will vary, right? And it will depend on the user. So for this, I'm going to use state provider. With state provider, you can, as the name suggests, change the state of the provider and it will get updated whenever we use this state provider. So I'm going to have final message reply provider, and I'll set this equal to state provider. Then I'm going to set a return data type of message reply question mark, which means that it can be null, because initially this is going to be null, because initially we won't have any message tagged. How this message reply is going to work is whenever we click or slide this message reply will get updated. So this message reply provider will get the value with the message of, let's say, this image. Then if it's me, yes, this is the message I'm tagging, so it's me, and the message enum, which is message enum.image, because this is an image, right? So this is how it's going to get stored. Now we are going to close this first of all, close the comment tab, the auth tab, and in the chat we have to go to the bottom chat field, because whenever we swipe here, so we need to register that first. So whenever we swipe here, we want to show a message reply. A message reply is going to come somewhere here with name written here and the name of whom we are replying to. If it's us, then me, and if it's the opposite person, then the opposite person. So here some dialog box or something container should appear whenever we select or swipe on a message. So let's create that reply preview. That's what I like to call it. So here I'm going to create a widget known as message reply preview. So we have message reply preview dot. I'm going to import material dot. Then I want to create a consumer widget. So I'm just going to create consumer. I'll type in stateless consumer and then I'm going to name it as message reply preview. And it should extend consumer widget. Now we'll import Riverpod package and there we have it. Now we will return container because we don't want to return a scaffold. We basically want this part to appear. Let's define the width as 350. I've tried and tested it. Basically it comes from here till here. So it fits well. Now we need a padding of constant edge insets.all 8. So that, you know, if the text is here, there's some padding from the side. Then we need a child of column. There are other properties that we need to add, but we will add them to understand how our UI is going to look like later on. In the children, we first of all will have a row, because in this row we are going to have two things. Well, first of all, the message reply, if it's me, then me, otherwise the opposite person. And then beside that, we want a close icon so that, you know, we are deselecting this reply. In this row, we are going to have children. Well, first of all is what I told you, expanded widget, so that it takes away all the needed space. So the text is going to be, well, it is going to depend on message reply. So let's take it from the argument. So we'll have message reply. And instead of taking it from the constructor, what I'm thinking is I can just read it here, because, well, we are having a build function, right? And we are having our widget ref also. So we'll have message reply equal to ref dot watch, and we're going to watch the message reply provider. So with this, we have message reply. Now we can take this message reply and check if it's me. Is me. So if it's me, then I want me to show up, otherwise the opposite person. Great. Now after that, obviously we need to make sure that it's bolded, because we need to put more emphasis on me opposite, otherwise it will get merged with our text which we are replying to. So we'll have a constant text style of font weight dot bold. We will have a simple gesture detector, because as I said, we want a close icon, so we'll have gesture detector. Then we want a child in here, where the constant icon is going to be icons.close and the size is going to be 16. Then I'm going to have an on tap. For now, it's going to be null. I mean an empty function, but we already know what this is going to do. This is going to take any existing reply and set it to null. We will set this message reply to null. So obviously pretty easy. We know what to do, but we'll take it later on. Then after this row, I want a constant size box of height 8, so that it doesn't directly, the next part doesn't directly merge with this part, and the next part is a text widget. So we can just copy this text widget, paste it in here. We are going to reply this style because it's going to be just normal. And in here, we want the message reply to be message reply dot message. Now message reply work is done. So we can create the function for cancel reply. So we have cancel reply. We'll take in a widget ref and have a parameter of ref. Then we will use ref.read message reply provider. Now we need to update this. We can't just do dot and is me is equal to this. We can't do that, because as I said, it's immutable. Now to convert it into immutable, what we need to do is dot state. Now with this, we get multiple more options, like you can see here. What do we want to do? We want to update the state, so we can do dot state equal to this. Otherwise, we can use dot update method, which will give us the previous state of the application. And what do we need to convert it to? I'm going to convert it to null because I'm cancelling the reply. And later on, we will check if the reply is cancelled, then we are not going to show anything. If the reply is not null, then we are going to show something. Alright. So now we will go in the bottom chat field. And in the build methods, let's scroll down. We will have final message reply equal to ref.watch message reply provider, just like our previous case. So we are going to watch the message reply provider, and here we are also going to check if isShow message reply is equal to message reply not equal to null. I'll explain now what this means. Basically, here I'm checking if the message is null. So if the message is null, isShow message reply should be false. That's why I've added that. So if isShow message reply is false, we won't show that container. Otherwise, we will show that container. So here in the column, we are going to have isShow message reply. Then we want the message reply preview, not message reply class, but message reply preview. Otherwise, a constant size box is fine because we don't want to show anything. I hope that was clear. Just to brief you through, if message is not null, that means isShow message is going to be true. So whenever the message reply is not null, that means that the user has swiped and has got some text. So we want to show that message reply box. And if it's not, and if it is null, then we want to show a size box. As simple as that. After that is done, now we need to go to this message part. So whenever the user swipes on any of the message, we want to hear it. So I'm going to go here, close both of them for now, and go to my message card. Whatever changes we make here, we're going to transfer it to sender message card as well. Both should work in a same fashion. Here we're going to have extra arguments of final void callback on left swipe. So whenever the user swipes left, so on our messages, we are obviously going to swipe left, right? So if we swipe left, then only we are going to get the message reply box. So on left swipe, then we want a final string of reply text. Then we want a final string of username, a final message enum of replied message type, and we need to generate a constructor for them. So we are going to have generate constructor option. Now we need to fix those errors in chat list. Now just to explain it to you why and what we need this for, on left swipe will update the reply preview box. Reply text is going to consist of the reply text to the messages. So whenever we reply to any messages and we send a message again, then that will consist of the preview, not the preview, but the message reply box. So that's it for, then the username is going to be same for the reply text. So whatever reply we give, that person's username should show up, and then the replied message type so that we can properly show the message, So we're going to go to the chat list and add the reply argument. So we'll have reply text. So what is the reply text now going to be? Well, reply text is going to be message data dot reply text. But now we don't have any message data dot reply text. So only logical thing I can think of is going to message dot dart and adding these functions. As I said, whenever we add replied stuff, we are going to have more fields. So we have final string replied messages. So replied message. Then final string replied to, so the username of the user whom we have replied to, a message enum of what we have replied message type basically, so what type of message we have replied with. Then we need to generate a constructor again, and here we need to also generate the JSON serialization. Obviously again those type errors came in, so let's quickly fix all of them. The replied message type is going to be map replied message type, and we're going to treat it as string so that we can convert it to enum. We have already covered that in the past. I'm just repeating it. Then here the type is going to be map type as string dot to enum. So obviously the same thing. Now over here we're going to have replied message type dot type dot type, and we are done. We can go back to the chat list, and now message data replied text is going to be replied message. The username is going to be message data dot replied to. Then we need a replied message type, which will be message data dot replied message type, and on left swipe. So whenever there's a left swipe, what do we need to do? So we are going to create a function for that. We are also getting these errors in the chat repository, so we'll go there and fix them up. So the replied message type is going to be replied message type. And now what do we do here? And here we're going to take from the parameter something known as a message reply. And this can be null because message reply can be null. And we are going to take in message reply. We're going to scroll down, and here the replied message type is going to be but for replied message we are going to check if message reply is equal to null. So if it's equal to null, then we want an empty string because the replied message is null. So we want the empty string to come in so that data doesn't store as null in Firebase, which is very odd. And if it's not null, then we want message reply dot message. Then we want replied to, and here we're going to check if message reply is again equal to null, then we want to pass in an empty string. If it's not null, then we want to check if message reply is me. So if it's me, then we want to pass in the sender username. Now we don't even have the sender username, so let's grab it from here. So we'll have required string sender username, and we also need the receiver username. Let's put in a comma, and here we're going to pass in sender username if it's us, otherwise we're going to pass in receiver username. So let's have receiver username, and here if you check, so that's it. Now the final thing that we need is a replied message type. Replied message type is going to be if message reply is equal to null, then empty, otherwise message reply dot message enum. And you can see this error. If you want to resolve this, you'll have to pass in message enum dot and some message. So if it's equal to null, then some static message reply, and I don't want to do that. So what I'm going to do is here I'm going to take in required message enum and pass in the replied message type. Now I can take this replied message type and pass it in here. Great. Now we have a bunch of errors. Don't worry about it. Let's quickly go and resolve all of them. So I'm going to go to this next error, which is save message to message subcollection, and here pass in the necessary arguments or parameters. So for example, we have message reply. Now to get the message reply, we need to take it from the parameter again. So we'll have required message reply, which can be null, called message reply. Now we'll pass that message reply in here. Then we need a receiver username. What is the receiver username? Think about it. Obviously, receiver user data dot name. And let's remove this question mark and pass in this. Yeah. Now we need sender username. Similarly, it's going to be sender user dot name, and then we need a replied message type. And here I'm going to check if message reply is equal to null, Then we can have message enum.text or message reply dot message enum. Obviously, if you want, you can remove this part from here and just cut it out from here and go to the save message to message subcollection, remove this part from here and then paste it in over here. It should be fine, but I just like to put it there. So we've resolved this error part in send text message. So let's go down and resolve it in save message to message subcollection. Everything is going to be very similar. So let's go ahead and copy all of these things. I think even this part. So let's go here and paste it in. All of this is not even required. We need message reply. So let's get the message reply from the parameter again. So we'll have required message reply. Then we need to pass in the sender username, which is sender user data.name. Again, copy it and paste it down here. Again, we need to get the parameter. So we'll have required message reply, and then pass it in. We have that. Now we need sender user. So we have sender user.name. Great. All of this is resolved here. Now let's go to the chat controller and resolve all of that. So let's go to the text message and see what we need. We need a message reply. We could have easily got the message reply in the chat repository as well. But what I'm doing here is basically taking the message reply provider and checking the value over here and then passing it in. Instead of passing in ref from here till here, passing through the parameters is very stupid thing. So here we're going to have final message reply equal to, and we want ref. So we have ref from the constructor, ref.read message reply provider. We'll take this message reply, pass it in, and that's done. Now similarly, we're going to do it for send file message, send GIF message, and that's it. Now we can copy this message reply here, paste it, and again paste it. That was all the code refactoring that was required. Now in our my message card, we need to add that functionality of swiping. So whenever the user swipes, we want that stuff to happen. So whenever we swipe, we are getting a null check operator here. And the reason for that is none of our chats have any, property in our message.dart collection like replied message, replied to, replied message. So when you were calling from map, all of these maps are not even there. So it's telling us it's a null check. Nothing is there. So now, first of all, what I'd like to do is go to the Firebase console and here clear off the chat. So I'm just going to go ahead and clear off messages chat. So let's copy it, paste it down here and delete. The chat is still going to be there. Because I don't want to change my phone number again and again. So I'll just go ahead and delete messages. The chats are still going to remain as it is. And you can see the null check operator went away. If I just type in hello here and send, now the null check operator is not showing up because now our message is consisting of many more things. If I just go back, from here till here, you have messages. In our message ID, you can see replied message is empty. Replied message type is text because it doesn't really matter. And replied to is empty as well. So this we need to fill whenever, the user swipes on the message and types anything and sends it over. So for that swiping detection that I talked about, we need to use a plugin. So the plugin's name is swipe_2. You can see that. Let's install it. Since it's a UI package, no external configuration is required. So we can just start working in it. We'll go to our my message card. I'll wrap the align with the widget known as swipe2 itself, and we're going to import that from the swipe2 package. Now here we are going to detect on the left swipe. So on left swipe, we are going to pass in on left swipe, which is our parameter on left swipe. And whenever there's a left swipe, let's see what we are doing in the chat list. Here we have on left swipe, and yeah, we're doing nothing. So let's do something. We are going to go up here and create a function and call this, let's say, on message reply, on message swipe, let's say. And here we are going to read, so we need ref. So we'll have ref dot read message reply provider dot, and we need to call update. So as we know, for state provider, we are going to use dot state and then call dot update. Now we have the state. So we are going to pass in message reply and pass in the message is me and message enum value. So all of this is going to be from the parameter. So we'll have string message boolean is me and message enum of message enum. Great. Now let's take this value, paste it in, and yeah, all of this is correct. So let's update it. Now we'll take this on message swipe and pass it in here. And then pass these three positional arguments in. We need the message, which is message data.text. On what message have we left swiped, right? So we have used message data.text. So whatever text this message has, that is the message that we have swiped. What is the username of the person that we have swiped to? So we can get that as true because we are passing in a boolean is me value. So since we have returned my message card, and here the message data.sender ID is equal to Firebase auth.instance.current-user.uid, that means it is our message that we are replying to. So we're going to have the value as true over here. And then we need message data.type. So whatever type of message we have, that is the type of the message. And there we've done. Now we just need to go to the bottom chat field and ensure this line is there so that we are able to see anything. Now if I just do this part, you can see stuff is showing up. That's pretty good. If I click over here, nothing happens. So let's figure out why. We will go to the bottom chat field, and in the message reply preview, we have used cancelled reply. We've called ref.read, but we've not bound it to our on tap. So let's bind it. Now since we need to pass in ref, we obviously need to do this and pass in ref. Now if I click on this, it went away. If I just do it again, it came back. Now it's me, that's why it's showing hello. If I just type in hey and then click on enter, we should see that the message here in our database should be saved with the replied message as hello, the username with our username, and I don't really remember what the username is. I think it's RRR for us. Yeah, the message data type, which is text. So let's go over here and we have a new message. So let's go over here. Replied message is hello, replied message type is text, and replied to RRR. That means this is working. If you're wondering how this is working, again, let's go to the chat controller. And here you can see we are reading the message reply. Since we have updated that message reply, we have message reply here. So we are just reading the message reply provider since we have updated the value whenever we have swiped. So if we swipe right now like this, you can see the value changed to hey. So since we are swiping and then updating the value of this message reply provider, we're reading it from here and passing it in. If they are null, we are passing in empty values. Now we just need to do the same thing for sender message ID. So I'm just going to close all the save files and go and open up my message card. Right now put a comment so that it stays here, and side by side I'm going to have sender message card. Now we need some things here. So I'm going to copy these 4 things. I need them. and paste it in here. Here it's going to be called on right swipe, because when it's a sender message card, we are going to swipe like this, which is the right swipe. Of course, generate a constructor for this. So convert and generate a constructor. Now we're going to wrap it with a swipe to widget again. Import it. And then we're going to have on right swipe, pass in on right swipe. Now we need to go to the chat list, and here we're going to pass in the username as this message.reply to. All of this is going to be pretty similar. And here it's going to be on right swipe. This will be set to false because this is the sender message card. We're not replying to our message, right? And we finally need a replied text, and the replied text here we have passed in message.replied message. We are just going to continue that. To test this, we need to bring up the iOS simulator as well. So let's get it and hope for the best that it launches our app pretty quickly. In the meantime, while this would be happening, we can work on the UI of displaying the replied message. So replied message is not going to be the same as this one. Obviously, we need to make certain changes. For example, this is what the replied message text is. Its UI is a bit changed. Then this part is going to be different. You can see that. So now how are we going to do that? Well, let's go to our my message card again. And here in the build function, we are going to check for and create a variable is replying. So we need to check if the user is replying or not. So we are going to render two different messages or do different UIs for non-replied messages and replied messages. So here is replying is going to be equal to replied text dot is not empty. So if it's not empty, that means that the user is replying, and if it's empty, that means that the user is not replying. We are just going to copy this, go down in the display text image GIF. We are going to wrap this with a column widget. Now in the children, we are going to have if is replying. So if the user is replying, then what do we need to show? And this is the cascade operator that we are using, so that whatever elements we pass in get rendered everything. Because if collection will only allow us to pass in one widget, with cascade operator we can pass in multiple widgets. So first of all, we will need to pass in the username. So whatever user name we have, and the username is going to be the username of the person that we have replied to. Then we need to pass in the style, and the style is going to be a constant text style with font weight as font weight.bold, because username should always be bolded in my opinion. They look good. Then we need to display the text image GIF based on the type. Because we are replying, this is going to be display text image GIF. So whatever thing we are replying to, we need to display them also in the format, right? So if it's an image, we need to display an image. If it's a GIF, we have to display that GIF itself. So we're going to have this, but in the message, we're going to pass in replied message type, not over here, type is going to be replied message type, and message is going to be replied text. Great. Now if we come back over here, you can see the change is happening. RRR is to whom we've replied. Hello is what we've replied, but it looks really messy and we can't understand anything. So this is where the UI part is going to come in. Let's close the terminal. And here wrap this part with a widget or a container. This container is going to have some padding. So we are going to have padding of constant edgeinsets.all 10. Then we need decoration, which will be box decoration. Pass in the color, which is going to be background color. Let's get that from colors.dart. Then border radius, and let's find out border radius of border radius dot all, and pass in radius dot circular 5. This is going to be constant again, and let's see what we're getting. Yep, here it is. Now this does make sense, but this looks horrible to be very honest. So let's improve it further. Background color will have with opacity, let's say 0.5, and let's see how we're getting now. Yep, this looks much better. RRR can have a bit more padding from, or you can say margin from the top, and this can also have a bit of margin. So what we can have here is a constant sized box of height, let's say 3, and here we can have a constant sized box of height 8. And if we come here, this looks wonderfully better, which is much better. Now just to test our theory, if we just send an image, let's take this image, I don't even know what this is, but let's select it and send it. Here is our image. So if we swipe over this, some URL comes up. If you want, you can modify it further, but also we need to modify this message reply preview. We have not styled it very carefully. So we can go to the message reply preview. In the container, we are going to pass in decoration, which will be box decoration. Pass in the color as colors.transparent. Then we want a border radius, which will be border radius dot only. And from the top left, which is this part, we want it to be curved. That will be radius dot circular 12. Then we want from the, you can say, top right. So that will be radius dot circular 12. Top right is this part and top left is this part. I can put this, put a constant, and then save it. You might not notice any changes right now, but if you change it to any other color, this will look a beautiful round thing. Now obviously the text here is showing up as an URL. So what you can do here is, instead of showing a text, show our display text GIF image. Now the message is going to be message reply dot message, and the type is going to be message reply dot message enum. That's it. Now if we go back, you can see we are replying to a text. If we just close this and pause this, we have hey showing up, which is good. If we reply to a message again, yep, now I'm going to say hello and then click on send. You can see this message reply is not going away, but our message has come here. So what we need to do is go to our chat repository. Not even chat repository, sorry. We have to go to our chat controller, and here we are going to take this message reply and we're going to pass in something like this. So we'll have ref.read. Let's have that. Ref.read message reply provider dot state dot update, and we want the state to be null now. So we can copy this and paste it for our text message as well as our GIF message, and then go to the message reply preview. Now let's type in hey again and then click on done. You can see the message reply preview went away and this is showing up really good. So RRR is showing hello, hey, and working as expected. Now let's wait for our iOS simulator to launch so that we can use the same thing and test the same thing on sender message card. And now as I think of it, we have not implemented this function or this logic in our sender message card. So let's close everything. Their work is now completed. Hopefully so. So we can go to the sender message card. And here we are going to copy all of this logic over there. So let's copy this column. I think we've not copied from the column. So let's copy this, remove this child, and instead of this child, we are going to have our big column logic. Remove the child part, and is replying part we need to add. So let's go to our my message card, add in this logic of is replying and paste it down here. Same logic is being applied. Now let's wait for our iOS simulator to launch and see what we're getting. Alright, so our iOS simulator has started. So if I just go here and well, first of all, we wanted to check if we can reply to these messages. You can see opposite showing up. So if I just type hi and then reply, you can see I've replied to this hey, and this hey is linked to a message which is sent by our user itself. Now if I just reply to this, I swipe in, opposite showing up, I'll just say hello and then send it over. You can see this is RRR's message that I'm sending, and my name here is Rivan R. So if I just swipe in and just say hello and then click on enter, this is me, so Rivan R is showing up. That means all the stuff is working. If I just come here, you can see all the stuff is working really well. Now the next thing is whenever we see all of this data, you can see the scene feature needs to be enabled. When is the scene feature going to be there? Well, first of all, it's going to be only for the messages that we send. And second thing is whenever the receiver ID seeing this message. So we need to make sure that if the receiver ID is us, so if this message, if this device, suppose this is a current device, iPhone is the current device and this is the sender device. So if this is sending a message to here, then we need to make sure that if we are the receivers, that means receiver ID is the current ID, that is true, then only the seen message should be enabled. Otherwise we should not, because if the user messages and they themselves see it, that would mean that they've only seen it. The seen message is seen by them, not the other user. I hope you understood that. If not, when we write the code, you'll understand. So what I'm going to do is close both of them for now. We'll go to the chat repository and here create a function called as void set chat message scene. So we are going to make sure that we set the chat message to scene, because every message, if you come here, has an isScene property. Even in our message model, if we go, we are going to have a isScene property. So for every message there is going to be isScene. So what do we need? Well, first of all, build context, because we want to display the errors. Then we want it to have receiver user ID, because we want the user ID to show up, because obviously we are going to update a message. To update a message, we need the receiver's user ID, because that's how the layout of our app is. Then we want the message ID, because we want to go to that particular message and update it, and we have the message ID with us. Here we are obviously going to have a try and a catch block, so let's have that. Then a show snack bar. Then we need e.toString. After that, in the try block, we will have, well, obviously the previous collection, like save message to message collection. We're just going to copy all of this stuff, actually both of them. So let's copy both of them, because we want to update in both the lists, right? If you remember anything from the past, we want to update it both in the auth current user ID dot receiver ID and in receiver ID and auth user ID. Both the places we need to update it, so that it stays in sync with each other. And the message that are isScene here and all of that. So now we're going to have dot update and we're going to update it. So what are we going to update? Well, the isScene feature. Here we are going to set isScene to true, and even here we are going to take update and set isScene to true. Rest of the things are going to remain the same. So let's remove this comment, and yep, this looks good. Now we can go to the chat controller and use this. So we will create a function again called void set chat message scene. We receive chat repository and we'll call dot set chat message scene. Take in a build context. So we have build context. Then we need receiver user ID. And then message ID, which will be message ID. Then just put a semicolon here and save it. If you want, you can put a trailing comma here just to format it. Now we will go to our chat list. And above here, we are going to check if message data, let's put an if message data dot is seen. So if the message is seen, then what? If the message is already seen, we don't want the user, we don't want to go to Firebase and update it again. That will take us a one write request. So here we will check if message data is not seen and message data dot receiver ID is equal to Firebase auth.instance.current-user.uid. Then we want to use ref.read and call chat controller provider and set chat message to seen. We will provide the context, the receiver user ID. The receiver user ID is going to be, so that will be widget.receiver user ID, and the message ID, which is going to be message data dot message ID. Great. Having this stuff, basically if the message is not seen and the receiver ID is us, then we need to say that the message is seen because we are on the list view builder. That means we have already seen the messages, and list view builder is going to only set it to true if we come to that message because it implements lazy loading. Alright. Having that, we can restart our application on both Pixel 5 and Android. Let's put Ctrl J and see what we get. So if I come over here, nothing is showing up, and nothing should show because we haven't passed in the isSeen method. And where do we need to pass in? My message card, because the user should only be able to see isSeen for their card. So only the isSeen should be implemented. So here we will have isSeen and we'll pass in message data dot isSeen. We will take this isSeen property, go in the my message card, and here have final bool isSeen. Now we will require this to the constructor, so we'll have required the this dot isSeen. So we can scroll down, close this terminal as of now, and here remove the constant icon and say if it's seen, then we want icons.done all. Otherwise we just want a single icon. That means this is icons.done. That is a single tick. Even here we are not going to have gray for all of them. We are going to have is seen. So if it's seen, then we want colors.blue. That's how WhatsApp works, right? Otherwise colors.white 60 and save it. Also here we need to save it. Now if we come here, you can see everything is blue. If I just go back from Android and just say great and click over here, it's done right now. You can see it. I click on this chat, you can see this converted to blue. If I do the same, suppose I am at the top and I say, hey, this should turn gray and then blue because it automatically scrolled down. That's a pretty cool thing, and that means that the isSeen feature is also working now. Now the next feature we are going to work on is the status feature. So whenever we go over here, we need to be able to access this floating action button as a status putter, and then here we should be able to access all the other people's status who are in our contacts. Later on, after this feature, we are going to get to the group chat functionality, after which the calling functionality. Alright, now so for the status, we'll close all of the features, and in the features folder create another folder called status. Obviously this will have screens, then it will have, let's say, repository, and then controller. Then over here we will create our first you can say screen called status underscore contacts underscore screen dot. This screen is going to be visible whenever the user clicks on this status button. So now I'm going to import material dart and then create a consumer widget. So to create a consumer widget, you have to type stateless consumer and then create the function or the class name, which will be status contacts screen. Then we need to import Riverpod. After all of this stuff, let's keep it as a container. And now we will take the status contact screen, and now as you can see, the tab is not working. If we just go to any other tab, it's not working. So to make it work, what we're going to do is go to the mobile layout screen, and in that mobile layout screen, we are going to scroll down and wrap this body with a widget known as tab bar view. Then we will have a children property where we are going to pass all the children for all the screens. So first is the contact list, so we can paste it down here. We will put a comma here. After that we need the status contact screen, so let's pass that in. And since all of them are going to be constant widgets, we can just pass it in over here, let's say. Not in the tab bar view, because we're going to have our own controller property, which is not going to be a constant. Now the third child here is going to say calls. So with this, we are basically telling that if the user clicks on this tab, we want to show the contacts list. If on the status, then status contact, and the last one calls, we want to show the calls thing. Now let's add the property of controller. So we are going to go at the top and have late tab bar controller, which will be called, let's say, tab controller itself. So here we're going to have tab controller, not tab bar controller, and in the init state function, we're going to have tab controller is equal to tab controller, pass in the length, our tabs are 3, and vsync should be passed as this. Now you can see this is giving an error, which is because it's not of the type mobile layout screen, which is this, is not of the argument type ticker provider. So what we need to do here is add another mixin. You can add another mixin using this comma and pass in ticker provider state mixin. After this, the error is resolved. We can go down where the error is there and pass in our tab bar controller. This tab bar controller is going to be used whenever we want to use the index properties, just to know where on which tab we are on. We can find that out using this tab bar controller. So now you can see we are getting an error. So let's restart our application, and here we have it. Now if I go to the status, nothing is happening, and the reason for that is we have added the tab controller here, but we don't our tab bar doesn't know that we have a controller passed in, so we have to pass it in here. And let's pass it here, which is a tab bar. Now we will remove the constant property and add constant here. Then save it. Now if I try to go here, you can see it's shifting and it's working. Because this was a container, nothing is showing up. Calls are showing up, and on the chats we can go to the chats. Perfect. Now what we need to do is whenever we click on the status, we want this icon to be functional, not as a contact screen. Now you can see it's behaving as a contact screen. But whenever we shift to the status, we want this to behave as, you can say, an image picker from gallery. So this will, when we click here, we should be able to go to the gallery, pick an image, and then we can go to the status page where we just have to click enter, saying that this is your image, are you ready to post it, and then you can post it. So here in the on pressed, first of all make this asynchronous, and as I told you, we are going to use this tab controller's index property. So we have tab bar controller dot index just to know if tab controller is working or not. So we'll have tab controller dot index is equal to 0. So if it's 0, then we want to go to the select contact screen. 0 means that we are over here on the chats page, but otherwise we are on the first screen. Then what do we need to do? Well, we will first of all get a file which will be picked image, which will be equal to await pick image from gallery, pass in the context, and then done. And we're getting this error because up here we have imported .html. Let's import .io, remove the scheduler.dart which we don't need, and then go back. Now scrolling down, here we need to check if picked image is not equal to null. So if the picked image is not null, then we need to go to the other screen, which is confirm status. So here we can just create another page, you can say. So this will be confirm status screen.dart. Don't get confused with status contact screen and confirm status. Confirm status is just going to confirm that this is the status. Do you want to upload it, or do you want to go back and select another image? Status contact screen is going to display the status of your contacts if you're saved in their contacts. We'll get to it. We'll get to the displaying part. But for now, let's import material dart in the confirm status screen. Let's create a stateless consumer. Now we will create confirm status screen. We need to import Riverpod again. And here we are obviously going to have a scaffold, because this is yet another screen, because we're shifting, we are navigating to another screen in itself. So it's going to be a scaffold. Now you can keep it blank for now. Here we know that we need to pass in a route name. So we have static constant string route name, which will be equal to /confirm status screen. Now we also need a file, because we need to display that file. So we have file, obviously import .io, and now require this .file. Now we can leave it for now. We'll get to the designing part later. We can take this confirm status, go in the router.dart file and add it as a route. So we'll just pass that in like this, and this will be called, let's say, confirm status screen dot route name. Remove all of these stuff, and in the argument we are going to get the file, which will be treated as a file. Now we just need to go to the returning confirm status screen, and then we want to return the file, which will be file. Wait, now we can go to the mobile layout screen and just use navigator dot push named, pass in the route name, which is going to be confirm status screen dot route name, pass in the arguments, and the argument is going to be picked image. So we can pass that in, and done. Now let's try to see if it's working. If I click over here, I'm going to the gallery, which is good, and select here, go over here, and we are on the new screen, which is confirm status screen. Now just to verify if the image is there or not, we are going to display it. To display it, we are going to have in the body a center widget, which will be having a child of aspect ratio. Aspect ratio allows us to neatly show our image using a proper aspect ratio. So for these kind of images, I mean, even for an Instagram reel or whatever, you do know that aspect ratio is 9:16. And since this is status is also going to have a mobile like view, so it will be 9:16. If you want, you can remove that and give a different value, but I think I'm going to go with that. Now in the child of this aspect ratio, we are going to pass in image.file. This file is going to be the file from the constructor, so that we see it. Now if we come back here, it's showing us the aspect ratio is not 9:16 here, but it's following what the image has preset. Now we need the floating action button. So we'll have a floating action button. Now this floating action button will be here so that we can add a status. So if we just click done, then we are done. So here let's pass in floating action button as a button with child as constant icon of icons.done and color as colors.white. Then we need a background color, but before that we need an onPressed. So we have onPress and empty function as of now. Now you can see this button showing up. Now I want it to be the color of a tab bar because it's not looking very good. So the background color here is going to be tab color. Save it, and there we have it. Looks great. Now we need to add the functionality for adding the status. So we are obviously going to create a repository called status underscore repository dot dot. Now we will create the class status repository. Then over here we are going to get final Firebase Firestore called Firestore. Then we need final Firebase auth called auth, and then a provider ref. You'll understand why we need provider ref. I'm importing it right now, but when we use it, you'll understand why we need it. If you want, you can not type right now, and then when we use it later on, you can add it for your own understanding. And we are adding it globally here. Otherwise, we used to get it from the function, but here we are getting globally because many methods are going to need it. So let's just keep it global. So now we will create a function for uploading the status. So here in the upload status, we are going to have the required property as string username. Then we need string profile picture. Then we need a phone number, which is the user's phone number. Then we need status image. So what is the image that you're storing? And finally, the build context, just to display any errors that will come in our way. This will be asynchronous, our basic try catch block. Here we are going to handle the exception. So let's give it a small e. We will show snack bar, which is going to be e.toString, and then save it. Now let's understand what we want to do. We want to upload the status. So what are the steps for it? Well, first of all, the status should only be visible to our contacts, and if we are in their contacts. So we want to get the contacts of the current user. We have to extract all the users from Firebase with that phone number present in the current user's contact list. Add them to a list so that it can be added to a status model that we will create. Then we will check if the status of the user already exists. If the status of the user already exists, then we need to add the image to the list of images already present. Otherwise, we will just add one image because it's the first image that the user is entering. Alright, now let's create a status model right away. So here in the models, we're going to have status underscore model dot dot. We are going to call this as class status. Then we will have a final string UID, final string username. Then we need a phone number. Then we need a list of string of photo URL, because the user may or may not have multiple images in their, you can say, status. Then we need a date time, so what time were they created at. Then we will use string profile pic. Then we need a string status ID. And finally, we will have a list of string of IDs of other users who can see. So basically, this will contain all the people and their UIDs of what they can see, of who can see that. So now we are going to create a constructor for this, obviously. So generate a constructor. Then we need JSON serialization. So we are going to go here, generate JSON serialization, remove the dot convert thing. Then we need to remove to JSON and from JSON, and then save it. And now we can go here. And first of all, we are not going to create the model or anything. Well, first of all, we just want the status ID, which will be constant uuid.v1. We already know what that is. That will construct ID based on time. Then we will have string UID, which is equal to auth.currentuser.uid. This is a current user's ID. Now we need to store the image that is provided to us to our Firebase storage. So we are going to have ref.read. Then we want to go to common Firebase storage repository provider and then store file to Firebase. And then we need a ref here. Ref is not that provider ref, it's the reference to our image. So what do we need to name it? Well, first of all, status, because this is a status. Then the status ID, which is obviously going to be very unique. And then the person who's having it. So we can have status ID, then UID. and then we need to pass in the file which is going to be status image. Let's save this much. So basically status is going to be the folder, and then status ID UID is going to be the file name. Now we want a list of contacts in our, you can say, in our device. So what we can do, we have already created a function for that. Let's go there. I think this is called select contacts repository. We need to go here, and then we can copy this line. We can go over here, paste it in, remove the try block. Now import Flutter contacts and then save it. So we now have a list of contacts in our device. We can use them. We also need a list of string. So we'll have list of string of UID who can see, which is going to be empty list. Now we can have a for loop running from int I equal to 0, I is less than contacts dot length I plus plus. So we are looping through every contact in this list which we have got here. So we are going to loop through every contact, and then we are going to check if that contact's phone number exists in our Firebase Firestore. So we are going to have variable user data Firebase. Let's name it that. You can name it anything. As I said, I'm too bad at naming it. We are going to have await Firestore dot collection users. So we are going to the users collection, and we're going to find all the users where the phone number, and if I can spell this right, phone number is this, is equal to, and what should be equal to? Contacts at I. So we are looping through, right? So we have contacts at I. So if it's the first contact dot phones, and here we need to pass in 0. Why 0? Because as I said earlier also, we can have workplace number, phone number. So to get the phone number, we're going to have phones at 0. And now we want the number. And then as I printed it earlier, it used to consist of spaces. Now to get rid of spaces, what we need to do is dot replace all the spaces with a string. That's it. Now we can just save this much. Now we have variable user data Firebase. Also we need to get it. I mean, it's not really a data unless we get it from Firebase. Now we're going to check if user data Firebase dot docs dot is not empty. So if this data, what this is essentially finding the users who are in the contact list of our device. Now if user data.firebase.docs is not empty, that means whatever we have tried here is not empty, then we need to store it in this part, UID who can see. So what we need to do here is variable user data equal to user model dot from map, and take this user data Firebase, pass it in, and also pass in .docs at 0.data. So we're getting it. Now we are converting that to a user model using user data.firebase.docs at 0. I mean, it's not going to go till 1, right? Because you're only fetching one user, and every user is going to have their own phone number. So user data Firebase.docs at 0.data. And then we can add to this UID who can see list. We can have UID who can see dot add and pass in user data dot UID. Save this much. Now after getting all the people who can see the status, what we need to do is get out of this loop, and now we will have a list of string of status image URLs, which will be an empty list. And then we're going to have status snapshot. Basically now we want to check if the status already exists or not. So if the user status already exists, then we want to remove that status. I mean, not remove it. I mean, if the status already exists, then we want the image to get attached to the image URL part. So what I mean by this is, first of all, get variable status is snapshot equal to await firestore.collection status. This is where we are going to store our collection. the status collection dot where UID is equal to, let's get equal to right, is equal to auth dot current user dot UID and now dot get. Great. Also, if you want, you can add in condition that we want to get status snapshot where the created at field is less than a date time dot now dot subtract duration not seconds, hours 24. This will fetch you the status snapshots that were created only, you can say, 24 hours ago. Great. So now let's remove the where part. I don't need that. I want to check it like this. I mean, if you want, you can check it like that. No problem. Now we are going to check if status is snapshot dot docs dot is not empty. So if that status is snapshot that we get is not empty, then we want to store the status. So we will have status is equal to status dot from map, and in the map we're going to have status is snapshot dot docs at 0 dot data. So we're basically converting the status is snapshot dot data to a status model, and then we're going to set the status image URL equal to status dot photo URL, and then we're going to add to the status image URLs this image URL. And what is the image URL? Image URL is the thing that we are saving here. So we need to have string image URL equal to await ref.read. Now we can come here at the status image URL, this image URL. Now we are just going to have await Firebase Firestore dot collection status dot doc status is snapshot dot docs at 0 dot ID. So we are basically getting the document ID of that status because the docs is not empty. If the docs is not empty, that means that the image already exists in the array. So we're just adding the image to the array that already exists in Firebase. And with this, we are getting the document ID because I don't think we can get the status ID by this. Alright, now saving this much. I mean, not saving, .doc. Now we need to update this. So what do we need to update? Well, just the photo URL, right? So we have photo URL as status image URLs. Also put a semicolon here and save it. So what have we done here? If the status snapshot.docs is not empty, if it's not empty, that means that the document exists. If the document exists, we need to add the image to the array that already exists in Firebase. So we're basically adding to the image URL one more image. That's what we have done here. We got the status from our status is snapshot.docs0.data, and now we have status image URL equal to status.photo URL. So whatever status we have in our Firebase Firestore collection, we are saving that in the status image URL. Now we need to add our own image URL, which is the newly made status. So we have status image URLs.add image URL, and now we are just updating this status ID or the status with the photo URL over here. Alright. Now what if the document is empty? That means that the user is adding status for the first time on their phone. So we will just set status image URL equal to image URL because this is empty, right? So we don't need to do this. Status image URL is equal to status.photo URL. Nothing like that. We will just set status image URLs is equal to image URL. Also now we can put return here because now we don't want to go anything, we don't want to do anything else in our function, so we can just return it. Here in the else block, we can have status image URL equal to this, and then we can create a status model. So we have status equal to status Then we will pass in UID, username, phone number from the parameter. Then we need photo URL. So the photo URL is going to be status image URLs. Then created at is going to be datetime.now. Then profile pic status ID, UID who can see is going to be UID who can see, and then save it. So what have we done here? Well, passed in the UID, all of this from the parameter, then passed in the photo URL as status image URL, which is this part. Status image URL is equal to this empty list. And then we have created at datetime.now, profile pic, the status ID, and who can see our status. So we have UID who can see, which we are updating over here, this part right here. So if we now again scroll down, here we will have to store it to Firebase. So we'll have await Firebase Firestore.collection status. We are always working in a status collection. Let's see where we add the status collection here. Now we need to add to the document the status ID, and we will set it. What do we need to set it to? Status.toMap, and then save it. Great. After having this much, we need to provide this status repository. So we'll have final status repository provider equal to provider, and then we will have a ref, and then we will return status repository. We'll pass in Firestore, which is Firebase Firestore.instance. Then we need Firebase Auth, which is Firebase Auth.instance. Then we will provide a ref. Then we will just have a semicolon. Now we need to create a controller for this. So we'll have status underscore controller dot. Then we will import material dot, not even material dot, sorry. We will have a status controller. Then we will have final status repository as status repository. Then we will have final provider ref, and then we will have ref. Now we will have to create a constructor for this. So we will just generate a constructor and then create the function of add status. Now in the add status function, well, we need first of all the file. So let's import it from .io and properly place the parameter. Then we are going to have build context because we need to pass that in. So we'll have build context and context. Now we want ref.watch. And what do we need to watch? User data auth provider, so that we can get the user's details, right? Now whenever we get the data, what we need to do? Well, first of all, convert this to a very simple function block, and then we will check, not even check, just use status repository, which is this, and call .upload status. Now we need the username, which is value.name, profile pic is value.profile pic, phone number is value.phone number, status image is going to be file, and context is context. Simple enough. Now we can remove this exclamation mark because here we have already asserted that the value is not going to be null. Alright, now we need to provide this. So what I'm going to do is come here, take this bunch, drop it here, and then we will just have status controller, pass in status repository, we need to pass that in. So now what we can do is, instead of all of this, we are just going to have a simple function block which will have final status repository equal to ref.read, pass in status repository provider. Now we are going to return the status controller, and now we are going to pass in status repository here, and then the ref, which is going to be, well, ref, and then pass in a semicolon. This will be called status controller provider. You can see we are getting error because final status repository provider already existed. Since this is a global variable, it can check. Having all of this done, we just need to link this to our floating action button in confirm status screen. So let's go there, and in the on pressed, we are going to create, well, first of all, create a function called add status. This will be widget ref pass in the build context named context, and then we're going to have ref.read status controller provider dot add status. Now we need to add the file which is coming from the constructor, then the context which we are importing from the parameter here, and then we are just going to call this function which is in the on press, pass in add status, and we are going to pass in ref and context. Ref is coming from this build function and context again from this build function. Let's save this much and see if our work is happening. I know I skipped very quick throughout this section, but the point of this was we've already done all of this in our application. It was just reusing all of the stuff. But if you haven't understood anything, let me know down in the comment section, or if you want, you can watch the part again and try to figure it out. Also here, we need to add navigator.pop because we want to get rid of this screen after adding the status. Alright, now let's see if it's successful. We just need to click this button. We are popping, and I don't think anything has went till now. But now if I just refresh the collection, we have the status part, then the UUID, and we have created at phone number, photo URL, profile pic, status ID, UID, username, and who can see. Who can see is no one here. Alright, now I just saw something, and the problem wasn't in our code. The problem was in the Firebase Firestore in the users. I had changed the phone number. You remember that? That was a problem. I've changed the phone number now, so now there is some problem happening, and thus it was telling us no user with this number exists, which was true because I changed the phone number, right? Now if I come back here, we have Rivana, hey. Now if I just go to the contact widget, this is a new user, mom. If I click on this, this is RRR which we need to talk to. So coming back here in the status, we are going to click here, we're going to select this and then mark it as done. Now if I go over here, you can see this part. We have two users who can see. This user which is the other user which I've saved in my contact list. Now let's try to make this status visible here. Let's dive into it. Now to display the status on this screen, what we need to do is, well, in the status repository itself, we're going to create a new function called getStatus. This function is, we already know what it's going to return. It's a list of status, right? And since it's going to be asynchronous, we can mark it as future. So future list of status and getStatus. We just need a build context to display it. I mean, in case of any errors, we can show that this thing. Now here we are going to have a list of status, which is going to be called status data, and it's going to be empty. Now we're going to have a try and a catch block with E, and then in the E we are going to show a snack bar, which is going to be e.toString. Now just to show you a cool trick of what you can do instead of showing a snack bar for such cases, you can just write if debug mode, not debug mode, sorry, k debug mode. So if we are in the debug mode, then we can print E. With this, you can see the print is not getting any error. If I just remove this out, print will get the production mode warning. Now print doesn't get that. Now in the try block, first of all, what we need to do is get the list of contacts. So we can scroll up, copy this code, the same code that we have, and paste it down. So we have now the contacts with us. Now we need to loop through all the contacts just like this. So we have for int I is equal to 0 till contacts.length and I++. Now with this for loop, we can have, well, first of all, we can check if there are any phone numbers where in the status collection which our contacts consist of. So here we can just, copy this as well. So we have variable status is snapshot is equal to await Firebase firestore.collection.where phone number, not UID, phone number is equal to, let's find that correct. I think we have done it already. This part right here. So we just need to take this, copy it and pass it in here. Not here, sorry, is equal to here. Great. Now after that, we will also check where created at is greater than datetime.now dot subtract constant duration hours 24, and then we convert it to milliseconds since epoch, because our data in our Firestore is milliseconds since epoch. And if you're wondering what epoch is, it means that the milliseconds since January 1, 1970. And now we just need to call get over here so that we get all the statuses snapshot basically. This is of the type query snapshot. Alright. So what have we done here? Well, this part we know. We have already done it before. We are getting all the statuses with the phone number that exists in our device. And we are filtering it again saying dot where created at. So created at timestamp is the datetime part. That should be greater than datetime.now subtract duration 24 hours. Basically, we are just saying that the created at should be greater than 24 hours. If it's not, then we don't want to display the status. Here we are going to have another for loop, and this will be for temporary data in temporary data.docs. And temporary data.docs is this, status is snapshot.docs. Here we are going to have status as temporary status equal to status dot from map and pass in the map, which is temporary data dot data, and then save it. Now here we will check if temporary data dot who can see dot contains, not temporary data, sorry, temporary status dot who can see dot contains auth dot current user dot UID. So here we are converting status is snapshot.docs that we have. So whatever status is that we have, we are looping through each one of them and converting to a status model. Now we are just checking if that's temporary status who can see, which is a list of string of UIDs. If it contains our UID, then we want this status data, which is this part, to add this status. So we'll have status.add temporary status. I mean, what we have done here is if the phone number, if we are in their contacts and if they are in our contacts, then we can see their status. That's all what we have done. Now we can just return this status data and come to the status contact screen. This status contact screen is going to return a future builder. Future builder is going to have the type of list of status. And let's have the model. Now we're going to have a future. The future is ref.read, and we need to read the status controller provider. Now we have not bound this function to our status controller, so let's go over there and have, let's say here, future list of status get status. Now we will have a build context here and asynchronous function. And here we also need to import the model. So let's import the status model. And here we're just going to have list of statuses, because whatever function that we created in our status repository is going to return the status. So we'll have await status repository dot get status, pass in the build context, and this is going to be status. Now we just need to return this. So we'll have return statuses. Save this much, go to the status contact screen and have status controller provider dot get status, pass in the context. Now in the builder, we're going to have a context and a snapshot where we are going to check if snapshot.connection_state is equal to connection_state.waiting, then we are going to return a constant loader. Then we are going to return a list view builder so that we can show the list of the statuses that we have, because here you can see we have got the future. Now the snapshot consists of list of status. To display the list, we are going to have a list view builder where the item builder is going to give us context, index, and then we are going to return something. Also, we need an item count. So we have item count as snapshot.data.link. Now in the item builder, we are first of all going to put a comma, a semicolon, and then we are going to extract our status. So we are going to have variable status data is equal to snapshot.data index. With this snapshot, which is list of status dot data, which is basically snapshot.data status, this is async snapshot list of status, data is list of status, and we are getting one status with the help of bracket index. Now we just need to return a column with the children as well. First of all, the list tile with a circular image, which is our image. So what we can do for this is very simple. We can just go to our contact list. We can copy this column, entire column, and copy this, go to the status contacts and paste it over here. Now we need the divider color, so let's import colors.dart. Then I don't think we need any trailing part, so let's remove that. We do need the circle avatar, so let's quickly copy the status data. So we have status data dot profile pic, status data dot, and here we don't need the subtitle also, so let's remove that subtitle. We do need the title, which is going to be status data dot username, and whenever we click over here, we need to get to the status screen, which means that if we click over here, we'll be going to a place where we can see the status. So let's keep the on tab empty for now, and I think this much is enough. If you want, you can just remove this tile as well. That would become too big, and I'm happy with that. So let's go over here. Now if I try to refresh the application and go to the status, we are getting this error. The query requires an index. You can create it here. So if I type Ctrl+J, we are getting this error over here because we have printed. We simply need to go to this link, choose the account that you want, and I'm going to transition to that account quickly. And here I am. It's asking me to create a composite index. So let's create an index with whatever it says, and the status will come your building. If you don't get this link for some reason, what you can do is in the data, from here you can go to the indexes, and here click on add index, and then add your, you can say, index. For example, what do we want? Well, we want, you can check here, phone number as ascending and created at ascending. Why do we need these indexes? Because we have a complex routing. Basically in our contact list, or not even in contact list, sorry. If you go to the status repository, here we have two .wheres. If we have two .wheres, we have to enable indexes. If we have just one where, the indexing is not required, but since we have two things, we need to add them. If we had .order by here and .where here, we again would have to create our own indexing. That's how Firebase works. So now let's wait for the indexing to work and see if we are able to see their status. After that, we can create the status screen where we will be able to move ahead or behind. And for that, we are obviously going to use a plugin. Why create from scratch when we have the plugin? So let's wait, and then we are going to dive into much more exciting stuff. Alright, now the indexing is over here. I can come back to the application, restart it so that we can travel to the status screen. And here we get the status of our type. So we have RRR showing up. Now the next thing we want to do is whenever we click on this RRR, we want to go to the other screen where we will be able to see all of the cool stuff that is happening. Basically, we will be able to see the status just like we see in WhatsApp. Let's do it. So to display this part in the status, what we are going to use is this plugin, story_view. There are multiple plugins that will support the same thing for like Instagram stories or whatever. So I'm very familiar with this and I think it's very good, very customizable. So I'm going to add this in my dependency in my pubspec.yaml file. Wait for it. And in the meantime, we can create another screen called status screen underscore dot. So this is a screen where we are able to see the status of the user. So we're going to have, well, importing material dot. Then we want the stateful widget and we're going to call this status screen. And I'm not creating this as a Riverpod stateful widget. The reason for that is we are not going to use any widget ref or anything. We are just going to get the status from this constructor. So let's take this from the constructor quickly. So we have status, then import it. Just require it through the constructor. And here in the init state, well, we need to init something, which is story view. So this is how the process goes. We need to create a story controller, which is called, let's say, controller equal to story controller. Now we are going to init this. So we have init story page items. So basically, let me type it real quick. So basically what we will do in this is whatever status that we get, the status can consist of image URL list, right? We have to loop through that list and add all the items to this list that we are going to create, which is list of story item. Let's call this story items and set it equal to an empty list. Now we are going to create this function called void story this and obviously type it real quick. Now we are going to loop through this. So we'll have for int I is equal to 0, I is less than widget dot status dot photo URL, which is a list. You can see that dot length I plus plus. And then after looping through everything, what we need to do is just add it. So we have story items dot add. And what do we need to add? Well, story item dot page image, because we want it to be a page, right? And now what is the image going to be? We need to pass in that URL. So the URL is going to be widget dot status dot photo URL. Let me get it. Photo URL at I. Right, because we are looping through this so that we can get this URL. And the controller is going to remain controller and then pass in a semicolon here. Great. Now we can scroll down and here wrap it with a scaffold first of all. Then in the body we will check if the story items is empty. So if the story items is empty, then we want to show a loader, because story items usually won't be empty. Unless we are adding this for loop and it all goes wrong. This is not going to be empty. So a loader. Otherwise, we want to show a story view that will consist of this part of the screen, this part. So we'll have a story view, pass in the story items, controller, and that's it. That's all that we need. So now let's try to see. So first of all, we have to create a route for this. So we'll have static constant string route name equal to /status dash screen, and then take this route name, go in the router.dart file and here have it placed. So we are going to have this passed in over here. So we'll have, what do we name this? Well, status screen dot route name, return a status screen, and we need to pass in a status, which is going to be status, and here we need to treat this as a status model. A lot of status is there, I know, but yeah, I think you got it. Basically just pass in the status from the arguments that we'll pass in right here in the status contact screen. So whenever the user clicks over here, we need to pass this. So we have navigator dot push named, then we need to pass in context, then the route name, which is status screen dot route name, pass in the arguments, which is going to be status data. Great. After having this set up, if I click over here, this is loading and our story view shows up. Now if I pause this, nothing is happening. Now just to show you an extra demonstration of what we can do here, what I want to do is whenever we, I want to go back. So if I click over here and I want to go back, I want to be able to, drag it down so that it closes. So to achieve that, we can go to the status screen, and here we can add a condition or a callback function, which is on vertical swipe complete. So whenever any swipe is done on the screen, then we will get a direction here, which we can check. If you scroll over this, this is a type of direction. So here we can check if the direction is equal to direction dot down, then we want to pop it. So basically if the user just does this, I want this screen to be gone off. So we can just use navigator.pop to remove the screen. After this is done, let's save it. Let's try to do it again. And you see the screen is gone. Now just to demonstrate it to you, if you're wondering why this is RRR and our user here is Rivan, because we are uploading the status ourselves and then seeing it here. And we are able to see our status because in the phone contacts, we have saved our number as well. If you have not saved, you won't be able to see your status. You'll have to use another device and see it. Otherwise, you'll have to add your phone number to your contacts and make sure to add your country code before that. Alright, coming back to this, if I just add one more image, select it and click on done. Let's see what we get. If I just go here, you can see two parts it has been divided into. I just tap it here and I go to the next part. Here I go to the next part. That means this part is working well. Status is complete. Now the next part we need to work on is the group chat functionality. So here if the user clicks over here, they should get an option of creating a group. And after they click on that create group, a new screen will appear like this, which will ask them to create a group with the contacts they have. And again, we'll have to implement that functionality. If the user is selecting any contact, then we need to check if that contact exists in their contact list, in the app, and then create a group. So let's quickly dive into it. Alright, so now what I'm going to do is close all the save files. I'm going to minimize the status, the select contacts, and the widgets, and the chat feature. And here create a new feature called group. Now group and chat feature are going to work synchronously, but this group feature is only going to contain this create group screen and all its functionalities. So first of all, let's go over here and work on this button. How do we show that? Now to show that, we obviously know mobile layout screen. In the actions button, we need to add that. So let's remove this icon button. We don't need that. We need a pop-up menu button. With this, we will be able to show a dialog box here with the options that we want. So here we have the pop-up menu button with item builder, where we will get a context, and we need to display a list of pop-up menu item. Then we need a child, and the child is going to be constant text create group, and its functionality is going to be very simple, just going on the next screen. So let's get out of this text widget also from here and here. And here we are going to have an on tap property. So whenever this is clicked, what to do? Well, for now, empty. Now if I try to click over here, you can see create group showing up, which is great. Now we need to change the color of this icon here. So what I can do is pass in the color property as colors.gray and save this much, and it doesn't seem to be working. So now just to make it work, what we can do is add an icon property, which will be constant icon, icons.more_vertical. This icon is basically this icon, but with this we can pass in the color, which will be colors.gray. Sweet, simple and enough. So here we have it, both of them matching. Now whenever we click on this, we need to go to the create group screen. So let's quickly create those screens. Here in the group, we're going to have screens folder, and let's create all the folders together. Repository, the controller, all the three we know. Type it out. Now here in the screens, we're going to have a create group screen. This create group screen, as I showed to you the design as well, it looks very basic, but it will do too much work. So here we're going to have a stateful widget called create group screen. Then we need to pass in constant here. We also need to return a scaffold, otherwise a black screen will show up. And here we need a static constant string route name, and the route name here is going to be /create-group, and save it. Now we can go to the router.dart, copy this case, paste it down here, and we will have create group screen. Now we need to return create group screen, so let's return it. And then I don't think anything is needed here, so let's mark it as constant, remove the arguments. Pretty simple guy. Now come here, and obviously we need to link this. So here in the on tab, we have to use navigator.push named context we will pass in and create, let's quickly type it, create group screen.route name. Yeah. Now if I try to create group, you can see we're not going to another screen. The reason for that is when a pop-up menu is clicked, it will call pop on the navigator to dismiss itself. So pushing an extra route would cause it to pop that route immediately instead of dismissing itself. So to fix that, what we can do is this navigator.push named can be wrapped by a future. This future will have something like this, and obviously this part, and wrap it with a future basically. Now we will remove this curly bracket and just have an arrow function like this. Put some comma so that formatting happens, it does its magic. Now if we try to click on create group, you can see we're going to the new screen. That's wonderful. Now we need to design the create group screen. So let's quickly get a design out. This is how it looks. Well, first of all, the app bar. So let's work on the app bar. In the scaffold, we're going to have an app bar which is named app bar with title as constant text create group. Then we will save it. Here comes the create group. The functionality of this app bar is going to be different on different screens because this is Android and this is iOS. If you run on iOS, it's going to be very similar to this one. If on Android, like this. After this, in the body, we are going to have a centered column so that everything falls in center. And well, it's a column, right? Multiple children. So we have children. Now in the children, we're going to have first of all some space from the top. So we'll have constant space box height of 10. Then we need to have a stack. And this part we have already seen it before, right? That is in the user information screen. So let's go there, copy the stack, and then paste it over here. Now we obviously need to do some configuration. So let's go right at the top and create file which is nullable and image. Then we need to create, let's see what else do we need. Select image function. So let's create it. Void select image asynchronous, and then we are going to set image equal to await pick image from gallery, pass in the build context, and then simply call set state so that build function can run again and it will display the correct image. We've already used that in information screen. Now let's try to see what we're getting. Looks good enough. Now the next part is the text field. So for the text field, right below the stack, we're going to have our text field. Text field obviously requires some parameters, so it will require a controller which will be created, then a decoration, a constant input decoration, and we're just going to have a hint text saying enter group name. You can see that right here. So let me type in hint text and then pass in enter group name. Here we need to create a controller, so let's go up here and have final text editing controller, group name controller, which is equal to text editing controller, and then have it. Now make sure to name this properly, then go to the dispose method or create one, then we need to pass in this group name controller dot dispose. Sweet. Now come down, pass in the group name controller and see how it looks. Good enough, but now let's add some padding. So we are going to wrap this with a padding widget, and then we want it to be 10. This looks better, it's not matching with the margins at the right side and the left side. It looks decent enough. Now we need the select contacts part. But before that, we need this text. So this text can be configured by just adding a constant text saying select contacts, increasing its height. So we'll have style as text style, and the font size will be, let's say, 18, and it's bolded. You can see that. So we need to bold it as well. So we'll have font weight as font weight .w600. Save this much, and here we are, select contacts. Now we need to take this over here. So what we can do is wrap this with a container widget. Wrapping it with container widget will give us some properties like alignment, that will be alignment dot top left. Save this much, here we have it. Now we need to add some padding as well. So we'll have padding as constant edge insets dot all 8. Now this does look good enough. So now what we need is the select contacts group. So this part here is going to consist of all our contacts, and whenever we click on one of them, we need to decide if they can be added to the group or not, because we need to check if they are a user in our application or not. Also, we need a floating action button. So let's add that first. So we have floating action button as floating action button. Then we need an on press that will allow us to create a group, which we will in a while. Then we need a background color as the tab color. As I showed it to you, other color looks greenish but not really good. Then we need a child, which will be icon as icons.done. And then this much should be very much. Now we just need to change this color. So we'll have color as colors.white. Saving it this much, and here we have it. Now we need to display the contacts. So for that, we're going to create a new widget here in the group called widgets. And in this widgets, we are going to have our first widget called select contacts group dot because we are making this for the group. Now we want to import material dart. We need to import Riverpod. So let's have Riverpod, Flutter Riverpod. Then we need a consumer stateful widget. So let's have stful consumer. Then we will call this select contacts group. We're using consumer stateful widget because if you realize, if we go to the select contacts controller, you can see we have already created a get contacts provider, which will fetch us the contacts and it will display to us. So we just need to use that. So here, instead of returning a container, what we're going to do is return ref.watch, and we're going to watch get contacts provider dot when, and we need to work on these. So whenever we get some data, we're going to get contact list. So whenever we get a contact list, what do we need to do? We will get an error. So if we get an error, what do we need to do? We'll get error and trace, and we just need to show an error screen. And error screen, just making sure you remember it, is just a center text. If you want, you can customize it even further to look great. We will just pass in error.toString here, and we can't use constant because we are passing in an argument of error. Now we need a loading, so loading is going to be just our constant loader widget, and then we need to work on this data. So just to format it, I can convert this to a container, and over here I'll pass that in. Cool. Now we need to wrap it with an expanded widget so that it takes all the maximum space available on the screen. And then in the child we will have a list view builder. This list view builder is going to have a context and an index. And here we will first of all extract the contact, which is equal to contact list at index. We have done that for almost every, you can say, screen now whenever we use list view builder. Then we need to return an inkwell widget because we want the clickable functionality. So whenever we click on any contact here, we need to select it or deselect it. That's why. Then the child is going to be padding because we need to add some padding. Now the padding here can be constant edge insets dot only from the bottom 8, because you can see here there's some bit of a padding, and that is what this is doing. Then we need a child as a list style. In the list style we have to add title. Title is going to be text contact dot display name. So whatever display name is there in the contact. Then we need to have a style, and the style is going to be constant text style font size 18. Almost every title of ours is going to have 18. So if you want, you can set the theme as 18 as well in the font size for the title. Having that, just link it to our screen here. So in the create group screen, if we just link this part and put a constant here, you can see it's showing up, but here we are getting an invalid value range. The reason for that is if we come here in the list view builder, we have not passed in an item count. So let's pass in an item count, which is going to be contact list dot link. Then save it, and here we have it. Looks good enough. Now we also need a leading icon, which you cannot see here. Basically, whenever we click on any of this, we want to select or deselect it, right? So if the icon button or icons.done appears here, that means it's selected, otherwise it's deselected. So let's add the logic for that. So we're going to have, well, first of all, list of integer of selected contacts index, which will be an empty list. Then we're going to create a function called select contact. With this select contact, we're going to do multiple things. I mean, by multiple, I mean 2. So first of all, we're going to get contact from the parameter. Here we're going to check if selected contacts index dot contains the index that we have here. Then we want to deselect it, right? So that means we need to remove this. So we have selected contact index dot remove at index. Otherwise, we need to add it because it does not already contain. So we will just copy this, paste it, and have add. Save this much, and that should do. So let's do set state so that this build function builds, and that is why I shifted it in another widget, because set state will make the whole widget build, and that doesn't seem likely for this part right here, right? Now we can take select contact, pass it in, let's say here in the inkwells on tab. So we will have this on tab where we need to pass in select contact. We'll pass in index contact and then have it. Now the leading icon here in the list style is going to be an icon button. So if selected contacts index dot contains the index, then we want an icon button, and icon button will do nothing. I mean, it's just going to show if it's done or not. So here we will have an icon of icons dot done. Also this is going to be constant, put a comma here, and here we need to pass in a colon. So what if it does not contain, the selected contact index does not contain the current index? Then we want to show a null, because leading has a value of widget question mark. That means widget can be null. So we are passing in a null so that we show nothing. You can see we are able to select it. That's good. Now here comes the tricky part. If I want to create a group with this, you can see that the tick mark is here in our parent widget and our selected contact data is over here. How do we fix that? Well, simple enough. We have Riverpod that makes our life very easier. I mean, we can just create a global variable of final selected contact, selected group contacts, and set it equal to state provider, and then it will be of the type list of contact. The reason we are specifying this is because initially it's going to be empty, right? So here we are going to have a ref which has an empty list. Great. Now we can take this and do our stuff over here. In case you want to use value notifier, you can use that. Otherwise, just follow along with what I'm doing. Here we are going to create a function so that we can create a group. So we have void create group, and now we're going to check if group name controller dot text dot trim dot is not empty and image is not equal to null. That means every image should have an image. Then we will call, well, now we always need to convert this create group screen into a consumer widget. But before that, what I want to show you is that whatever we do when we call ref.read, this is empty. It's not updating the value. So we need to make sure that we update the value here. So we will have ref.read selected group contacts dot state dot update, and then we want to update the state. So updating the state requires us to have the contacts of the previous one and an extra contact. If we just type in contact here, it won't make sense, because you can see first of all it requires a list. If we just do this, it will think that we want all the state that is previously there to be overridden by this. We don't want that. We want previous state to come in as well. So we're just going to have dot 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 state and then contact. With this, we are going to update it. So having all of this done, now the next part is to create a group, and for that we need to go to the repository. So here in the repository, we are going to create a new file called group underscore repository dot dart. We obviously need to create a class of group repository. Then we are going to have final Firebase Firestore, and then final Firebase auth, and also a provider ref so that we can communicate with other providers. Now generate a constructor based on this, not copy with constructor. Then we want to create a group. Now let's see how the group is going to be made. So we'll have create group, build context will be taken, name of the group will be taken, the profile pic of the group. Let's import the .io package. So we'll have profile pic and the list of selected contacts. So we have list of contact that were selected. So we have selected contact. Now let's import the contact model. So we have this, and then let's see what we want to do. Well, first of all, we want to loop through every selected contact, and then we're going to store the UIDs of every user in our application. If the user phone number does not exist, then we're not going to store that user in our group. Simple enough. So here, first of all, asynchronous, try and catch block, all the simple good stuff. So catch e, show a snack bar, e.toString, And then in the try block, we are going to have list of string of UID. So we have UIDs equal to an empty list. Now we will loop through everything. So we have for int I is equal to 0, I is less than selected contact dot length I plus plus. Then we are going to get the phone number stuff. So I think we can copy it. We can copy it from our status part. We recently worked a lot on it, so we can go there. Here it is, and we'll find the repository, status repository, and here we can copy this and then paste it here. Now instead of this, we just want selected contacts at I. The same thing is going to be there, but here instead of status, we are going to have users. We need to find users whose phone numbers are this, and then don't forget to call the get method on it, and then save this in, let's say, the user collection. So we have user collection equal to this. After that, we're going to check if user collection dot docs, that means that the list of data at 0 dot. First of all, we need to see if it exists. I mean, if the first document exists, then we need to add it. So we have UIDs dot add and then add the user's UID. So we have user collection dot docs at 0 dot data at UID. Add it to our UIDs variable. Now we need to create a group. So for the group, we again need to create a model. So how is our group going to look like, right? So we have group, let's create it, group dot dart. Here we are going to have a class of group, and then the functions are going to be almost similar. So let's copy all of these methods and paste it here. Now let's see and evaluate if we need them. The name of the group required, the UID, let's name it a bit specific, which will be group UID. So is this a group UID? So I mean, let's type it correctly first of all. So we have group ID. Then we want a string message. So we'll have final string message. So what was the last message sent? So I think last message makes more sense. Then we need a profile pic. Is online will not be there for the group. You can add it on your own if you want. Then we need a group pic. This profile pic was a profile picture of the last message user's, the last user's message profile pic. Then now we have the group profile pic or the group pic, and then we are going to have a list of members UID, and we also need a final string sender ID. So whoever sent the message last, we need to get their sender ID. Simple enough. Now let's get their constructor. Let's add their serialization. Get rid of all of these methods. And from here, now we'll go in the group repository, and after the for loop, we are going to add a group. So first of all, we need a group ID, which will be equal to constant UUID dot v1. Then we are going to have a group. So that will be group equal to group, and then we need to pass in. Now this group is a different group, and the group I'm talking about is different. The group that I want is going to be this one. So let's import it. So what we need to do here is use this group, and we also need the Flutter contacts one. So what I'm going to do is use this as model. Now I can go here and have model.group, model.group. Now let's pass in the correct information. Sender ID is going to be auth.currentuser.uid when the group is made. You know, if you want to send the message, this is a new group, or this group was created by, whatever. Then the name of the group from parameter, the group ID, the last message is going to be an empty message, the profile pic. And I think the profile pic, now that I think of it, is not even required. I think a group pic is enough. So let's remove this profile pic argument, and then Just use it. So let's just use group pick, What are we going to do? Well, of the profile pic. Then we need, so let's remove the profile pic. Then we need the group pic. Now for the group pic, we need the URL. So we have to upload the file that we have to Firebase storage. That is pretty easy for us. We have done that multiple times. String profile URL is equal to await ref.read common Firebase storage repository provider dot store file to Firebase. Now we need to pass in group / group ID, and similar to the users function, group, and then we are passing in group ID, and then we need to pass in the profile pic, which is our file. Now we will take this profile URL, paste it in here, and then we need members UID. As of now, the members are auth.currentuser.uid, but we also have ... UIDs. You can see that this UIDs. Now we have done this because the members UID won't consist us. This UID variable does not consist us. We also need to be a part of the group, right? So here we have auth.currentuser.uid and then destructuring the UID list. Saving this much, we need to store it to Firebase. So we have await firestore.collection groups .document group ID .set, and we'll set group to map. Simple enough. Alright, so now after having all of this loaded up, if you didn't understand, watch the video again, try to understand it and then move forward. Now we're going to have group _ controller . Also we need to provide this, I keep forgetting about it. We need to provide this, so we'll have final group repository provider equal to provider ref, and then provide this. So we have group repository, we have to pass in group repository, sorry. Now we need to pass in Firestore, that will be Firebase Firestore.instance. Then we need auth Firebase auth.instance, and then ref, which is from the parameter of the provider itself. Now let's add the semicolon, a comma again, and then take this group repository provider, go to the group controller and create the class group controller. Here we are going to require group repository, then we also need a provider ref, so we have final provider ref, and then generate a constructor. After generating a constructor, we are going to create a group. Here we are going to have a build context so that we can pass it in, and let's see what other arguments we need. We need the group repository dot create group. We'll pass in the context. Then we need the name, so we have string name of the group, then the file, and we need to import from .io. So we have file of profile pic, then we need a list of contact of selected contacts. So let's pass that in. Also import this contact model, and I think we're done with this. Now we need to create a provider for this controller. So we have final group controller provider equal to provider. We will get ref. So let's add that. Now we will have final group repository equal to ref.read group repository provider. And then we need to return this group controller. Group controller will return group repository ref, and then done. Great. Having all of this finally set up, we can bind this to our arrow button here, create group screen. This is all we need to do. So we need to do ref. Now to get the ref, we need to pass in a consumer everywhere instead of just a state. So we have consumer. Now import the Riverpod package, and now we have ref.read group controller provider dot create group, pass in the context, the name will be group name controller dot text dot trim, then the profile pic, which is image, and it won't be null because here we are checking image is not equal to null. Then we need selected contact, which is ref.read selected, let's add that, selected group contacts. Done. Now I'm very excited to test it, so let's quickly bind it to our create group function. Here it is. Alright, so I've Rivan, Naman, and I'll even add mom to a list and then enter the group name. Let's say rainbow. I don't know why. We need to select an image, so let's select it and then send it. We're not popping it, so that's a bad thing. We need to pop it. Let's add that to our create group. So we have navigator dot pop, and only when it's successful I think we need to do that, so we just do it after the if condition. We also go to our Firebase console and I don't see anything with that group name, so I'm just going to Control R it and nothing is coming. So let's Control J, go to our debug console and now try to tick mark it. Nothing is happening. Here we get an error in the on tab. And we are getting this error mainly because we just need to restart our application. After we restart it, this error will go. So let's try to create a group now. Let's select an image, select it quickly, enter a group name, let's say rainbow again, and then select mom, and I think mom is enough. And let's say this is a group, Rivan Naman. I don't think Rivan Naman is there in our application, so let's check it out. I'll click on enter and it's done. Restart this application and if I refresh it, still nothing here. Alright, so we had bug in our application because of invalid input range. Now there are two things that we need to fix. Well, first of all, we need to add this line, which is ref.read selected group contacts.state.update, and we set the state back to an empty list. Basically, we are, after creating a group, we are coming back to the original state of the selected group contact so that that state does not persist anymore. And obviously after that we need to use navigator.pop, add it if you haven't already. Now we need to go to the group repository, and here this is a line that is causing error. Invalid input range, because if the user number does not exist, which is user collection.docs at 0, if that docs at 0 does not even exist, I mean docs at 0 is inaccessible. So what do we do? Well, before that we will have to add this user collection.docs.is not empty. That means if the user collections doc is not empty and user collection.docs exists. So if it's not empty and it exists, then we have to do this. After saving it, you can try to create a group again. So I'm going to click on this, create a group. I'm just going to type rainbow again. I'm going to select this, select an image and select mom, and let's say Rivan Naman, and then click on done. Here, if I refresh the app or the Firebase console, now after refreshing the console, we have members UID as these two, the group ID, the group pic, last message, and all of that stuff. Now it's done. That's great. Now our application is working. Now we need to be able to display groups here and work on the group chatting part, the most important part in our application. Let's get into it. So to display the group, I'm going to close all the save files and we're going to return to the contact list. You remember that? This screen right here. And now to display it, what we're going to do is first of all display all the groups we are in, then display all the contacts that we have to talk. So obviously we're going to use two stream builders for that. Now we will wrap this stream builder with a column widget. And now in this column also we are going to wrap with a single child scroll view widget. With this, basically we're telling that this column will be, you can say, scrollable. So if we have multiple more chats to talk to, we can obviously scroll, right? After the stream builder, before the stream builder, we need another stream builder. So let's copy this. It's going to be very similar. So copying it makes much more sense, and paste it down here. Now we'll go at the top, and here we need to display the groups, right? So we will go in our chat contacts and I mean in the chat controller, and here paste it in. Now we are going to get chat groups. Here we are going to get chat groups, not contacts. And then we're going to copy this, go to the chat repository and create a function here. So we are going to have void, not void actually, now it will be stream of list of groups. So I think we can copy this function as well. I mean, everything is so similar. We can just copy it, paste it here, and here we're going to name this similar to this, which is get chat groups. Let's copy it, go here and paste it in. Here we have to return firestore.collection, and this will be the groups collection, and we will remove all of this stuff not needed. Then we are going to map this because we don't have to get any asynchronous calls. We just need to get the group data so that we can talk over there. Now we don't even need the async part. So let's remove it. And here I'm going to say list of, well, it's first of all going to return list of group. Then here we are going to have list of group again, and let's call this groups. So we're basically mapping through all the groups that we have in Firestore, and then here we are just going to check for variable document in event.docs. We are looping through each and every group, so we obviously need to convert them. Let's get rid of these all, and we're going to say group, let's have group equal to group dot from map, and then pass in the document data. That's all. Now we here have to add a check before adding the group to our groups list. But before that, let's just add the group. Now we need to check here if group dot members UID dot contains our UID, that is auth.currentuser.uid. So that means if the group contains our UID, that means we are in that group. So we need to add that group in our groups variable, which we are going to return from here. It's that simple. Now obviously we have a return type here, a value of type this, and it can't be returned from chat groups because it has a different data type. So here we need to change the data type to a group. Easy enough. Now let's save it, open up our terminal. I'm having a feeling of some error, and it comes up really well. The reason for that is this part here. In both the stream builders, we are having chat contacts that is being displayed. We don't want that. One we want as a group and one as a chat contact. So here I'm going to have chat groups. Now this will have a return type of group because this is chat group. So the stream builder will have list of group similar to this one. Here we are going to have almost the same thing. Instead of chat contact data, we are going to have group data. Let's change this so that we can pass through every variable and see if it's correct or not. So in the on tab, when we are going to the other screen, we can pass in name, then the UID, and the group data UID is group data dot group ID. Save this much. Let's go here. Name is going to be the name. Last message is going to be the last message. Profile pic is going to be group pic, and the time sent is going to be, well, same, group data dot create. So we haven't added the time sent property. If you want, you can add it, but I'm going to, well, add it right now. So we have this part. We'll have final date time of time sent. Then we are going to have, well, a constructor, then a JSON serialization, remove the import of dart convert, scroll down and remove these two methods of toJSON from JSON as well. Now go to the contacts data, and here we are going to have, well, the time sent. So when was the last message sent, right? We'll go to the group repository as well and add the time sent, which is going to be datetime.now. It's easy and simple enough. Let's save this much. Right now the property won't be there. You can see null check operator used on a null value. So we will have to manually add so just for better work, what I'm going to do is delete this document and then create a group. You can see that null check operator faded away. I'm just going to refresh it. so that the errors fade away. I'm going to click on create group, create a group. Let's take this image, whatever it is. And then we are going to name this again rainbow. I'm going to add this number, and this number, and then click on done. Here you can see we have created a group. 1:44 is the time right now. You can match it, and no messages here. Now the next thing is whenever we click over here, you can see we are getting this error because this is a group chat, and where we are checking about this chat app is in the users collection, not in the group collection. So we have to configure that. Let's quickly dive into it. Alright, so here in the contact list, whenever we send from the group or from the chat list, what we need to pass is an argument to the mobile chat screen if it is a group or not, because we want to know, like if we come here, you can see this does not identify this as a group. So we need to get a specific set of, you can say, snapshots or data so that we can display it. For example, here in the group, we need to go to the group collection. For user, we need to go to the user collection. Both are very different. So what are we going to do? Well, in the mobile chat screen, we are going to add our another route called final boolean is group chat. Now we're going to require this. So we'll have require this dot is group chat, and we're going to make excessive use of it. So here we are going to have is group chat, and this is the chat contact part. So group chat is false because this is not a group chat, right? And we'll go up here, and this is the group chat, so we'll send it to true, and obviously go to the router.dart because that's where you will get to know, here, right? So if it is group chat or not. So we need to get that argument, and we are going to name this the same as this one and even this one. So we'll pass in the variable correctly. Great. Now having that, we need to go to the mobile chat screen, and first of all, we want to display the correct, you can say, title here. So we are going to check here if the widget dot is group chat. So if it's group chat, and obviously we need to remove widget because this is not a stateful widget, this is a stateless widget. So if it's a group chat, then we want to just display a text with the name. So we have text as the name, which is the group name. Otherwise, we'll have to use the stream builder because, as I said, in the group, we won't be having the online offline capability. And here you can see we need to refresh it. And let's try to go here. Rainbow shows up. If we go here, 1 hour with an online status shows up correctly. Now the next part is whenever we click over here, we should be able to see correct data, right? So for that, what we need to do is in the chat list, we need to pass it in. So in the chat list, we need to pass in, let's say, is group chat, and we need to pass in is group chat, whatever we receive from our constructor, and same for bottom chat field. So let's add both of them as the receiving part of the constructor. So we have final boolean is group chat. Let's have this, copy it. Then we are going to require this. So we have required this dot is group chat. Also for the bottom chat field, we are going to have the same thing. So we are going to have final boolean is group chat and require this. So we have required this dot is group chat. Great. Now let's put a comma here so that it formats correctly. Now we need to go to the chat list, and in the chat list we need to correctly fetch all of the data. Right now it would be like looking to you like it is getting all the data correctly, right? But it's not the case. We are going to the user collection to fetch the data. We don't need to go there. So first of all, in our chat repository itself, we will have to create the get chat group stream function, and it's going to be very similar to our get message stream, get chat stream. So let's copy it and paste it down here. It's going to be a stream of list of messages because it's going to be messages that we are going to be storing. And here instead of users, we are going to have groups, and here we are going to have the group ID receiving, not the receiver ID. We can copy this, paste it in here instead of auth.currentuser.uid. Then we want the collection as chats. Then we need to remove all of this. We don't need that. And here we need to order by time sent snapshot, and then we need to return it just like we have. Now here we are just going to have get group chat stream. Cool enough. Now we can copy this, go to the, let's say, chat list, and here we are going to check. So if it is group chat, and since we are in a stateful widget, we'll have to use widget.isGroupChat. So if it is a group chat, then we don't want this, we want other parts. So we have this and or this. Now we need to obviously change this, but before that we have to add that to the chat controller. So here we are going to have chat stream and group chat stream. So we have group chat stream, get group chat stream, pass in the receiver ID, which is essentially group ID. So we can copy that and paste it, just descriptive variable names. Now we are going to have group stream, group chat stream, and the receiver ID is going to be widget.receiver user ID itself. Because whenever we click there, we are going to go with the receiver ID as the group ID. If you just come back to the contact list, you can see whenever we pass in a group UID, we're going to get group ID. I mean, we're passing in group ID, right? So now in the chat list, I think this much is enough. So the rest of the things are going to remain the same. So this stream is acceptable. So if we just come over here, proper message is showing up, and here nothing as of now. So now we need to fix the bottom chat field part. Basically, whenever we type something, the data, if it's a group chat, should get stored in the group/chats collection. Just like we had here in the chat repository, we need to store it over here. Right now, the data is being stored in users chats collection, but we need to store it in the group chat collection. So let's get into it. In the bottom chat field, we'll have to make tons of changes here. So be aware of what we are doing. And if you don't understand, let me know in the comment section below. But basically, we're going to do a lot of stuff here. So keep your eyes wide open. In the send text message, first of all, whenever we send a message, we need to pass in if it's a group chat or not. So for literally every message, GIF text file, we are going to have boolean is group chat. Lots of errors will come. So let's wait for it. We'll pass in everything for all the three parts. For chat message scene, it's not required. So why put it in, right? Now we have to go to the bottom chat field and add all of the necessary requirements. So here we need to pass in widget.isGroupChat. Then we are just going to copy this and paste it wherever we get those errors at the end, because they are positional arguments, they matter. And right now it looks good enough. So after having all of this done, we need to go to the chat repository. Now in the chat repository, let's go there. So for the first one, we are going to go to the send text message. That is the very first message. So let's scroll down, and in the send text message, let's scroll even more down. Here we have it. Now we need to require boolean of is group chat. So if it's a group chat or not bool. Obviously, our chat controllers are going to have those errors, but we can look into them later on. I mean, we just need to pass these parameters in. Now here we need to add our condition. So what if it is a group chat? What do we need to do? So this part should be done only when it's a group chat. If it's not a group chat. So we are just going to have if it is not a group chat, then we do all of this, because here basically they're getting the user data, converting it to the receiver user data and getting those datas. For if it's not a group chat, then we don't need to do all of that stuff. And here the user model will become nullable, and that would raise another issue in our save data to contact sub collection. So we just need to go to the save data to contact sub collection. Here in the user model, we are going to have a question mark for receiver user data, because if it is null, then we can have receiver user data as null. Now we can scroll down, and here you can see we are getting those errors basically while creating a chat contact. So we can just put a question mark here. That means it can never be null. And how can it never be null, right? So we obviously need to add a boolean of is group chat here again. So we'll require this from the parameter, and here we will check if it is group chat. Let's do it right at the top. So if it is group chat, then we want to do await firestore.collection. And remember, this is data to contact sub-collection. We need to save this to the contact, not in the messages sub-collection. So we are just going to have groups .doc receiver user ID .update. We need to call update. If we call set, then all the data will get overridden. And here we need to pass in last message. So what is the last message now? The text that we got. And what is the time sent? Well, the time sent is datetime dot now. Let's get datetime dot now. And now we also need to convert it to milliseconds since epoch, because in the model we obviously convert datetime to milliseconds since epoch, but here we need to manually convert it. Now if it is not a group chat, then all of this part will come in. So let's copy all of this and put it in the else block. So if it is a group chat, then save it like this. Otherwise you need to do all of this, and here therefore the receiver user data can never be null, because we are calling that receiver user data when it's not a group chat. Now let's resolve those errors. Come back here. Now 6 positional arguments are required. The last one, if we hover over this, is group chat. So if it's a group chat, we need to pass in is group chat. Simple enough. Now we need to save message to message sub collection. So here we need to say that, receiver user data can be null, null. So we can just put a question mark here. That means it can be null. And here the receiver username is coming extra for some reason, so let's remove it. So here in the message to message sub collection, we just need to remove this receive username, because it's not even needed. We can copy this and paste it over here and then remove this part. Here you can see we are getting the error because receiver username is set to be just a string. We want this to be string which is nullable, so it can be null. Now in the reply to part, we are checking if the message reply is null. If it is null, then we want an empty string. Otherwise we are checking message reply. If it's me, then we need sender username, otherwise the receiver username. But receiver username can also be null, so otherwise what we need is an empty string. So if even this is null, then we want an empty string. Save this much, and here another argument that we need is a boolean value of is group chat. So if it's a group chat, then what do we need to do? Well, we obviously need to create the message model. We are going to save that in group as well, but here we are just going to check if it is group chat, then we are going to do stuff a bit differently, otherwise a bit different. So let's copy all of this and put it inside of the else block. If you want, you can follow the guard clauses method, but I'm just going to put in an else block. Here I'm going to have await firestore.collection groups .document and then pass in the receiver user ID .collection chats, and then we will pass in the message ID. After that, we just need to set the message to map. So whatever message that we created, we need to convert that to a map. Just like over here, we have users, then the auth current user ID, we have groups, then the receiver user ID, which is the group ID, .collection, which is the chats collection, .message ID, and then saving it. Simple enough. Now let's go back to the error, and here we need to pass in is group chat. So here we just pass in is group chat. Then here we need to go down, pass in the required stuff. So we'll have to import this. We'll have required, and I think everything is going to be very similar to this. So let's quickly race through this because we already know what to do, and copy some of the stuff. So over here we need to copy this if not is group chat part. We can copy that, paste it right here, and then go ahead. Here we need to pass in is group chat, and here it's saying receiver user data is non-nullable, so we can make that nullable. Then we need to remove the receiver username. We need to pass it in like this and pass in is group chat. Pass it in as is group chat. Now let's scroll down. Same thing for GIF. We are going to have, well, remove all of this and then have, if not group chat, let's require it through the parameter. So we have required bool is group chat. If it is not a group chat, let all of this happen. Otherwise, pass in the group chat. Now this has to be null, so we have to make this user model null as well. I mean nullable, not null. Then we need to remove the receiver username, put in a question mark, and then pass in is group chat as is group chat. Simple enough. You can see all of our errors faded away. It was so damn easy because we only had to make, extra configurations or strong configurations in these two files. In save message to message sub collection, where we added this, then we are checking if it's group chat, then we need to add this. Otherwise, do all of that stuff. In the group chat, we are only saving it to group because everything is listening to that group ID. Here, we are listening to the user's chat ID. So you can notice the difference. If you want, I'll make a comment about this saying, in case of a group chat, we want to go to the groups, then to that particular group ID, and then we want to access the chats. And whose chats do we need to access? That particular chat of group ID. So we can just have chat and, well, the message that will come to us. Easy peasy. Now we can go to the chat controller and add all of this stuff. So we want is group chat. Is group chat is basically is group chat because it's coming from the parameter that we accepted. Now we just need to paste that in everywhere. So let's paste it here and in the text message. Save it. Let's refresh the app and see what output are we getting. First, we'll try to message in our normal chat, which was working earlier. So now we're just going to, well, select an image and send it over. Here you can see the image got posted, and we can also send some smiley emojis, just for the sake of it. Alright, you can see this is showing a single tick arrow. If you're wondering why online is showing here, the reason for that is I hot restarted and terminated the app, so offline online faded away. But if you want, we are going to check this on the real physical device and with the iOS simulator, so you can just compare. Now in the rainbow part, let's see if we do anything. I'll send a hey and then send it over. You can see null check operator used on a null value. So somewhere we have made a bug and we haven't realized it. Alright, so I executed the app and terminated the app, but then I realized that in the web layout screen we are getting these errors. So let's try to pass in is group chat as empty for now. We are later going to remove this, don't worry. We're going to clean up all the files, remove all the warnings that we're getting and make it simple enough. Now we are going to run without debugging and see if the logic is working well, and that's why, since we had those debug error, I couldn't know that the app was restarting. That's why the app wasn't restarting. It wasn't a bug. That was my fault. Alright, so our iOS app has launched. Android app has launched, sorry. Now I'm going to type a message. Let's say hey and then click on done. You can see hey showing up. If I go back, nowhere else is it showing. Now to confirm if it's working or not, we'll have to use another simulator, which is the iOS simulator. But if we launch that, you already know how many problems you're going to face. Since all of the installation processes for all the packages and for Firebase is done, I'm assuming that whatever is working here is going to work for iOS as well. But if we still want to test, I'm going to connect my Android emulator at the end of the section or the end of the tutorial. So you can skip over there and see if you're getting any error or not. If you are getting, I'm going to fix everything over there. But for now, I'm going to leave it here. I'm assuming that the group chat functionality is now working properly. If I just want, I can even send a GIF just to confirm if everything is working well. I'm going to send this hi one. And yep, here it is. Looks good enough. I'll go back, come back, and this is working. Excellent. Now, after having both of these things done, now we need to jump to the last feature, which is the feature of calling. So for calling, what are we going to do? Easy enough. We're going to use this plugin Agora UI Kit. If you want, you can check the changelog just to see if the permission handler version that I mentioned earlier is 9.2.0 or it has changed to 10. If they'll mention it over here, or otherwise you can just go to the repository on GitHub, scroll down in the pubspec.yaml file, you can check what version they're using. Here it's 9.2.0 for this version, but if you want, you can change that on. For this, we are using Agora UI Kit. If you want to know more about how to use Agora and not this built-in SDK, you can say, then you can just find out Agora_RTC and use this one. This will allow you to have more configuration, not this, sorry, this one, Agora RTC engine. This will allow you to have more configurations in your application with your own UI part. But for us, we are going to use Agora UI. If you want a tutorial on Agora RTC engine, I've made that in the Twitch clone video. You can find it on my channel or link in the description below. Alright, so now let's install this Agora UI Kit and let's see if we want to have anything. Well, first of all, an Agora developer account. So let's copy that and open link in new account. Here I'm going to log in since I already have my own account. If you want, you can just create your own separate account. So here we are in the screen. You can just enter your email, password and log it in. I'll see you after I follow all of this. So I've logged in and I've come over here. This is the Agora console. Now we need to go here in the project management tab and then click on create a new project. Let's enter the project name. I'm just going to say this as a WhatsApp clone, and then you select the use case. I'm going to go with social and let's say a live cast or chat room, whatever, I'm not sure. I'm going to go with the testing mode as of now and then click on submit. Then go to this config part. We obviously need this app ID, but let's go deep into it. Now what we're going to do is enable the primary certificate and then click on confirm, and make sure your secondary certificate is disabled. Only your primary certificate is enabled. Now we need both of these, so let's go over here in our lib folder, also minimize the iOS tab and the Android tab. Here in the lib folder, we're going to have a common of, let's say, the config folder, and this will contain all the configuration file. We are just going to have agora config.dart, but later on if you want, you can add more and more. Then over here we need to pass in the class agora config, just for good clean part. Then we are going to have static string token so that we don't have to create an instance of this Agora class, and then we need to store the token. And then we also need the app ID. So we have app ID equal to whatever app ID that we have. So we have static string app ID equal to whatever we have here. So this is our app ID. Then we need our app certificates. I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to store it like static string app certificate equal to this. Great. Now the token, and there's one more thing called channel which will come here whenever we create our own channel, but we're not going to do that. We're going to use something else. Now let's come back to Agora UI Kit. We need Android or iOS device, and in our build.gradle file we need to add this line. So let's add this. Let's go to our build.gradle android/app. We need to go to the build.gradle. So let's go there, and in all projects repository we need to add this line. After that we need all of these permissions. So let's copy them and put it in android manifest.xml. So let's paste it here. Now see if anything is matching. We can remove that. Internet is matching. We removed that, and nothing else. Alright, now let's just put a tab here and get out of this part. Then we need to open info.plist file and then add both of these things. So let's go to info.plist file. Then we need to add microphone usage description, which we have already run, and then the camera usage description, which we have already Done. Easy. So our part is completed. Let's close all the save files. Add the dependency of Agora UI kit to our application. So dart add dependency Agora UI kit. Now let's stop the app execution and then we were going to start again. But before going diving deep into Agora, we need to understand how calls are going to work in our application. Now let's run the application and then I can let you know how the app is going to work in our app. So how is it going to work? Well, if we go to this chat, a single chat, and when we click here, we need to call there to we need to send a call to Revan R, and then we want to listen to that whenever the user is on the WhatsApp screen of ours or other screen. Like suppose the user is here, then the user will be able to click here or the accept button, which automatically pops up whenever the user is using. So when we send a call from here, Revan R will get a call which they need to accept from the green button. If they use the red button, then we need to end the call. After they click the green call, the screen of the call should appear. So obviously we're going to make use of stream builders excessively now. So stream builder will be used because whenever we click over here, we're going to send data to Firebase that yes, we have called this person. Now, since we have called this person, what we need is to let them know that we have called. So they will be listening to the same stream builder. So that's how it's going to work. Pretty simple, right? So now what I'm going to do is close the iOS part. Here in the features, I'm going to create another folder called call, and this will have, well, the screens. The call will have another repository and then controller. Then we are going to create the repository and the controller first. So let's create call underscore repository dot. Obviously we need to create a class of call repository, and we can copy all of that stuff from the group repository. Just for your practice, I think you should not copy and type it again and again so that you get used to this pattern. It's a very good pattern in my opinion, at least. We need to remove this function, but since we need async await calls, I'm going to keep this for now. Here we are going to create call repository, copy this, paste it here, call repository. We don't need provide ref in here, so let's remove it. Provide the call repository, remove this part, and this will be called call repository provider. Here we are going to make a call, so you can either name it as make call or create call, whatever. Then we need the call data. So now we need to create a separate model for creating a call. So here we are going to go down in our models and create the call model, which is call dot. Now let's understand what all things we need in call model. Here it will have a class of call, which will have the caller ID, the person who has called, so that we display their name, the UID or whatever. Then we have the caller name, so let's add that. Then we need the caller's pic, so let's have that as well, so that that's how our design is going to look like. You'll get to know. Then we need the receiver ID, and for once we are going to type the receiver ID correctly. Then we need receiver name, so I'm just going to paste it. After that we need the receiver's pic. So basically caller ID name pic, receiver ID name pic. Then we need final string call ID, and finally a boolean of has dialed. So this call is going to get stored. So we are going to check if we have dialed or another person has dialed. Now we are just going to have a constructor created, then a simple serialization, remove all of this stuff, and then come back at the top and remove .convert. Now let's go in the call repository and accept the stuff. So we need a call of sender call data, details of the sender call data. Then we need a build context, and then we need the receiver's call data. After that, we can save this much. Now in the try block, let's remove all of the logic, all of the unnecessary stuff. We don't need them. And also the print call. Now in the try block, what we are going to have? Well, first of all, it's very simple. We just need to store it in a call collection with the document of the caller ID, and we need to do that for both caller ID and receiver ID, so that both listening to the same stream builder, which is their auth.currentuser.uid, get access to it. So what I mean by this, await firestore.collection call dot document sender call data dot caller ID, not call ID, make sure to name it as caller ID. Call ID means the ID of the call, but caller ID means that the user who's calling's ID. And then we are going to set it, so we have sender caller data dot to map. Now we are just going to copy this, paste it in. Here we are going to have a document of receiver ID, and then we are going to set it to receiver call data. With this, we are storing it in both the in the same collection with two different documents, similar to the chat functionality, right? Because we need to use a stream builder to listen to them. After this, whenever the user makes a call, we need to transition them to the caller screen. So we have to do that manually on our own. So we will look into it. But here in the controller, we will have call underscore controller dot dart. We can copy this from, let's say, the group controller again. Copy it, paste it in here, and then we're going to have, instead of group, the call controller, instead of the group repository, the chat repository, and this will also be called chat repository. After that, we are going to create a function called make call. This make call function is going to have a build context, then the receiver username. So we have receiver name, then we are going to have receiver's UID. So let's copy this and name this as receiver UID. Then we need receiver profile pic, and then a boolean of is group chat. So if it's a group chat, we're going to do stuff a bit differently, otherwise a bit differently. So let's keep it right now like this. When we get to the group chat part and the group call part, then we can look into it. For now, what we're going to have, well, we are going to take the ref, read it so that we get the user data auth provider, so that we get the sender user ID's call data. And whenever we get the data, well, we need to use the block. Then we need to create a call of sender call data equal to call, pass in the caller ID, which is auth.current user. Let's have current user, and I don't think auth is available to us, so we need to accept that from the constructor as well. So we have final Firebase auth, then require it. So we have required this dot auth, then we need auth.current user dot UID. Then the caller name is going to be user data or value, and value dot name. Then we are going to have a caller pic. The caller pic is going to be user data dot again value dot profile pic. The receiver ID is going to be receiver user ID, and the receiver pic is going to be receiver profile pic. The call ID is going to be the call ID, and for the call ID we'll have to create it. So for now, let's just ignore it, and true. Now let's create the call ID, which is string call ID equal to constant uuid.v1. We're just applying what we have learned, so I hope it's very clear to you. If it's not, then probably this whole tutorial was not clear to you. So I would recommend you to watch some parts again and try to figure it out. Now here we want the receiver call data. Then we want the caller ID to be auth.currentuser.id. Caller name is going to be not value, but the user value.name. Sorry, it's correct. All of that stuff what has dialed will be set to false. And then we are just going to use call repository. Let's see what we have created here. I've called call in a chat repository instead of call repository. We want call repository here. So let's have that done. After that, we can go down and have call repository dot make call, pass in the sender call data context and the receiver call data. Then save this much and the call will be made. If later on we will have the is group chat, so if it is a group chat, then we're going to make a group call. Otherwise, we're going to make this normal call. But that's a worry for the later part. Now we are going to have call controller provider return a call controller. Then we need to pass in the call repository. We are going to name this call repository, and we are going to read the call repository provider. Now we are going to have auth Firebase auth.instance. Cool enough. Now let's remove the repositories that are not needed. So now all of this has to be linked to one single thing, which is the call button, the small icon that you see here. So we need to go to this mobile chat screen. And here we need to create a function of making a call. So here we are going to have void make call. Then we are going to use ref. So obviously we need widget ref here. Then we are going to have ref dot read call or controller provider dot make call. Pass in the build context, so we need build context as well. Then the receiver's name, which is widget dot name. Now we don't have to do widget dot name because it's not a stateful widget. Then the receiver's UID, which is UID. The receiver's profile pic, which we have not got yet, so let's keep it empty, and is group chat. To get the profile pic, we obviously need to have this. So we'll have final string profile pic, and then we'll have required this dot profile pic. Now we need to pass that into the router. So before passing it to the router, we are going to search here wherever there's mobile chat screen. We need to pass that in. So here we need to pass in the profile pic, which is going to be this. Let's copy it, and this is going to be group data dot group pic. Similarly, here we are going to have profile pic as chat contact data dot profile pic. Make this as a string. Now we can go to our router.dart and have this one more argument, which is profile pic, and pass the profile pic in here. Easy and very good. Now let's try to test our application. So whenever we come to a Firebase again, whenever I click a call on any of the user, a new collection of calls should appear. So now I'm going to just click on Revan R, send a call, and refresh the console here. It doesn't work, so let's open it up. And I think I realized it. Like always, we have made a very stupid thing. We need to go to our mobile chat screen. We have created this function, but we have not passed it in. So we need to pass it over here. Since it's a video call, we are going to pass it here. Then we need to pass in ref and context. Simple. Now let's try to click here and refresh the console. Here it is, the call part showing up. And the receiver pic is showing as an empty string. So to fix that, we have to come to our mobile chat screen and pass in the profile pic that we have. Now if we try to do it again, it will get overridden, hopefully. Now if I just do this, you can see profile pic got overridden, and both of them have a bit different profile photo, hopefully. And it's not, obviously, because one has as while true. That is the only chain that we have. Cool. Now the next part is to listen to it. So whenever there's a call part here, we need to listen to it, right? So let's get into it. What we need to do here is in the call part, create a screen called call underscore pickup underscore screen dot dart. Basically, this screen will have a stream builder which will continuously listen to this sub-collection. If there is any sub-collection with our UID in it, then we want to show a screen that will allow us to accept or reject the call. So we need to create a consumer widget. We are going to create a stateless consumer. And we're going to call this call pickup screen. We also need to import the material dart and the Riverpod package. I mean Flutter Riverpod, not just Riverpod. And we've named this screen. Let's name it screen. Now here what we need, well, first of all, the scaffold. So this widget is going to keep running in the background. So what we need is a scaffold asking, do we need to show this? So we have scaffold. So if the stream builder does not have our UID in it, we need to display the scaffold. This is going to act as a parent widget for everything basically. Now we are going to return a stream builder of the type document snapshot. And here we are going to have a stream. This stream is going to continuously listen to our path. I mean, whatever we tell, our UID. So we need to go to the call repository and here create a stream return function. So we'll have stream of document snapshot and we'll create a getter, not a function for it because we don't need any parameter. This feels good enough. Then we are going to have firestore.collection. Let's have collection call.document and here we are going to pass in our UID. So it will be auth.currentuser.uid.snapshot. So we are getting a call stream of .snapshot. Now we can go to the call repository, call controller, and here have stream document snapshot get call stream, and then we are going to return call repository dot call stream. Now we are going to go to the call pickup screen and have stream as ref dot read, and instead of read we can have ref dot watch call controller provider dot call stream. Then we are going to have a builder which will have a context and a snapshot. Then we are going to check if snapshot.hasData and snapshot.data is not equal to null. So we are first checking if the snapshot that we are listening to, that means that this call stream has any data or not. So if it has data, then we are going to check snapshot.data is not equal to null. We are putting this exclamation mark after snapshot.data because snapshot.hasData has checked if it is null or not. Then we are going to have the call model created. So call equal to call.fromMap. Then we pass in snapshot.data and we're going to treat it as a map of string comma dynamic. After that, after converting to a model, here we're going to check if call.has dialed. So if we have dialed the call, then what do we need to do? Nothing, right? If we have not dialed the call, then what do we need to do? So if the call is not dialed by us, that means that the other user has dialed the call. That means we are receiving an incoming call. So we need to return our scaffold to accept it, right? This part is to accept the call. And then after all of this, we are going to return, if the call is not dialed by us, then we are going to return a scaffold just to accept the call. Otherwise, we are going to return the scaffold to whom we are adding this as a parent widget. And I'm going to add this after this if block. Now here we need to adjust the design of our application. So first of all, in the scaffold body, we are going to have a container with an alignment of alignment.center. Then we are going to have padding of constant edge insets dot symmetric vertical 20. Then a child of column, because here we want to display the user profile picture, the text, and a bigger text called incoming call. So here the main axis alignment will be main axis alignment dot center. Then the children will have, well, first of all, a constant text saying incoming call. Then we need a style which will be text style, and then pass in the font size. This is going to be big, so 30, and color will be colors.white. After this constant text, we need a constant sized box of height 50. Then we need a circle avatar because we want to show the user's profile pic. So we have background image as network image of call.caller pic. Obviously, we don't need to show the receiver's pic because we are picking it up. So we have image as call.caller pic. Then we want a radius which will be 60. Save this much, and we aren't able to see anything. So what we can do is take this call pickup screen and wrap it around something. So what can we wrap it around? So just to test it, we can go to the, let's say, chat screen. So we have mobile chat screen. Let's find that. And here we can wrap our scaffold with a widget called call pickup screen. Let's import that. Then we are going to have a scaffold here. And then let's see if we come here, and this isn't working for us mainly because we had dialed a call, right? So if we just see if not called dot has dialed, so if we have not called, then we won't be able to see the screen. So if I just type call dot has dialed, then you can see our screen showing up. But since we have called, we won't be able to see it. But for now, I'm just going to reverse the condition so that I can see, because I don't want to open the iOS simulator. It opens a bunch of cache and that will cause some issues for me. Now I can take the sized box, put it here, and then have a text similar to this incoming call, but it won't be constant because it will have the text of call.caller name. Then we want the text style to be constant. The font size is going to be slightly smaller, colors.white, and font weight to be font weight.w900. This looks good. Now I'm just going to copy this again, paste it down here, and let's keep it 75 because this is going to be the list of the buttons. So here we are going to have our row, and in this row we are going to have our green button, red button, all of this. So in the children we are going to have an icon button of on pressed, well, for now empty, and icon of icons dot call underscore end. That is the first button. So we are going to have a color of colors dot red accent, and we want the icon to be a constant. Then save it. We can just copy this icon button, paste it down here, and it's going to be call dot call. Let's have call, and this will be colors dot green. Put a comma just to format the document, and then come over here. It's shifted to the, you can say, left. So to get it to the right or the center, we are going to have main axis alignment as main axis alignment dot center. Save it, and here we have it. Now let's leave some width between those buttons. So we are going to have constant size box as width, and width is 25. Save it, and there we have it. Looks good. Looks good. So what do we need to do when the user, clicks on this accept button? Or what do we do when the user clicks on this red button? Let's get into it with Agora. Alright, so now we need to create another screen which will be called call_screen.dart. And this is the screen where all the conversation and Agora part what is going to happen. So we are going to import material dart, import Riverpod. So we'll have Flutter Riverpod. Then we are going to create a stateful consumer widget. Then we will call this call screen. Then here, let's have something passed from the constructor as well. So we have final string channel ID, and this channel ID will be a bit difficult to get. We are going to use go to get our channel ID. Then we will have final call. So whatever call data that is there, we want that. Whatever we get, receiver call or user call, we don't care about that. We just need to get the call. Then we just want final boolean of it is a group chat or not. Then we need to require all of this through the constructor. So let's use this and generate constructor. Then we also need a key. So we'll have key like this. Now here we're going to have our Agora client setup. So we are having Agora client, which is initially going to be null. Then we are going to have our init state function, and then we are going to use that client and set it equal to Agora client, and then pass in all the permissions. So we need Agora connection data. So we have Agora connection data as all of this. We need the app ID, which is Agora config.app ID. Then the channel name, which we are going to get from this. So we have widget dot channel ID, and the last thing that we need to pass in is token URL. You see, if you have followed my Twitch clone tutorial, you already know that how we are going to go about doing things. But here basically the token URL is going to generate token for every new channel name that is created. So in our application, there are going to be tons of channel names that we don't know about because the username is going to differ for every user. So in that case, we need to generate a token URL and we need to code in Go to get all of that done. But if you want it simple, you don't know what Go is. Basically, it's a programming language. I've typed the code for you. You just need to clone it and install it to your system, and then you're good to go. So basically what we need to do is clone this, open this, then open this in terminal. Here I'm going to migrate to desktop. Then we are going to have git clone and then pass it in. Here we have Flutter Twitch server. Basically this is from the Twitch clone tutorial. We are going to access the same thing, but we are going to deploy it differently. So for now we can just have this. So this will be Flutter Twitch server. The link to clone this repository will be mentioned in the description below. Do check it out. If you want, you can open it in a VS Code thing, and all you need to do to run this is go run main.go. With this, it will run this file main.go. Here we obviously need to mention our own app ID and app certificate, which we have already saved in our Agora config.dart file. So let's go there. Copy the app ID. We'll paste it in here. Then the app certificate. We'll paste that in here and save it. Now let's try to run our application again. Go run main.go. Listening and serving HTTP on port 8080. That means it's working. After having all of this done for yourself, we need to deploy this to a server. For that, we are going to use heroku.com. Obviously, this, if you keep running like Node.js, if you keep running it in your app or in your terminal, then you will be able to access using localhost. But if you want your call to be, your app to be online on the internet and for other people to use it, you have to deploy the server. And this is exactly what we are going to do. I'm going to click on login and then login, and see you after I login. Alright, so here what I'm going to do here after logging in is click on new, click on create new app, add the name WhatsApp clone RRR, and then you can choose a region and then click on create app. After that, we can either use GitHub or Heroku CLI to connect to GitHub. But since I already have my, you can say, server already over here, so what I can do is just use that. So I'm just going to click on connect to GitHub. and then select the repository, which is Flutter Twitch server. You can always just push it to GitHub. Check it out if you don't know how to use GitHub. It's a very useful tool. Then you need to click on connect, and then you can deploy this branch. Scroll down to see it will install a new Go version and all of that stuff, and it will output to us the URL that we can use. In the meantime, we can come back to our code, not wasting any more time. Here we will pass in the token URL, which will be the string base URL, which will be equal to whatever it gives us. Then we can copy this and paste it. If you are having any issues while installing Go language, which you need to install by the way, then you can check out the videos on YouTube. There are a bunch of them which teach properly how to do it. After all of this, we just need to create a function called init Agora. And then we need to create this function. So we have void init Agora, and then we are going to have an asynchronous function, and then we are going to await it saying client.initialize. We are just initializing the client. Here we are going to return a scaffold, and then in the body of the scaffold we are going to check if the client is equal to null. So if the client is null, then we need a constant loader. Otherwise we need a very simple thing. So if we just go to the Agora UI kit part, you can see this is how they've used it, and similarly we are going to use it. We are just going to call the safe area widget and then pass it in. Now we need to pass in the client. So both of them are not going to be null because here we have already checked if client is null. We need to display the loader. After saving this, let's see what we get. Also, you can just close this VS Code. Also, not to forget, we need to link this call screen to our call repository. What I'm saying is whenever we make a call, we need to use navigator. So let's have here navigator.push. We will pass in context, material page route, and builder context. This is the alternate approach to, named routes. I'm just showing it to you in case you're wondering what was the alternative method. This is the alternative method. Here we need to return the call screen. Because we have called, we already know we are going to the call screen. Here the channel ID is going to be sender call data dot call ID. Then the call name is going to be sender call data, and group chat is going to be false because this is not a group chat. We already know that. Now what we want to do is just copy this, and whenever the user clicks on the green button, we need to do the exact same thing. So we'll pass that in. We will also take this, and we'll take this call. Instead of sender call data, we are going to have call dot and call this. Alright, so now we also need to change this back to if not call dot has dialed. And now I'm going to go to Firebase and remove this call collection so that we can properly test both of the things. Let's remove all of these documents in call. Now I'm going to call this Revan our user. Let's click on call. You can see it's allowing us to record a video. While using the app, we can, and we are getting the error. It's not showing the emulator's default screen. The reason for that is no host is specified. So we need to specify the host. We have not copied that. So let's quickly copy the deployed attempt. Copy this. You will not find any page. That's fine because you have not created a GET request. We will add this to the base URL in the call screen. So let's paste that in. Now again we will have to clear our Firestore with the delete call collection, and then add it again by restarting the application. So here we are just going to click on call, and you can see everything is working. It does look to be working. Now the next thing we need to work on is the part where we can end the call. So to end the call, what we are going to do is in the stack, in the children, we have Agora video viewer and Agora video button. In the Agora video button, we can customize it to have a different disconnect button child that looks a bit different and the functionality a bit different. So in the icon button, we are going to have an on pressed, which is going to be asynchronous, and an icon, which is going to be icon of icons.call_end. Then we also need to mark it as a constant widget and then save it. Now here in the on pressed, what we want to do is await client.engine.leave channel. First of all, we want to make sure that we can leave the channel, and then we want to make sure that we end the call. Now how is the end call is going to look like? So here we are going to go to the call repository again, create a function that is called end call. I think we can just copy this function that we have. So let's copy it, paste it, and we're going to call this end call. We need the string of caller ID. Then we need a string of receiver ID. And then we need a build context. So we'll have context. Now here we are just going to take this caller ID, go there and delete this document, because just to remove this part, all we need to do is just, remove it from our Firestore collection. So here I'm going to have .doc as caller ID and then call delete function. Similarly, we are going to do for our receiver ID. So let's pass in receiver ID and delete. And that's all. If you want, you can navigator.pop or anything. I'm not going to do any of that. I'm going to go in the call controller and create a function for this. So we will have void end call. Here we are going to call repository dot end call, pass in the caller ID, which we are going to get from the constructor. So we have string caller ID, string receiver ID, and then build context. Now having all of this, we are just going to call this function. Easy enough. Now let's go to our call screen, and whenever this is done, we need to call this function right here. So we're going to have ref.read call controller provider dot end call, pass in widget dot call dot caller ID, then widget dot call dot receiver ID, and then the context, and that's it. Then we need to navigate from this screen to the previous screen where we had received the call and left that screen. So we are going to use navigator.pop. Now if I click on this button, you can see the call has ended, and here I try to refresh it, nothing shows up. Great. Now I try to call again. I'm going to go here, refresh the screen again. Here we have the call, and if I just click on done, both of them got deleted. And that's what we want. Whenever one of the user ends the call, we want the whole call to get disconnected, because that one user is disconnecting. That means one-to-one call is ending. Both of them are going to stop. Now again, we are going to test this part in the physical device as well, just the communication part, so that you're very sure that this is working. And if we have any bugs, then we can get into that a bit later. Now we need to configure for the group chat or the group call. So whenever we call here, then we need the group call to activate. That means multiple users can join in and multiple users can talk to each other. Let's configure that. Alright, so now for the group calling part, what I want to do is close all the save files. Here we want to do some configuration. So this is the file that we're going to work in, and the call repository, 2 files that we need to work in. So here we first of all want to make a function for creating a group call. It's going to be similar to this one. So let's copy it and paste it down here, and we're going to call this make group call. We want the sender call data, the context, and the receiver call data. Now this receiver call data is going to be a bit different, so we'll talk about that. Now here the collection will have call and we'll have the caller ID, and then we are going to set this. But now before sending the stream like this here, we need to understand what will happen if we do this. This will store the group ID as a collection, and there's no user with that ID of the group. So that will not result in calling anyone. So what we need to do is get that group first of all. Let's do step by step. So we'll have variable group snapshot equal to await firestore dot collection groups dot document and pass in sender call data dot receiver ID dot get. With this we are getting the data of the group. Now we need to convert that group, that data, whatever we have in a map format, to a group. So here we are going to have group equal to group dot from map. Also here it will be model dot group, and then we are going to pass in group snapshot dot data, and this will not be null. So now after getting this group, we are going to have the list of string of group IDs. So we are simply going to run for variable ID in group UID. So that means group dot members UID. Here we are just going to add all of them to the list. So we are going to add all of the IDs to their list with this receiver call data. So firestore.collection call .doc ID .set receiver call data, and we are sending receiver .call data .toMap because their has dialed property is set to false. Easy peasy. Now since we are making the call, we are going to have this part right here, and is group chat will be set to true because now we are in a group chat. If we go in the call controller and where we have the make call function, here we will check if it is group that we are in. So if it is a group chat, then we are going to have call repository dot make group call, pass in all of this, and for the receiver call data spell it correctly. So we have receiver call data. Actually it's incorrect but yeah. Then we will have else block. We'll take this and paste it in. Great. Now let's try to use it. If I go to the rainbow and try to call in, you could see for a second we got the call as well, but we navigated to another screen because we are the person who has called. And here we can see no error. Good enough. Now we need to work on the end call functionality. So similar to this void end call, we are going to have this end call, but here we are going to call this as an end group call. Now we are going to have similar to this, we are going to delete the caller ID, but now we need to get the group data. So we are just going to take this and paste it in over here. The document is being called receiver ID. Simple. Now take this group and then we are going to run a for loop, deleting every document that's present. So we'll just have for variable ID in group.members UID await this task, and we are just going to delete the ID. Great. Now if I just end the call, you can see the call exited. All of the data is now gone. If I call again, you should see that it should add 2 members. It added. Now if I just end the call, 2 members were removed. That means I'm guessing the group functionality is now working. Now finally our app is complete. Congratulations on making so far. Now the last thing is from my side and a few code refactoring suggestion. So first of all, let's get the code refactored a bit with the folder structure. We're going to delete all the unnecessary folders. So let's minimize all of them. We need all of this. So first of all, we'll have this web layout screen that we wish to delete, and then we have that main.dart error, and we just need to remove that. Great. Now we also need to remove this utility file because it's not responsive anymore. If you made it responsible, please share it in the comment section. I'd like to pin it and show it to other users as well so that they get inspired and follow the same thing. Now we also need to get rid of these widgets. So I'm going to get it deleted. Then we need a screen which will be shifted here. So good enough. Now we are just going to delete the screens folder which is not needed anymore. We have the colors.dart file which you want, you can put it in common, but let's put it in common utils. So let's take this file and paste it in utils because I'm considering colors to be a utility file. If you don't, then well, don't add it. Simple. Let's save all the files. After saving all the files, you can close all the save files. And here we have the widgets of the chat, which we don't need to touch. We have already looked into it. Now we also need to delete the info.dart, which is basically all the, you can say, the dummy data. So we will remove it. Our app doesn't depend on it anymore. Alright. So I think this much is good enough. I think this looks good. If I just restart the application, you can see no errors are there. And yep, now let's try to fix all the warnings, remove all the unnecessary warnings. The import files, generally they add a lot of confusion. So let's remove it. Also make sure to remove the sprint in the group repository if you haven't already. Or if you want, you can follow the K debug mode trick that I showed to you. It's good enough. Then we need to remove all of these unnecessary things so that, you know, it looks clean. No problems is a very cool thing to show. We'll close all the save files again, and there we have it. Our app is now done. Now the next thing that you can complete with this app is basically adding Firebase functions. A tutorial on Firebase functions will be coming out soon, which is basically that the status that you see here, right here, that status will be automatically deleted. You can see now the status is not getting deleted from our application. It's just not showing it to us. If you want to store the data and not show it to user, it's your wish. I would not recommend to do that. But if you want to delete the data automatically from Firebase after using a specific time, you can watch the tutorial that is going to come out pretty soon. In this tutorial, I had not implemented that because it would be a very long tutorial then. I don't want to stretch this much. So you can add that. Then another feature is that whenever you call the user, you can add the ringtone, which is a cool feature. If you don't know how to implement it, I can attach a GitHub link repository for you and you can check it out. Let me know in the comment section if you want that. Then we have the calls part. So whenever you call a user, we can check if the user picked up the call, if the user dismissed the call, or the user just missed the call. So here you can implement that. You'll have to use Hive for that. It is there in one of my GitHub repositories. I've implemented that. But again, if I implemented it here, it would be a pretty long tutorial and we wouldn't get to the main part, which was the part of chatting and group chatting. And finally, the logout function. If you want, you can use that. It's pretty simple. Auth repository, auth.currentuser.signout. That's all that you need to do, and attach it to the controller and the controller to our UI. I hope the whole tutorial was very clear to you. Now you can just see the physical device run through if you wish to, or if you want, you can experiment with your own app. I'm pretty sure there will be a lot of bugs in this app, so try to fix it on your own. If you can't, then let me know in the Discord server. Link will be mentioned in the description below. And now, enjoy the physical device run through. Alright, so I've logged in from my Android device and here we are. It's visible. I mean, this is the rainbow group that we have in common and the RRR group. And this is Mark Zuck, which is the Android emulator or the Android physical device, sorry. Now in the rainbow group, I'm going to send a quick message saying, hello, what's up? Here you can see it shows up. I'm also going to send a GIF. So let's find a quick GIF. Let's say happy birthday and then send it over. You can see it sends it. Now, if we just come back to this normal chat, and here we are going to test the scene feature. So I'm just going to say hello and then send it. You can see it quickly says it's blue. Now I'm going to go offline. Mark Zuck is now offline. Coming back online. Yep, here it is. Now I'm going to video call. So here we are in the video call. I'm getting the incoming call. I'm going to accept it. After accepting it, I'm just going to see the other screen. Here it is. Looks good enough. And if I just change the screen from here I am, visible other screen. That means it's working. Now I can end the call. And this call will also end then. And yep, this looks good. It seems to be working. If I go to the status, my RRR is still visible. And yep, it looks good. So everything seems to be working. And this was our application. Thank you so much for watching. See you in the next video.